Welcome to the greatest spectacle in racing. It is practice day number 3 here at the Brickyard, and I'm delighted to inform you there is no rain. We should, fingers crossed, be in for the full, yes, the full 6 hours should be coming our way today, and the drivers are venturing out onto the circuit. We've got a few of them out there as well as we build up, but welcome to coverage of day 3 for the 109th running of the Indy 500. Well, Tony Kanaan went out a few hours ago and did his rookie orientation refreshers course. It's ironic to have him in that area, but that's where he was, and he's completed every single lap that has been put onto him. So if we can't have Kyle Larson taking part in the 500, delighted to say that we can have Tony Kanaan. Alex Blow was fastest yesterday, 227.546 mile per hour for Will Power. In second, Joseph Newgarden was in third, followed by Scott Dixon, Connor Daly, David Malukas as well, rounding out. It's going to be an interesting day. The green flag's on. Let's check in with Will Buxton, Townsend Bell, and James Hinchcliffe.
On track, practice has begun.
You know, yesterday, if you looked at that chart, the 2-mile-an-hour advantage that Palou had on the field, I know it's with a draft, but it's freakishly familiar now with the start of this 2025 season. Utter domination from Palou, and one thing's for sure, you cannot lay down a time like that if you don't have a very fast race car to suck up into the draft. So Palou carrying the momentum onto the oval. He's never won on an oval, which is remarkable for a 3-time champion, but he's off to a great start.
And look, for me, today's exciting because now is when the stress of qualifying weekend starts to creep into these garages and into the minds of these drivers. We're going to see an interesting mix today of race running, but guys already switching over to qualifying sims. Fast Friday, obviously, tomorrow. That's when they get the big boost, but they're starting to work on those qualifying setups today. But it's the nicest day that we've had. It's the closest to what we think race day is going to be like, so you want to get some race running in as well. Time is running out.
But for qualifying simulation, it's too nice. It is not going to be like this on Saturday. It could be the toughest Saturday qualifying day we've seen in years, with winds forecast to be steady at 16, gusting to 35, almost 40 miles an hour.
Incredible. What a challenge for all of the drivers. It is very hot out there today. We have just today and tomorrow remaining of practice, then into qualifying May 17th, 18th. Another practice day on the 19th. Carb Day comes your way next Friday before the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. May 25th, coverage starting 10 a.m. on Fox. Right down to pit lane and Georgia.
Well, good afternoon, guys. As you mentioned, qualifying temps and winds a little bit gustier than it is today. Today, it is beautiful at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It feels like a practice day, so hopefully no rain later in the forecast. Joseph Newgarden, you mentioned he's going for 3 in a row. They finished practice yesterday a little bit early, confidence beaming from that. This morning, I asked Joseph if you could give yesterday a score out of 100, what would it be? And he said, he thought about it for a second, and he said, I'm going to give yesterday a 93 out of 100, so just 7 points to a perfect score. He said that's the start of an A+ bracket. I'm feeling good and I'm ready for today. Today they are going to do race running, check all the boxes that they need to. If they get to it, we might see some qualifying sims a little bit later, and that's the 2 of Joseph Newgarden. Kevin, where are you?
I'm in the Scott Dixon pit, Georgia. This is the second winningest driver all time in IndyCar, a 6-time champion. So I have good and bad news for Dixon. The bad is that an engine failed yesterday afternoon, and they had to make an engine change last night. The good is that it failed last night. In fact, on the very last lap of practice, the fuel light was on. Had it lasted one more lap, they would have started practice today on that engine. It fails. Then they would have missed most of the practice session today and been a little bit behind. Back to some bad news. They're going to be over the 5-engine allotment by the time they get to Detroit. So this is a brand new engine today, but they will take it out at the end of the day, put it back into Detroit. That will be engine 5, a 9 grid spot penalty. No matter how many engines you've used at Indianapolis, there are no grid penalties for the Indianapolis 500. Here's what's also new. For the first time that most of us can remember, all of the Hondas are changing into their race engine at the end of the day today. They're going to use it for qualifying in the race. Normally it's a fresh engine after they get through qualifying. So you might see some Hondas even finish up the day a little bit early today to get a head start on that engine change. One thinks maybe they feel like they've found something and really want to see it in use in qualifying this weekend. What do you think, guys?
That's an interesting call then for the Hondas to go there. Chevy will have to catch up on a long run. Now, alongside me in the commentary box to begin with is Omi. As JT's on his way up. Hi, Omi. We've got a clear day ahead of us, and we're actually going green for some running. How nice it is to see sunny weather and 80-degree Fahrenheit with low wind at the moment, but it could still blow up with that expectant gusts we're getting. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing quite well, and yes, what is this? We have a clear speedway right now. We have sunny skies out there, which has not been the case so far, with lots of stopping and starting across the Indy tests that we've currently had, but we've got sunny skies and we've got cars out there, and that's exactly what we want for the entire duration of the month of May here in the Indy 500.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day so far that we're going to be experiencing then. As a few cars are out on the circuit. Don't tell me we've already got our first ad break of the day. We're only 7 minutes in. Yes, we do. 7 minutes. That's all we can manage on the main Fox then, apparently, as it seems. Okay, well, it's Colton Herta on 223.063 miles per hour. Then it's Marcus Ericsson second, Joseph Newgarden third, Santino Ferrucci fourth, Robert Schwartzman in fifth position as Prema continued to improve. The radar is not showing any rain for today. There's a cell building up that we might get into in around about 2 or 3 hours or so. That could curtail the running, but that could just miss us. If the wind direction changes, then we're in trouble. And, well, Indianapolis has its own microclimate around here, so that is an entirely conceivable possibility. Kiffin Simpson moves up into 6th position. He's just done a 45.250 on his build-up lap time as he's slowly going around the circuit, as you can see on the driver tracker. So then, Omi, let's not just preview the IndyCar. We've also got a lot on this weekend with F1, F2, F3, Formula E, Porsche Super Cup, and the World Superbikes alongside us as well. It's not a busy weekend, but it is a busy one that's putting us all over the place. What are you most looking forward to coming into this weekend?
Well, in terms of my series, there is quite a lot going on, as well, as I mentioned. Also, on JB Motorsports 2, you can catch 2 FRECA races and also 3 GB3 as well. So plenty of action going on in terms of single-seater as well. But yeah, looking forward to the start of the Super Cup. I've just been sent a couple of emails with all of the information ahead of this weekend when it comes to that one as well. And also this year, I'm getting recorded driver names as they're going to go, as we've got people down in the paddock who are going to go and record each and every one, the driver names, and then they're going to send it over to us. So yeah, that's what's going to happen with that.
The year I decided, okay, I'm stepping back from the Porsche Super Cup commentary and give that one to Omi is the year that we finally find out exactly how to pronounce every one of their names.
Enjoy.
Well, that's just, I'll stick with the Indy 500 coverage personally as well. Yeah, it's impossible to cover Porsches with the amount we've got going on now at JB Motorsports, so I'm sticking to the series that I have directly put myself down to cover. So here we go then, the cars circulating, 6 hours of running as you welcome us back here to Fox as we take a look. This is the conditions yesterday. It was blurry, it was rainy, it was dark as well at the end of the day. And we did manage to get the session ended, but it wasn't exactly all 100% good wet weather conditions. So, unfortunately, we had to sort of wait to go through. So this is the current weather forecast at the moment from INDYCAR Weatherman. And this is resulting about tomorrow, Omi, which I'm not really positive about the signs. And again, any delay would help us because we can't attend Fast Friday for a while. He says, if we get the storms tonight, then early AM track drying, still warm, humid and muggy. We should be good till at least 4 p.m. A few storms may start popping up after 4 over southwest Indiana. I think right now the primary storm threat for IMS is after 7 p.m. We have lost television signal up in the booth. Well, that's, okay. Well, I've not lost television signal on the screen. It's my television. So that's a handy thing to notice that it's something on my end that's blowing a fuse. I'll try and see what is blowing that fuse as we go to Battle Cam. We're not showing exactly what they're showing up there on the monitor. No, let me know if the picture comes. Oh, you can't see it, can you, Momi? That's a disadvantage.
It's all already working for me. It's your television that's had issues as well. I can see absolutely everything when it comes to the Discord. And there we go, we've got it back.
Dodgy leads, honestly. All need replacing. Right, there we go. You're back with us. I have no idea what they're doing. It seems like they're showing some sort of cross-analysis.
Then each of those corners must be exactly a quarter mile. My question for you both: if every corner is identical, and we know it must be because of the mathematical formula, how does every corner drive differently? How does every straight
I don't know what they're on about, but I want to hear the answer.
Fascinating fact is if you block it up like this, that's 5/8, that's a quarter, that's a quarter, that's an 8, so that's 5/8, that's 5/8, and that's 5/8. That's neither here nor there.
Will, stop with basic
guys,
mathematics.
on this legendary rounded rectangle, every corner, the radius is identical, the length is identical, and yet each one drives differently. As a driver, how and why? Because I find that absolutely fascinating.
Mother Nature.
But that's the thing. We go
Harsh
to
winters here, the surface wears, and wind. So, despite the rigidity of morning math, Mother Nature can outpower all, and the wind is blowing maybe 5 miles an hour right now, and all four corners weather at a different level because of their sun exposure relative to their position north-south, east-west, moisture, etc. So I'm going to say Mother Nature can conquer all.
The other thing, I mean, we've got a great shot of it right now. You have grandstands and structures all the way around the racetrack, but not in even measurements, not in even proportions. You go through turn 1, nicely blocked by that vista in turn 1. But as you get towards turn 2, there's a break in the grandstands. There's one in the short chute, which you're going to see right here to driver's right. There's a break. Wind can come through there. As you come through turn 2, there's a break at the end of the grandstands before we see the suites. That adds a tunnel effect of wind that can come through there as well. So between the way the track ages, the way the wind behaves differently in different corners, and how sensitive these cars are to even the slightest adjustment in anything, atmospheric, wind, temperature, whatever, you can get for identical corners on paper that drive very different.
You threw me for a loop because when you announced morning math, I was like, God, I haven't done that since I lived in Palmdale.
Scott Dixon has jumped up to the top of the timesheets then. As things stand, I'll just switch back to Omi's camera. And it's now just a new gun, 226.632. Already, Omi, they're jumping ahead as into the pit lane has come Alex Palou. They're jumping ahead of times already, Omi, because they know that they've got to get the data ASAP and really just go up to speed.
Yeah, when the scenario is what we've got currently, a complete clear sight, exactly what they want, it allows them to get the data. We don't know how it's going to be throughout with all of the risks that are there tomorrow. You want to do everything when you have the chance. You don't want to take anything for granted, so they are going to be all pushing right now around the speedway. But yeah, that was some interesting analysis and stuff going on around the circuit as we momentarily went to Fox, Will Buxton, giving the dramatic question to the drivers.
I'm just in the middle. Over the next 6 hours, we'll be diving in and out between us and Fox, because we are also in the middle of our production, pre-production for all of our content we have to do over the weekend as well for the week. So I'm having to do several different thousand things, including I'll have to do thumbnails at some point as well. Although I'm going to design them and set them all up at 11 o'clock, so I have an hour before I am needed, and I have to get up so early for all of the action as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Formula E's in Tokyo as well. So we've got a lot of action. And Omi, taking a look at this, it's quite funny actually. Have you seen the chart we've got for this weekend now? That I've added it in. I get to commentate on the Formula 3 sprint race in the morning on what do you call it, on the morning, and then I get to commentate on the Formula 2 feature race. So isn't that wicked?
Yes, we both get 2-2 in terms of races as well.
And I like that. That's a nice half and half in my book.
Yes, and then all of the Friday stuff can be equivalent with me doing the Porsches this week as well.
Yeah,
So it all kind of adds up. It all kind of adds up.
Yeah. And we'll, of course, be toing and throwing. I'll be hosting at the same time as commentating on the World Superbikes. So Megan will be in here as well, holding around on things with her laptop. And it's going to be a bit of a weird weekend viewing figure-wise. We've also then got the practice coverage. So practice 5 for Indianapolis. So tomorrow's session, the 1 hour run from that will be done totally with INDYCAR radio. There's nobody around that can cover that, sadly, because we are commentating another series. So I think at that time we're actually doing the sprint race, aren't we, for F2? So yeah, that's 1:30. Yeah, so we're doing it's a sprint race time coming on, and I'm at World Superbikes at the same time. So Megan's laptop will take you through that with the world feed, and then the INDYCAR. Oh, we've got the All-Star race. I've just remembered that. We've got the trucks and All-Stars. Right, adding that to the list of things I've got to do as well. NASCAR.
Production meeting started early, by the looks of things.
And Cup. North Wilkes. Well, that's only because I've got to... Well, there is no production meeting. We're on all the time. Basically, just put your availability down and drag in where you can. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so they keep coming in then. New gun in top from Dixon, Daly, O'Ward, Pelot, Herter, as things currently stand in the running orders. Good morning to everybody who's watching. Luke says as well, that new gun on board was crazy going into turn 1. We'll hopefully have more of the onboard cameras available shortly. They're not loaded in just yet on the onboard's system. Because we were trying to go live for Tony Kanaan session with his onboard camera and telemetry, but there was no telemetry given from INDYCAR. And now it looks actually there's a Frozen as well with the clock and the action. So that'll hopefully glitch back in shortly. Is the timing tower still correct? Who's out there on the circuit? We've got Newgarden, O'Ward. Rossi's in there, so's Rasmussen. So a few of them still circulating out there. I wish the new timing tower told us who was in the pit lane and who wasn't. I need to get the messages system sort of sorted out for that. We're still sort of in the mix of understanding the two different things. So I need to go to the live timing and get that open. But I suppose the one good thing, Omi, about Indianapolis with a complete day is that going into Fast Friday, they're going to know how the car reacts, and crucially, they're going to know how to fix it if it goes, well, wrong.
Yeah, they will absolutely be able to gather the data and information from today and then see where they can improve. And it's about dialing in the setup and continuing to work on that, because even though it absolutely looks simple when it comes to if we just looked at it on a map, but you are trying to extract something out of something that's little, but you can find a lot of time out of, which is why we get so many different contenders coming in and some people being able to take in. That's why we get favorites, or it would be a little bit more wide open. So we expect people to be able to dial it in, and that's why we also can see shocks. So it's really interesting, I think, to be able to see how it all progresses. And that's why all of these sessions are important to try and continue to build upon, because every lap that they run around the speedway gains them a little bit each time, which is helpful when we do get to the qualifying and the races as well.
Yeah, and this session, of course, will be even more critical now that we've got the announcement that tomorrow we'll have a lot, and when I say a lot, I really mean a lot of wind speed around. So we will be changing ever so shortly the systems and the dialects of how they're going to be flying in. So we'll keep our continued watch upon the systems as the session continues to dial through. Let's head back over to Fox Sports.
And then, of course, the spotters on top of the stands that are spotting for safety and in the racing scenarios can also sometimes see it. They've got binoculars a lot of the time, and they can get eyes on different parts of the car.
We just had a little look down in there.
What were you looking at?
I was looking at what I think was falling loose.
By the way, I've never worked with a play-by-play guy that ever had authority to use the telestrator like you've
It's a new way, Townsend. It's a new
Why it's over on that side.
It's an analyst tool. Okay.
Your tricep came across my chin like a...
something wrong with Pelot. There's fluid all over the rear of the car.
That is not good.
That's not good.
If you had to hope for one kind of fluid, I think I would hope gearbox over engine fluid. But, wow.
Looks like oil.
Oh, indeed. That's a lot of oil.
Yeah, that is...
Omi, it's exploded for Alex Pelot. Championship leader, fastest man yesterday, favourite. He's in big trouble now, as we'll show you on the screen. So the amount of oil that's coming out there, he's done for possibly a couple of hours. This is big.
Yeah, big indeed. Not what he wanted at all coming in. And so much continuing to go on and wrong also for the teams, which, I mean, is not the day that you want it to happen, considering the conditions and the scenario that we have for the entire field. So the team will get to work on that one.
Yeah, finally being able to let loose a little bit and have a better run of the system. And this happens to you on the first session. Not exactly the greatest run, unfortunately, Jamie.
Very frustrated. As we remember from yesterday when we talked to him, he was frustrated back then too. They were trying to find speed. He didn't feel comfortable. They made some extensive changes, went back out towards the end of the day yesterday, and still was not happy. Made some more changes than today, went out there, and as we see, he sits 27th on the board. He's turned 4 laps, came in, got out of the car, incredibly frustrated, and immediately got back in the car. So they are throwing everything at this 14 car right now to find speed.
Thank you, Georgia. Yeah, I spoke to Santino this morning, guys, and his exact words were, I can't turn in. I have no confidence in the car. The rear is too loose on entry. It starts to slide. I go to correct it, and just as I go to correct it, in the mid-corner, the front suddenly engages, and then it wants to shoot me off into the wall. He tried to put on last year's setup of the car. It's made no difference. When I sat with him today, he said, I'm considering running David Malukas' setup on the car, which is completely the opposite of what I would normally like from a car. They're trying everything, and he can just find no comfort in that car at all. His exact words were, we're 2 days behind and $2 short.
So the question I have is, why in the world, with the Penske partnership, would you not just walk over to the garage of the 2-car of Joseph Newgarden, take the setup sheet, say thank you very much, hand it to your crew chief and say number for number, put exactly that on the race car?
I've talked to Santino Ferrucci about this exact thing before. When this partnership first started, I said, hey, so are you kind of adopting a lot of their setups and learning to drive those? He goes, on the road courses, street courses, yeah. On the ovals, no. I run my own program. I've got a car that I like to drive. I can't drive their cars at all. So he's on a little bit of an island. He's got a very aggressive style. We've seen it be very successful. In fact, I think there were some examples. That won't be allowed. No. That's going to be called in immediately. You cannot have all 4 wheels go over that white line to driver's right. Santino knows that, but this guy's, the frustration is creeping in. The concern is creeping in. That's a rookie move from a veteran driver.
Yeah, let's take a look again at this apron rule. So you have... Is that Devlin DiFrancesco, who's waiting to catch the back of the group, and Santino passes him on the short chute, which is part of the racetrack. You could do that, but you cannot go 4 wheels over the white line right here. And does he?
Yeah.
Just. Maybe he was forced there. We'll see how race control treats that.
It's being kind, I think.
But listen, for Santino to catch the group, he's probably wondering, why is Devlin soft pedaling it out of the pits?
Devlin, I think, actually came in off the track and was cooling down. I think he took after a qualsim.
Either way, Ferrucci coming to pit lane, and probably because race control, and now we hear officially, yes, indeed, it's a drive-through penalty for the 14. Now, we've seen this out of Santino in prior years, getting a little frustrated and letting the emotion take over a little too much. It's a practice day. Got to stay calm, stay in the zone.
Yeah, it's a practice day, Townsend, but we've had 2 of them, and they've been completely wasted.
So if you want to just drive through and go around once and come back in?
He doesn't have a car he likes. The frustrations are kicking in. If he's back in the car today, and again, it's not to his liking, he's staring at another day wasted before Fast Friday. and qualifying.
Tomorrow, you're not doing race running. We are purely qualifying setup tomorrow. So if he's not happy with his race car, he goes into a 2-hour practice Monday, a 2-hour practice Friday, and that's all he's got left before the 500.
Look, I get the frustration. I understand it, but this is like losing it in the fourth quarter and then getting a technical for doing something stupid. You just have to stay tightly in your box mentally with your team, keep the guys focused, and, you know, Ferrucci will figure it out here, but absolutely understand the frustration. But again, if it were me, I'd give strong consideration to that Team Penske setup at this point. They got 3 guys that are figuring out how to drive the car. It couldn't be that bad.
I'm not saying it's bad.
Well, Ferrucci clearly has a resistance to go into it.
Yeah. And look, the 14 apparently not the only driver frustrated here on day 3 in practice. Graham Rahal of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, the number 15 machine, having some issues. Let's listen to some radio.
It should be easily slammed, but it's just something doesn't feel right. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, I don't know, it's all good, but just the rear just flies.
Have heard this a lot, not only from Graham Rahal, but also Ryan Hunter-Reay told me this yesterday. Kind of a curveball that some of these veteran drivers and certainly teams with experience are just trying to figure out how to manage the extra mass at the back of the car with the hybrid. We're starting to see, guys, the separation of the goods and the greats right now. I think there's a lot of teams in trouble getting a handle on the back of their race car, and time is running out.
Yeah, I think with this extra weight that the hybrid brings, it has made it a little more complicated, especially in traffic or in low downforce qualifying sims. You know,
Right, JT's just showed me he's got a cooler, and now I'm going to get my TARDIS one for tomorrow. You think you can outdo me? I've got a TARDIS cooler, my friend, from 2006, and it still works. Anyway, JT is here now alongside Omi as well. Good morning to you, JT. I'll put your headset on. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you doing, my friend?
Morning.
Oh, we're racing. Didn't expect this, did we? Actual testing.
Much faster than yesterday as well.
Yeah. Now, I'm writing the script tonight for the Grid Tonight show alongside Kobe. We've both got
Can I have a look at it?
Well, I've just put, let's head to quick.
Yesterday, you see some grease, you start to fear, but they're just simply changing out the drive shaft boot. This is an area that retains the grease for the drive shaft, so nothing major. Engine is fine. This is a pretty quick fix. They will go ahead and assess some other things while they're back here as well, but no major issue for Alex Palou, and he'll be back on his way shortly.
Well, that will
Did you say drive shaft boot?
it's one of those things that you hate to have happen, but you really are happy that it happened on Thursday. You know, not on Saturday when we're lining up for qualifying or during one of his qualifying attempts. It's these are still race cars. These are still pieces of machinery that are being stressed to the absolute limits, and things can still go wrong and things can break.
Well, and thankfully they find it before it happens mid-corner and dumps all that oil on the right rear. That could have been disastrous for Palou. A lot to play out, a lot going on in the first 30 minutes of practice, guys.
busy first 30 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll be back.
We went green, I'm guessing, bang on 5. didn't we?
Yeah.
Awesome.
If you want, I can actually go back because I've got the timing 71 open and tell you that the green flag came out at exactly a time I can't tell you. Sorry, there's too many on the screen, so it's not actually flashed up as
It's
when
fine.
it's where.
All I need is like the minute of it. What does the green flag time say on the INDYCAR scoreboard website?
30
you have
minutes.
that?
30 minutes and 15 seconds. Ah, so hang on.
30.
Yeah, so
13?
it went at 17:00:03. So
Yeah,
3
awesome,
seconds
so-
past 5 our time. That's
Right, yeah.
quick mental math for you, everyone.
So we went green for the refreshers at 15:16.
Yeah, and it ended, as you said, at 16:32.
So that that's that then, and then 44 mins on the other side. There we go. And then currently we are at 60 minutes for this session, pending whatever happens.
Yeah, not too bad. So, what have you made of Tony Kanaan now? He's completed those lap times. He can drive. Do you reckon that he's going to be needed, maybe even to qualify the car with the high-speed rain we've got coming in and the wind? That could be a factor come Saturday/Sunday. Mainly Sunday, really, if he makes it to the Fast 6.
Yeah, absolutely, possibly. But we had the thing, didn't we, with Kanaan. Even though you need to be above 215, he was consistently 217 and then even a 218 on his final lap. He wasn't just scraping through, he was comfortably through.
By a margin, which was great news coming in. I heard that. Can't really yeah. With JT now having a lovely Coca-Cola. Look, guards enters the pits, so is Herta.
It's not cold yet, back in it goes.
Yeah. I tell you one thing, we've now got all the messages down one side of the timing screen and the timing monitor just alongside with all 34 drivers. So we've actually got the best seat in the house right now. If you open up timing 71 and then open up launch analysis, you can have the messages page.
They've put an official graphic of Hollywood Harvey on.
Oh, please stay. Oh, I missed it. Quickly, let's go over to Fox. We've got some people in the booth.
That gets brought up. Engineering meeting later on today.
New sticker on the car, maybe.
Yeah, exactly,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
We've been busy. I mean, there's a lot of changes. You guys are just talking about that. I heard earlier with the weight of the car and the hybrid system and trying to figure everything out and dial these cars in. It's been a lot more activity and busier and tougher, I think, to hit the window that we're going for this year than it has been in the past.
Dennis, your team runs just once a year. You guys work all year at this. It's not like everybody just shows up for the month of May. You've got full-time people, but you don't have an affiliation like Meyer Shank does with Chip Ganassi or AJ Foyt. We were just talking about their relationship with Team Penske. Does that make it even harder for you guys now in terms of getting the hybrids sorted out in a short period of time?
In certain ways, yes. In certain ways, no. We do a lot of testing, as you know, in the off season as much as we can. So we're free to do that at our own schedule, so that's a benefit. With the hybrid, I think everybody's in the same boat. I was really worried about that coming into this year because these guys had the road course knowledge that we don't have. But coming here, it's a whole different scenario. We were talking about this with the Chevy guys and the hybrid guys on when to deploy and when not to. And man, with qualified coming up this weekend, it's going to be hands full in the cockpit. I mean, you guys know what it's like. It's hard enough to go as fast as you can go and try to time things, and with weight jacker and shifting and not miss a gear. Now add that in each corner or however often we're going to deploy the thing. It's really a testy time for everybody. Everybody's on edge, I think, this year.
Now, we always talk about how much practice there is here at the Speedway, you know, 4 days, 6 hours a day, but we've had a bunch of rain interruption already. So how does that kind of change your guys' approach, and especially as a team that doesn't get to run as much throughout the year? Do you feel those lost hours on the track more maybe than some of the others?
We do to a large degree, and it can vary from year to year, as you know. If you come here and things kind of click from the get-go, it's not as big a deal. We didn't come here and do that from the get-go. We were playing catch-up a little bit. We made good gains yesterday, so we're pretty confident with where we are right now. We feel better than we did earlier in the week. So now it's like if the rain happens and weather and different wind conditions and things like that, we feel better prepared.
Talk to us about your drivers that you have in your cars this year. One, of course, very dear to us. One with a huge amount of experience.
That pays off. That's one of the things, because both guys, Hollywood there as well as Ryan, have a lot of experience here at this track. And when you come in with all the changes we're throwing at these guys, with the cars, with the hybrid, and everything else, the weight differential is huge. That you want someone with a lot of experience to be able to apply that on setups and what they're feeling. What they're feeling is not what they felt last year, the year before. Totally different. So it's wide open.
You'll be in the pit stop competition this year?
I don't think we will. You know what? We stopped doing that because we can't use a road course car, and so we get just smoked on the launches. We may have a good stop in the box, which we typically have, But once we drop the car and try to launch, we sit there and spin tires instead of hooking up. So it's not much fun. I don't like that.
Everybody else brings their road course specials, soft springs, all of that. You're using your actual race cars. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know you'll be ready for it on race day when the pit stops come, because you guys also train year-round. You're always one of the best prepared teams on pit lane, and I know that's been a real source of pride for you to come in as a one-off and frankly embarrass a lot of the bigger teams with how strong your guys are over the wall. But it's consistency of people, right?
Yeah, we've had a lot of the same guys year after year. Like you said before, we're full-time, so we keep the guys on other projects. We do some other racing and different things to keep us busy year-round. And but we start, you know, as a checkered flag, we'll start working on next year and doing that. So it's been a fun group to be a part of, and we just all learn from each other and try to get better each year.
What are the chances we'll see you as a full-time team in the future?
We're working on that, working on it pretty hard. There's an opportunity for us when the car changes over, new motor, new chassis. So we're targeting that. The situation for us is simple. It's like we can't do it on our own, and we will have to do the partnership like you were talking about earlier to be able to bridge that gap and really be full-time. But we're not going to do it unless it makes sense and unless we can compete up front.
What would you like to see from the new car?
Oh, wow. I like the direction they're going with the car. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it would be something that appeals to different manufacturers so we could get more competition in the series and spread that out a little bit. The series has a lot of good growth going on, and to capitalize on that, I think is the main focus. The racing's great, so I think the formula they're putting together makes a lot of sense.
Okay, look, we spend 6 hours a day up in this booth staring at screens, timing and scoring, trying to get a sense of where we think the competitive order is. But you guys, you know, down in the pits, you got a lot of tools. You're looking at your own stuff, but you're also doing a lot of analysis to the competition. Right. So give us some insight, Dennis. Who's looking really, other than, of course, the 23 and the 24, who are you worried about? Who's looking really strong at this point in the week?
Well, you guys see the same thing. The Penske guys look great. Ganassi, the Meyer-Shank guys look really good, too, to me. And then there's a whole group that's kind of wide open. The Andretti guys were fast yesterday. So it's wide open. I think it's really, so far I don't have a great gauge. Yesterday we were down with the change, so I went back to my bus and I'm watching times just like that all day long to try to get a feel, and usually I can do that. Yesterday it was a little cloudy. I wasn't totally convinced because you don't know who's out there running what at any given time. Right. So it's not real clear.
On paper, Dennis, if you went down the order, you would say, okay, Prema, brand new to IndyCar, late getting their cars ready, etc. And then candidly, I'd say, well, these guys are a one-off team. They don't have the technical partnership. Are you concerned at all at this point that, hey, you might be a last row situation?
You're always concerned about that. Anything can happen here. Yep. I mean, it's such a special place that you can't take it for granted. Every day you drive in here knowing you have to change, you have to adapt, and whoever adapts and changes best is going to be in the best position. So you don't take it for granted. I feel good about ourselves where we're at, but you never know how that's going to play out. Anything can happen in qualifying. Like last year we had some issues. You know, you miss a weight jack or you miss a gear, and boom, your whole qualifying run is toast.
Speaking of mistakes and challenges, on Saturday we're looking at wins that we haven't seen for some time on a Saturday qualifying day. 16 miles an hour sustained, gusts to 32.
Right.
Going to be really challenging for the guys in the cockpit.
Which changes everything. We haven't had that all week. We can't practice it. All of a sudden, let's make these things more powerful, and good luck in turn one, guys. You know, hang on.
First of all, can I say thank you for painting the underside of your tub, because it makes it a lot easier to differentiate your cars. Secondly, our boy Hollywood. We know him on our broadcast as very calm and affable and fun. But we all know when racing drivers pull their helmets on, they become very different beasts. How is Jack inside the car? How is he in engineering debriefings?
You know what? That's a really good description of Jack, because his intensity level is really strong. So I didn't know that about him because, you know, we're just working with him for the first time this year, but his
favorite exercise running down pit lane is
classic. He has no chance to defend himself. It doesn't seem fair at all right now.
I love it.
That does make it fun, doesn't it?
You know what I really admire about Jack was meeting his father, Paul, yesterday. I love the fact that he just plants a chair inside the garage and just watches over his son's car with exacting detail. So father and son working strong together here at the Speedway. Well, we wish you all the best on this weekend and certainly next weekend. Great to get your insights.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. And there is Hollywood out on track. We will be back on track.
Yeah, not too bad so far then, is it, JT? A nice, cool start to the session as I'm just in the middle of producing my chart for this weekend, which tells me what I've got to do with everything, and I've got to...
Do you know what a ruler is, or for those in America, a ruler?
I haven't got time doing it freehand. I don't think it looks too bad then, does it? For a freehand. It's just a checklist, just alongside, because I've got my notes for this week. I'm doing like 7 different things at once, man, as well. Let's see, Albert Dunbill, as well as I have old eyes and have a hard time reading the board. Is that a 238-mile lap time I see for New Garden? No, it's a 226.632. Give me 1 second. Let's press the button 8 so you can read it a bit better for you, hopefully. New Garden, 226.632. Dixon, 225.457. Then it's going to be alongside Daly on a 224.893, all coming through as well. And I've just remembered that we're not on USON. So that's my fault there for not putting us on. So I've got to now go reintroduce USON because I forgot to put them on. And that's my fault. So give us 1 minute and we'll reintroduce USON to you all now. It's the greatest spectacle in racing, and we are underway for a full day of practice action. Joseph Newgarden is currently the fastest on a 226.632. Hello, everybody listening in to USON, and welcome to our simulcast watch-along and audio commentary of this third day of practice for Indianapolis 500. I'm Joshua Budge, alongside me is Josh Turner, and Omi's with us as well. And JT, we've been having a stunning start to the session so far, with a lot more times on the board, and that's needed to be happening, especially as the fact that we've got potential rain coming in later on in the day. There's a small chance of it though, but is it the wind changes?
Yeah, absolutely. The severe weather that we were looking at is for later on in the day. That is for like 7 p.m. onwards. Well, we're done here at 6 p.m. So hopefully we should be okay, as I am just trying to find the something so I can look at it. What was yesterday's fastest time?
Yesterday's fastest time was set by Alex Palou, and it was a 2:27 point time. I cannot remember at this point, but it was just faster than what we had a few days ago from New Garden. Give me 1 second. But yeah. Let's have a look through the data. It was a 2:27.546 set by Alex Palou yesterday's time, JT. So now at least we know where they are across the board. So the session continues on. Hello, Cash and Everett now having work done as well.
Roll centers, which takes you 2 hours back in Gasoline Alley. Wing angle,
Springs, ride height, dampers. There's 1,000 different
center of
variables.
pressure. I mean, it's endless, and that's why it's such a challenge. And this place is so sensitive that you can't take big swings. You have to be methodical because it's that dangerous out there.
Marco Andretti, I think, has just gone back out on track. Kevin can update us on him.
Well, just big picture for the week, and often Hinch and Townsend will joke that no one's better about finding a draft and putting a big lap down than Marco Andretti. He's been able to do that, but he hasn't done that so far this week, and there might be a reason. He's not on full power. So we were talking about many of the, actually all of the Hondas that are full season programs are going to make an engine change before qualifying. That is different than the normal protocol. But if a one-off team, meaning this is the only race that you run, it's the engine you get for the entire month. So Marco Andretti is on his qualifying and his race engine. So to make sure it lasts, it is essentially turned down. It is detuned, so he's not at 100% power. So he knows that. They've done nothing but work on race running. He will get it turned up. Everyone gets more power tomorrow, but he will be on equal footing as the other Hondas, and then we'll get a really good sense of what his pace is. He says the car feels okay, and he's optimistic he can make something out of this return.
Yeah, it can be frustrating as a driver when you know you're running around with a slightly detuned engine, but at the same time, it's necessary to make sure you've got all the best everything behind you when it comes to qualifying, and most importantly, when it comes to the race.
The frustrating part, I've been in this exact situation. I did 10 Indy 500s, always as a one-off, are the other full-time cars getting a different, better spec, or are they just getting freshies of the same spec?
I think he's probably already on whatever spec all the Honda drivers are switching to, I would assume, but I don't obviously know that.
Like I said, been in the situation, and it was unfortunately not.
Right.
It was a different spec that at the last second, you know, and the HPD guys in Santa Clarita, they find something, rush to get it together, and I get it, you got to focus on your full-time guys, but if you're a part-timer on the short end of the stick, it adds to the angst.
On board with Lundgaard in the Mission Foods McLaren. Had a great chat with him this morning. He says he's just changing very small things on the car, and he understands how some drivers, when we get into this week, can really flip between big swings and changes. He says, I'm just making tiny incremental changes here and there. I don't want to do much. He said, to be completely honest with you, I'm so happy with the car, and the car that I arrived with here on Tuesday. I may even qualify the car exactly as I had it on Tuesday.
Nothing wrong with that.
This is one of the things that I love about having 40 hours of practice. You show up with a setup that's been optimized in simulation, that is everybody's best theory as to what the car is going to want to be. You go out, you run it day one, you start tweaking it, and you end up going in this complete vicious circle of changing settings on the car, chasing imbalances, and you end up right back where you started on Tuesday by the time you get to Friday or even carb day next week. So I actually love the fact that this team with this driver, who again has only ever done this race with one team and has had a lot of struggles here with that team, now with this new group, look, we've got a good base setup. We know that. Award's been in the battle for the win the last 3 years. Let's just make small changes for environmental factors, for conditions. Let's not throw setup wholesale changes at it like you see and hear up and down pit lane all week long. This might be arguably the most prepared driver come next Sunday, because he's just been driving roughly the same car with only minor changes. And that kind of repetition with the same car, that familiarity with the setup, can be so comforting.
Now, we've not seen the number 3 out on track yet. Georgia can tell us why.
Yeah, and as we keep tabs on Team Penske, Joseph Newgarden and leading right now, Will Power down in the 27th position. We have not seen the Thirsty Threes, Scott McLaughlin, out on track, but nothing to worry about. We just checked in with Kyle Moyer. They just said they were letting some other people get some running in, making some final tweaks and adjustments, some once-overs, and the Thirsty Threes will be out shortly.
Good news.
Who else haven't we seen? Malukas and a 34th.
Man, I love this driver's eye camera. On board with Marcus Ericsson right now. Allegra sponsorship on that car this month. And you just see all that information on the dash that the drivers are monitoring. Gear in the middle there, 5th. You see the predicted speed up at the top, his last lap speed. That was a weight jacker adjustment with his right thumb. That's moving weight across the front axle onto the right front tire. That's to try to slow the entry down, take a little bit of front grip out of the car. So Marcus not totally comfortable with the back end of that race car as you hear him crack off the throttle. You see that predictive number, that speed, that top speed is falling as he's going slower. So all sorts of good information, state of charge of the hybrid system, your bar positions, your engine maps, all the different settings that you have to monitor and adjust on the fly.
It's Kyle Larson, the other driver that we didn't have on track. Of course, TK doing the refresher.
Yeah, I did that this morning, 10 till 12. I believe he passed. He's pretty good around here, so TK. So then we'll just be making some changes on that car to get it back to Kyle Larson's liking. There it is in the garage. It's being fitted out for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship lead.
Yeah, so Tony Kanaan this morning wiped away the floor with everything, so he really got that one done quite quickly, as well as we continue to close in then here with a few cars out on the circuit. So far today then, it is going to be Joseph Newgarden at 226 as well, point. 632 mile an hour, who's gone fastest from Dixon, Daly, Ward, Hannah Ray in there too on the front mix. Just take that off charge to come and fly in. But Newgarden's still strong out there on the circuit right now. I wish I had a better way of telling you who's actually out there other than this, because it's quite hard to do so. I can tell you that we have... I need another monitor, believe it or not, to tell me exactly who's in and out of the pit lane. Actually, I suppose... Never mind, just sorted it myself. So, Rossi, VK, Abel, McLaughlin, they are all naturally there. So it's just Rossi, VK and Abel who are out there. 3 drivers so far circulating out on the field. The 3 cars still in the pit lane, but it's on pit road waiting to actually activate his transponder, which will mean that he is then actively out on the circuit, and it will be pushed forward as well. So yeah, not too bad, not too many different changes that we need to keep an eye on or focus with here, but slowly going strong, slowly getting better. Omi, are you in the commentary box by chance? Don't think he is. I think he might have disappeared early on. Yeah, he has. And JT's around as well, just waiting for his camera being on. So hopefully we're going to be having a smoother run time.
Only left just after I joined. Hello.
Oh, I see. Hello. Hello, JT. We're just filling an ad break time. I thought I was here, so I was about to tell him about Frecker and GB3, that he needs to be on the second channel. He hasn't put the times in the commentators chart, so I don't know when he's going to be on to set the streams up, so I wanted to get his opinion on it as well. Yeah, we're in and out for the first hour or so as per normal, as we're setting everything up and trying to get it all ready for the busy weekend with F1, 2, 3, Porsche Supercup, World Superbikes, the Indy 500, NASCAR, FE, Frecker and GB3 that we're all trying to produce this weekend. It's very busy. Let's head back over to Fox then while we continue our own production and getting everything sorted.
Sunday on FS1. And it is getting dicey out there on track. It will do in just a moment.
Oh,
3 cars in line until they're not.
I love this. 3 wide into turn 1. Award using the double draft on Lundgaard, his teammate, and the car in front manages to get a twofer. 2 and 1 from the outside. You see that you really do have that extra head of steam with a double draft. There's Will Power stuck in the middle. Driver in the middle usually has to be the one to dump out. Will doing, you know, understanding that in practice it's not worth anything.
We talked about the difference between passing and practice. That's not what it looks like on race day. It'll be fiercely contested and can oftentimes end in tears and a shower of parts down in turn 1 as everybody wants to own the apex there.
Interesting to note the setup differences between O'Ward's car and Lundgaard's car. Lundgaard still running that mini gurney on his rear wing. O'Ward has done away with that entirely. Could partially be the reason for him being already up there in P4. Lundgaard with a lot more trimming to go until he's in maximized position for straight line speed.
It's a huge part of the decision for race day is how much downforce are you going to start the race with. So much is going to depend on both weather conditions and how you think you're handling. As I look to the forecast long range for Indy, only goes to Saturday right now on my phone, but showing perfect, James, sunny skies, 70 degrees on Saturday, but we'll have to see what race day really looks like as we get closer.
And you can adjust, you can achieve that downforce in different ways. You can have that wicker and a slightly lower wing angle, or you can remove the wicker and increase the wing angle. Different efficiencies tied to that. As we see the Prema machine of Callum Ilott out there, these guys getting those laps in now, so important. After a rough first day, they've really bounced back nicely. Callum Ilott, Robert Schwartzman. Schwartzman actually quite high on the no-tow list as well. So the pace of these Prema cars seems pretty encouraging early on.
Both of them yesterday, 6th for Schwartzman, 7th for Ilott on the no-tow chart.
So it's a little awkward putting Dennis Reinbold on the spot like I did, but you have to start to think, okay, if Prema looks pretty good, who's in your last row shootout? It's going to be 4 cars.
It's going to be 4 cars from good teams, because
they're all good teams.
Because they're all good teams. There's just no one that's really struggling so obviously right now with Prema getting their cars dialed in. And look, as he mentioned, all it takes is a mistimed upshift or downshift, a bar not getting adjusted in time, a weight jack or fast jacker mistake. We've seen engine issues, you know, where we get the overboost penalties. Like, a gust of wind can make the difference.
And think about the mistakes we've seen in the last couple years as the fast jacker has come into the sport for everybody. And now you add hybrid into the mix, and then wind like we haven't seen for many years as well. I think you're absolutely right. Making it is maybe not going to be about pure car speed, one team to the next. I think it's going to be about minimizing mistakes.
Yeah, these cars are going to be on the edge, not just on the limit, but on the edge. And as you guys were saying, with the way this circuit is constructed, by the way the grandstands are, you come out from behind a grandstand and there's a sudden gust of wind, and that's a 30-mile-an-hour wind. That gets very, very dicey.
And as a result, I've spoken to a bunch of drivers in the garage area, and there's kind of 2 prevailing approaches to qualifying. One is we have all these tools, the fast jacker, the weight jacking, the bars, the hybrid. There's ways to optimize it all for lap to lap, sometimes end of the track to end of the track, making multiple adjustments per lap to find the absolute maximum speed. But it takes a ton of mental capacity, and if anything in that procedure, any step gets missed, it can have very bad consequences, but they want to maximize the speed. The other camp is keep it simple, stupid. I don't want to get myself caught out by trying to find that last 100th of a mile an hour and cost myself a mile and a half in a mistake. So some drivers kind of focusing on my gear pattern, the simple tools that I've got in the weight jacker and the bars, and I'll leave the rest of it for someone else to worry about.
Sounds like gambling.
Very much so.
What kind of risk do you want to take? As we watch Devlin DiFrancesco, not sure if this is a qual sim that he's on. This car I'm going to start referring to as the Astro Pop. I know they got Dogecoin on the side, but this does look like a tasty cold treat at a water park on a hot summer day.
Hinch, you talk about, you know, might lose a mile and a half, might lose the car if there is, you know, a big gust of wind, if they're too much in the front of their mind and they lose it coming through. You know, thankfully we've not seen anything as of yet, but as the speeds start to go up.
Certainly saw one at the open test with Takuma Sato. Absolutely massive hit in turn 1, destroyed car, engine, and frankly injured the driver. It took him a couple weeks to just get well enough to be ready to go for practice here again.
Ribs still painful coming into this practice week. You talk about Sato, you guys are talking about who is at risk potentially of getting bumped, being down in that bottom 4. Right now, looking at the times, looking at where we've been for the past 2 days, I'd put RLL in that bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we heard a rumor last night about a potential chassis change for the 15. I saw a picture on Twitter that maybe they were wrapping the backup car. I haven't looked into it this morning. I'm not sure if anyone in pit lanes had a chance to swing by there and ask what's happening down there in the Rahal camp, but just the body language and the language itself of Graham Rahal yesterday, not ideal. Just as this wasn't back in the test in April. Takuma Sato, fastest car on track, 1 lap in the wall the next.
232 average he was doing because they had turned the boost up on the 2nd day of testing. You can see Sato assisted by the AMR safety team, but significant impact Fourth car for Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan. Teammates here to this guy, Devlin DiFrancesco. Not sure if he is on a qual sim now. Firestone data that we have in the booth shows 5 laps on these tires as it continues to circulate. So this might be more of a race run comparison. His last lap, 2:03. 2:03. So let's head back down to pit lane with Georgia.
Will Power made a few laps today. It sounds like the car going back to make some setup changes and maybe some qualifying sims a little later today.
Yeah, definitely. Just a couple of, I guess, slow race runs. Not much traffic out there this morning on slow, or this afternoon on older tires. Then taking the car back, get it ready for tomorrow, basically, but do some runs today on quality trim.
Happy with your car?
Happy with the car? Yeah, I mean, I am. Yeah, it is quite comfortable. Has been. It's been quite difficult to pass, but it has been, yeah, more comfortable than I've felt for a while, so not bad.
Thanks, Will.
There you go.
So if you're a driver in this field struggling with the balance of your race car and you're sitting back in Gasoline Alley watching that interview, you're like throwing up your hands like, yeah, oh my God, what do you mean it's comfortable? Like what are we missing here? Because the Penske boys just seem to be able to rip around with ease.
And you're an hour into practice on day 3, and you're sending the car back to prep it for tomorrow. That's daunting for the guys who are struggling, for your Ferrucci's, for your RLLs. Take a look at Jack Harvey and some radio.
You can definitely feel the wind. Kind of makes it hard to know if it was the change or just the wind. Copy that. It's definitely gusty, Jack.
Yeah, and we can see from the windsock on top of the pylon definitely blowing a lot more than what we saw yesterday. About an 8-mile-an-hour to 10-mile-an-hour wind right now. Headwind directly turning in into turn 1. That's right down the front straight.
Fascinatingly, mate, talking to some of the drivers this morning, and we're going to be talking about this a lot because it will be important.
Yeah, that's stiff. And pushing them down the back straight makes turns 3 and 4 pretty difficult.
Yeah, we're all set then for what we're going to see with less than 5 hours to go, JT. The atmosphere is building. The tension is rising. Come on, computer, wake up. You should be able to load back in. There we go. Coming in. It's just been getting better and better and better.
Yep, drivers getting more comfortable with their cars. Getting ready for qualifying and Fast Friday, which is tomorrow, and I believe announced today, is it Turtle Wax? Is
Turtle Wax,
Friday sponsor? Yeah.
They've got the sponsorship for it, which surprised a couple of people, I can tell you. That they didn't expect it to be announced so soon who the sponsor was going to be, and yeah, it's taken a little bit of people by a gasp. That's our sponsor for this one. But then again, we've seen weird things happen, so I guess we can take it as the weekend goes on. So, not much happening to begin with, but I suppose that's the good sign. After the busy week we've had, you just want to get out there and just do as much sensible, clean running as you possibly can. The last thing you want is disruption here.
Absolutely, you don't want to end up in the wall at 220, 230 plus miles per hour, which is what happened with Takuma Sato, which once again we saw the CCTV footage on Fox a moment ago, as my dog is being a dog and is being a pain, because when I turned my camera on and I turned my chair around, I dropped my fork and he wants to get the bit of tuna that dropped off of my fork.
Is he allowed to eat the tuna? Give your dog the tuna.
He had the tuna, yes, he did.
He had the tuna.
But he wouldn't stop licking the carpet after he had the tuna.
Right. Okay. Well, that makes a bit of sense, I suppose. I'll pretend I know what that means while he's got it, but still, not too bad. Okay, so we are right now just filling the ad breaks and keeping it up with the Fox while we do everything else. Because there's so much to do, they're back incredibly quickly for an ad break, weren't they?
The fact that your tools weren't doing what you expected means that we're just out of the aero balance window. We got to be like sort of in the window to work on the setup. What I'm thinking right now is we throw some more front wing at it. And, I still think we're at the point where like throwing springs at it is the right thing to do.
Change is coming. Not sure which end of the car. I'm thinking the back.
He just needs to feel changes at this point, right? He needs to kind of build up his database of what a spring change feels like on an oval, what direction to go. He's feeling what the car is giving him, reporting that back. They'll make a change. He goes, feels how that changes in the car, logs that away for next time.
Yeah, but how much do they want to teach and learn versus stay safe and in a window,
keep it boring,
and make sure they're in the show?
Let's have a little talk down with Kevin now. Kev, we've got 4 Chevys in the top 5 runners.
And we've also got Scott McLaughlin in his car for the first time today. No issue. They simply sent out the other 2 cars to confirm some things. And McLaughlin is going to come out. He is in qualifying trim. So they are going to simulate what they can do. Not as much horsepower as they're going to have tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, but start to get a little read on it. Also, we've talked about all of the Hondas making their engine change for the race tonight to use in qualifying. That is not the plan for Chevys. Now, somebody could do it, but it is not a manufacturer-wide plan to have a qualifying and race-specific engine. So most of the Chevys are still going to use this engine to qualify with more horsepower and then make their engine change likely before the 2-hour practice on Monday to get ready for the race.
Interesting stuff. It will be fascinating to ride with McLaughlin when he goes out for a qualifying run. Fascinating to see how he uses that hybrid.
Exactly. We had such a great view yesterday of Newgarden charging and deploying multiple times a lap, basically on the entrance into the short chute, you know, basically right at the exit of turn 1 and 3, charging and then deploying as he gets out. We had speculated that somebody might only use it once, maybe coming to the line on the 4th lap of a qual sim, and that still might be the case. I think what we're seeing now is exhaustive exploration of all options, collecting the data and figuring out what's best.
Blow back in the hot seat and ready to go out. You talk about that hybrid usage. With the wind coming as we're expecting it for Saturday, it's at the moment it's about 9 miles an hour. We're expecting 3 times that strong on Saturday. Talking to some of the drivers, and it's fascinating how much this might play out. If you have a tailwind, so the wind pushing you down a straight, some of the drivers are telling me this morning, you might be able to actually utilize the hybrid function to regen and actually almost slow you down so that you hit the right speed that you need going in rather than needing to lift. That regen with the push from behind would allow you to. Others saying that if you have the wind pushing you from in front, so a headwind, you might utilize your boost to actually push you into the wind. It's going to be fascinating to see how that comes into play.
And we haven't even discussed gearing. That'll factor a lot into this, is where you land on your gear ratio settings and then maybe optimizing your hybrid usage to keep the engine revs in the perfect window. So if you are a little too short with a tailwind, you actually regen to keep you out of the limiter at the end of a long straightaway. So much to figure out.
And guys, let's take a look with the Dallara cutaway car, exactly what we're talking about here in terms of regen and deploying the hybrid.
Yeah, the new for 2025 at the Speedway hybrid system. You see lap deploy, that's a 0 measurement right now. The drivers, it can be automatic on lifting or it can be manually done by a paddle on the back. That harvests the energy. It regens by taking some friction off of, or adding some friction to the rear axle, taking that energy, filling up that capacitor in the hybrid unit. You see that lap deploy is up to 100, fully charged. You hit your hybrid button. That gives you between 60 and 70 horsepower for about 4 seconds per lap. When you use it, how you use it, fires that horsepower, of course, out to the rear wheels, adding some speed. Lots of strategy coming to what we're going to see throughout the rest of the month.
So Scott McLaughlin heads out for a qualifying run before he gets flying around the circuit. Kevin, what do you know about Graham Rahal?
So I heard what Hinch was talking about. We've seen some pictures back in the garage of them wrapping another car. I think that is just standard operating procedure, that the backup car is prepared and they want the sponsor logos on it. If they were thinking about a chassis change, I don't know they would tell us until that actually happens, but I don't think it's all going great. Let's listen to Graham Rahal radio as he was coming in for this pit stop.
Okay. Sorry, man. This shit's not acceptable. Like, this rear wobbles around like crazy. I'm not about to crash this thing today. I'll do that on Saturday, but not today. It's just not good. It's just the rear is, I don't know.
That's not
and then he also came back and said, I don't understand. My teammates can do 4 consecutive laps. I cannot.
Wow.
And Graham, he's been down this road before, and you can almost project what could happen this weekend, sort of a replay of what we've seen with bump day drama in the 15. Let's take a look now at a driver and a team who might be the happiest up and down pit lane. What does McLaughlin do here? Let's watch the hybrid percentage. This would be a warm-up lap.
Yeah, so you just saw him make an adjustment on the wheel. That was turning into the full boost map, coming to finish the warm-up lap. Essentially, this would be coming to the green flag to start a run.
Would be green flag.
That's what I said.
I mean, you could do it for a living on pit lane, James.
I might have a career in this. You never know. And
holding it flat, around 221, 220.
So that hybrid, I know it says 95%. There's small errors in the measurements. That's a charged pack right now. Not apparently having the same kind of strategy that we saw out of his teammate Newgarden yesterday. There's the shift up to 6th gear. You see those lights on the dash going to full red, almost touching the limiter, not quite getting there. Imagine you'll see a downshift coming as he goes into the headwind.
Nope.
Wow, he's holding 6th gear.
One thing I'm not seeing, guys, is fast jack usage.
Unless he's got it set up on the buttons on the back of the steering wheel, something we don't have a great view of right now. But these are pretty honest runs right now for McLaughlin. That was a 222.1. That puts him by a good chunk up to the fastest no-toe time that we've seen.
Dude looks pinned.
Oh, he's pinned.
No hybrid use yet either, suggesting that he may save it all for that last lap.
But take electronics out of the equation. Look at how calm the hands are. The balance looks exceptional.
And you can tell because he's not made any adjustments to the weight jacker or to the roll bars either. And now he's holding 5th gear.
Halfway. 2 more, please.
So you see the engine heats up. The power generating is not quite as good. You can't quite get that peak performance out of it, so he's not able to pull that 6th gear on the front straight.
And with every corner, tire wear generates a little less grip.
Second lap for McLaughlin, a 222.2.
Front bar change. He went a little bit softer on the front bar with his right hand.
That's great.
A little bit of hybrid being deployed through the final couple of corners, all the way through.
Trying to keep that speed up as he heads into that headwind.
See if that did anything for him on hybrid.
It's a great run. That was smooth as silk.
That lap,
219.3.
That lap was bigger, 222.7.
That was the hybrid juice as well.
Yeah, so that you can see
it did give him a half a mile an hour.
It did. It gave him a nice little boost. And then he's just going to try to carry that for the rest of the run. Not a lot of adjustments to the handling of the car.
But no regen taking place at this point. So this is completely different than what Newgarden did yesterday when he was practicing. He was regenning and deploying, and we're just seeing that one deployment a lap ago for McLaughlin.
So he finishes across the line, final lap at 222.4. Wow. So not a big fall off at all. That's a stout run.
That's impressive.
But really interesting to see what the hybrid gives you on the deployment. 3/10 to a half a mile an hour of speed bump.
Well, and where he used it as well. Out of 3, down that short chute, into 4, carry that speed down the straight.
Now look, we've got the map up in the corner here. You see the cars on track. The last 2 laps were not counted as no-toe. So that shows that Scott Dixon was within 10 seconds of Scott McLaughlin. So he would have been getting a little bit of help out of that, but still the degradation was not high. The fall off was not high. That was still a stout run.
So many variables to mine through now for the engineers. I mean, think about all the data that was just collected, the things that James mentioned, and about 100 more for the team to analyze just off that 4-lap practice run.
And if you are any other team than Penske, you've just watched a 4-lap run, an hour into 3rd day of practice on rails.
It's getting good. It's getting exciting. Very good opening time then, and an opening gambit. JT, I think we've just kind of witnessed, I think, the first proper run we're going to see of what is going to be a super duper qualifying run tomorrow. Oh, well, on Saturday. I keep thinking we're a few days ahead from where we actually are. But it's looking, as Will Buxton says, on rails.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully this thing works, because I cannot be bothered to put my headset on.
It's working.
But yeah, it's good from Penske, showing consistency once again here at the Brickyard. And good first practice run from McLaughlin.
Yeah, Scotty Mack then going up there with a much better time. The 4-lap average run then, 2:22.728 is his best time, but that was a full-on qualifying simulation data that we have to keep an eye upon. And he's now left the pit lane again, actually, as well, to do another run. So Scotty Mack is returning to the track for... And he's just come back in again, so never mind. That deep through analysis, JT, has just gone completely out the window. It's gone again.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm just currently having 228 miles per hour for Nolan Siegel, as he...
Yeah.
His last lap was his best current lap. It's a 221.547 miles per hour. As we've got a couple of people out on track as well. With Nolan Siegel out on track, Takuma Sato is out on track. His last lap was a 2:19.116. Best lap, a 2:19.887. And then as well, Hilo Castroneves, a 222.455 best lap speed. His last lap was a warm-up lap of a 152.286, and he's on a fast lap now. With Carl Kirkwood, I believe, also on a warming up lap now, going into 228 miles per hour, and that is 6th gear for Helio Castroneves. Just saw clicked up as on the pit road speed limiter, Patro Ward, he's cruising at 60 miles per hour in first gear.
Going well then so far. Let's head back over to Fox and we'll pick it up in the breaks before we actually start our commentary.
Everybody that straps into one of these cars is willing to die for their passion for going IndyCar racing.
If you're not levitating, you're not hooked up right.
Green flag in the Indy 500. The crowd is deafening here.
It hits you like a wave.
The Indy 500 can take your name to an entirely new level.
Just one race, one day changes your life forever. You want it so bad.
It's a vicious cycle of wanting to win.
Indy's a drug, man. It's the reason they take the risks. Everything is about winning and winning here.
The greatest spectacle in racing!
Goosebumps. I can't wait. You seen it yet, Hinge?
Seen bits and pieces.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice job.
Great to chat with all four of them. You know, it's such an interesting thing to have conversations with drivers about this race, what it means to everybody. You've got guys that have won it. You've got guys that have come so close. You've got guys that have won it and have come so close other times. There's the whole spectrum covered, but some really interesting perspectives from all four.
So we talked yesterday about the potential that it's Palou versus Newgarden on the last lap, and I tried to paint the picture of the contrast of personality styles. Newgarden, proven, all or nothing, checkers or wreckers, he'll do anything. Palou has always been our big picture thinker, the strategic guy that has delivered those 3 championships with no oval wins. Is Palou ready to go all or nothing to win an Indy 500 on the last lap?
I really think he is. I think that, especially with the championship lead that he has right now, I mean, he can afford to sit a weekend out. He can win the 500 and take Detroit off and enjoy, you know, his success. So I think he knows he's got enough of a buffer to take risks that he wouldn't normally take at any other race when thinking big picture for a championship.
I actually saw an interview with him yesterday where he was asked that exact question, and he was like, yep, not even thinking about the championship this race. I'm just, all I want is the 500 win. That's all I care about.
But the question is his willing to do anything at the same level as Joseph Newgarden's willing to do anything?
And then let's throw Pato O'Ward into the mix as you see the 3 of them there. May 25th, a reminder, Indy 500 on Fox for the first time. So Pato O'Ward
I will never forget the run that he had on Marcus Ericsson going into one when he went to the outside and looked like it was on. Sketchy, but possible. How much does that factor into Pato O'Rourke's decision-making? How big do you think Pato will go if it's available to him?
That's as big as it gets, man.
Can you imagine if it was the three of them on the last lap?
Yes.
I'll factor in a fourth. And it's someone we've not talked about much. And we didn't talk about yesterday when we were talking about who do we see winning this thing. But he was 5th fastest yesterday. He's 3rd fastest today. He always goes well here. Local boy, Connor Daly.
And he's led here before. He knows what it's like to be at the front. And he's a guy that, okay, whose careers could change the most with the win? Who has the most value from an Indy 500 win? It's Connor Daly of the names we just mentioned.
You talk about all or nothing.
All or nothing, 100%.
That would be everything for a guy like Connor. And like
talk about the party post-race. I want to be in that room.
Oh, he'd skip Detroit for sure.
Do you know what? He'd skip the milk. He'd be straight in the snake pit.
He'd skip Detroit because he'd be somewhere in Mexico and wouldn't be able to get Detroit.
Guys, I just want to go back. We just saw a pass, some of the running we're watching right now. Christian Rasmussen on Nolan Siegel into turn 3. It was a late pop, Townsend. And look, this is a young driver that we have seen some spectacular performances from in terms of bravery, overtaking moves, putting the car where people don't expect it to be. He was one of the guys that was really taking big risks early in the week in practice last year, and then we saw it again in the race. Frankly, we saw it all season long from him, and kind of picking up where he left off here as he now goes toe-to-toe with Alex Rossi.
Goes to the front. Now, at the back of this group, thank goodness, another blue and white car to the IndyCar field. Overnight, David Malukas and AJ Foyt Racing announcing a new primary sponsor. This car was all red and white.
Thank goodness it's another blue and white car.
Well, happy that they got a primary sponsor. Makes our job a little more difficult, but I'm going to call it out by the distinction of the light baby blue mirrors and end fences.
I just want to jump back real quick to Connor Daly, because I think it's a great shout, Will, to have him in that conversation. If the car pace is there, obviously that would be a first for JHR, but Daly's got a great record of late here. 3 straight top 10 finishes at the 500. One of only 4 drivers attempting to make the field this year that can say that, along with Rossi, Newgarden, and Santino Ferrucci. And I'm going to throw Rossi into that conversation as well. He was right there last year.
He was my pick yesterday.
And yeah, he's with a team that's known for bringing the speed here to the Speedway in qualifying. It's a driver who we know can build a setup for a fast race car here at the Speedway, can win it, can fight for wins here. I mean, there's a great argument for a dozen drivers to be within a shout of the milk on Sunday.
I think it's going to be a great year.
It's a great point, because Rossi's record here the last few years, hard to top. Finishes of 5th and 4th across 2 different race teams, with Andretti, of course, his longtime team, and then Arrow McLaren the last 2 years. So, yeah, I mean, so much to speculate on in terms of Sunday success.
And then you look at his first 4 appearances here: 1st, 7th, 4th, and 2nd. So he had a few seasons in between with some incidents, some crashes, after some pit stop dramas. But he always just runs well here. He's a thinker. He's really good at the long distance kind of proposition here.
So it's an interesting question for me, James, is you talk to him a lot. What is Rossi saying about locking down the back end of his race car? Because I put ECR in the bucket of teams that maybe doesn't have the same resources, or maybe it would take him a little longer to get their arms around the added mass here. How's he feeling about the balance?
He's feeling that you cannot lock down the back of the race car here if you want to go fast. This hybrid has really changed the dynamic of what this car needs. You know, the limitations that we've talked about with some of the front wing and how much you can put in it from an aero perspective. He says mechanically you have to run the car fairly loose, fairly free. And I just think back, and I've talked about it a bunch, those last 15 laps of the race last year, you watched Pato O'Rourke's onboard. My goodness, it was a completely different picture than what we were seeing from Newgarden. His car was so loose. He was hanging onto that thing on the ragged edge, but that's what you have to do if the car's not absolutely perfect with the highest top speed.
He's a brand new father. His son Benjamin born just a few days ago. Will that change his psyche at all here at Indy?
Not even a little bit. Yeah, he'll want to win another baby Borg, so his kid's got one too.
Kyle Larson, we just saw out there on track, and I think Kevin's got a bit of an update on him.
We will see him on track very soon. The car, I believe, is on the pit lane now. And the plan, there it is, on the pit lane. So remember, Tony Kanaan was in this car this morning going through the refresher to make him eligible if it were to rain on race morning and Larson had to leave to take care of his day job and go to Charlotte, then Kanaan would start the race. So now he is qualified to do that. That's the only way that happens, by the way, is Kanaan has to be in at the start of the race. There are no replacement relief drivers in the middle. So this took a little while to get the car turned back around for what they want to do for Kyle Larson, and they are going to do race running. Windy today, not even thinking about qualifying trim, and that's what I hear across the board from McLaren. They are still working on the race car. Tomorrow they will go to work with the extra horsepower to try to qualify up front.
Thanks very much down there to the guys. Right, let's have a few moments with us, shall we? We've got a lot of speed runs here, JT. Looking at it, Newgarden still fast, and this is proper speedway running now, isn't it? Out there, running in, and see what we can get in the mixedest of conditions, really, isn't it? Hello.
Hello, yeah, absolutely. Good conditions here at Indianapolis, and they are using them to their advantage. And this is on board. Looking back down the backstretch, looking back at Rasmussen, straight down the inside.
We're going to have to be careful with that. 9 times out of 10, that's all I remember. Is how much you can see accidents in communication.
Copies and 10-4s from the timing stand.
I feel it based on what I just saw. That was
Siegel did a good run.
That was
very good run.
Throwing caution to the wind for sure.
And I think McLaren now focus on the race runs, JT. After what we've seen from them so far this weekend, this is what they need to do. Forget about qualifying. You've got that session tomorrow to focus on. Today, best of the race. Just focus on the race. And we could really, realistically, see a McLaren winner. And all eyes are going to be on Pato O'Ward, who is now on the circuit doing 220 mile an hour with a full-tanker hybrid.
Yeah, absolutely, but it depends if the Indianapolis luck will go Pato O'Ward's way this year, because in previous years it hasn't, has it?
No, it has not. And there's been several races where I think even he's wanted to swear massively and curse his hands up in the air about everything that's gone wrong here, but it's sort of, yes, has been his look, and no, hasn't been his look. Kyle Kirkwood just left the pit lane, and Carpenter's come back in. Alexander Rossi still towards the front of the field at the moment. But David Malukas, around about 10 minutes ago, did set a new personal best lap time. That's the only real change we've seen in a while here, which is not to be too disencouraging. How's that radar looking so far? Because I'm noticing it's getting a little bit darker out there. These pop-up showers, like we saw yesterday, can't come out of nowhere. Radar clear?
Of anything big, yes.
Tiny little droplets that we could have like little delays for?
It's more like just clouds is on the radar at the moment.
So Rahul's struggling out there as well. We'll get on that question shortly. We've got now, within 10 seconds, Scotty Mack doing a secondary qualifying run now on the backstretch. Wonder when the 17 will get on track. Well, we heard from pit road that he will go out shortly. It's just been the changing of the tyres and the saving of them to come through. So we will get out shortly. We're on board now with Pato revving out the limiter there, JT, and that's never good news, because if you hit the rev limiter and the maximum speed, you actually lose time here at the Brickyard.
Yeah, a lot of people prefer to go on the rev limiter, because some drivers it helps them, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, he's actually let somebody back through as well. It's the 27 of the 4, just got back on ahead of him. So that's David Malukas in the AJ Foyt. That's going to pit road, Graham Rahal, Kevin Lee.
Toward pit lane, not super happy. What are you dealing with? What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, we're just really kind of focused on single car runs today anyway. We wanted to go towards some race running later in the day, but we have to stop by 3 anyway for the engine change, so don't have a lot more time to run today. Yeah, I mean, it's the same story for us as far as not necessarily speed. I think we're not where we want to be, but like, I think we have a little more speed to be found. It's more just a balance issue, and you know, the biggest thing is tomorrow when you turn up the boost, if you've got an imbalance now, it's just going to get a lot worse. So, yeah, I mean, I'm frustrated because the last 3 days the car's been the same. You know, the challenging, battling with the rear of the car seems to be a never-ending conversation, and you know, I'm not really sure what we can do. Eve and I and Todd and Tim and everybody, you know, I mean, we've thrown more at it in 3 days than I think I have the last 2 or 3 years combined, and nothing really inherently has changed in the car. So we're gonna have a little battle on our hands here, but you know, speed-wise, I think we'll be in a better spot. It's just purely getting the balance right.
Is there any consideration to a chassis change before we get to qualifying?
No, I mean, dude, you know, we've all been through that. We've done it before. That never fixes the problem, or very, very rarely does. So, and everybody's feeling the same. It's just the severity at which they're going to hang on to it. And, you know, the reality is I'll hang on to it on Saturday and risk it all. Today, I'm not going to. I think Dev's willing to hang on and risk it, you know, today. And Louis got the same exact feel as me. Just trying to help these guys, like Louis in particular, lap 3 and 4, he is really hanging on. And so, want to make sure that, you know, we're doing the right thing for them and for us. So let's see what happens. We're going to go make a big swing at it here with some things that, you know, some ideas we just dreamed up on the timing stand. And we'll see if they work, I guess.
Thanks, Graham. All right, there's a confirmation from a very good source. No chassis change coming for Graham Rahal.
His teammate Devin DiFrancesco 20th, Sato 28th, Foster 24th.
Yeah, that's how things currently stand, JT. They go to yet another of their ad break commercials. Fingers crossed it's not going to be too bad too soon, but this race, it continually gets either great or bad, and it's never in between, is it? Oh, I can hear. There you go.
We can have quiet, not a lot of cautions, and we can have a busy lot of cautions, which we've seen throughout the years.
Rather you than me, to be fair. Don't forget this weekend, it's the hashtag Imola GP, which makes it even more confusing.
Why is it not the Ada? Why is it not the long one? Why is it just Imola?
Because it won't fit on a tweet. It can't be Emilia Romagna. It won't fit.
No, I mean like the AWS made it. Why is it not that?
Because they're not daft. They know everyone hates that saying.
But it would be funny.
It would be funny, but the hashtag would be enormous. As it continues to drive through. Do you know, I can't get the commentary box either hot or cold today. It's really annoying. It's freezing cold weather, but it's 14 degrees. So you turn the heater on in the commentary box, and you either bake or you don't. So it's a bit confusing. What round is it for F2 and F3? Do you know, I feel like I just want to throw a glass at the wall. The amount of stuff we've got left to do here for this weekend. It's our busiest lot, so if you fancy tuning in for nearly every form of motorsport that's on this weekend, you know where the place to be. It's JB Motorsports, as we are going to get set now, and we'll head back over to Fox, and then we'll continue our coverage. I'm going to take my glasses off, actually, so I can actually see a bit better, which sounds daft, but they've got a smudge on them. So we're almost ready to go then for the next hour of the broadcast. Joseph Newgarden, Scott Dixon and Connor Daly are 1, 2, 3 as things stand here, and Alexander Rossi still throwing it around the pit lane as things are currently standing. So down as well to pit road.
There with the man that he may possibly have to replace. But he soon became accustomed to being back behind the wheel rather than being on the pit stand and leading this team who's out on track, turning laps, and got his refresher course done and completed, and he can take the start of the Indy 500 if he so needs. Always good to see TK in a car.
Oh, absolutely. And as much as I'd love to see Kyle Larson run competitively for his second Indy 500, I also wouldn't be disappointed for the crowd here if Tony Kanaan walked across the stage for driver intros.
yet another time.
It's a no-lose situation, really, for the fans here. Hopefully the weather doesn't interfere like it did last year, and Kyle can carry on as is planned. But if not, the substitute driver definitely has a few fans still in the stands and a lot of experience here at the Speedway.
Saw the mechanics just applying Kyle Larson's head pad, and you see that only on the right side of the cockpit.
That was great timing for them to drop something in front of the camera.
And that's a driver preference thing that we talk about, is just how much cant, how much lean do you want your helmet to have. Drivers left to anticipate the G-forces. About what, 3.5 Gs mid-corner?
3.5 sustained and
times 800 for 400, or sorry, for 200 laps. 4 corners, 800 sustained G loads. That's why your neck just physically can't hang on. You need the pad.
I
Used to be a
remember-
strap back in the day with the hook on the helmet, strap under your underarm, and a clip to your helmet.
I remember when James Jakes came from Europe to come race IndyCar and got to the Speedway for the first time. Did a lot of neck training as a Formula One reserve driver and preparing for that sort of world. And he came here, did his first 10 laps of the Speedway, came in and thought, man, I was not expecting to be this hard on the neck. His team had forgot to put his headrest in.
Oh, wow.
His head was just free flowing. And I'm like, I can't believe you made it 10 laps. That's pretty impressive.
Bobbling around like an orange on a toothpick. Sitting on board with Scott Dixon, Alex Palou ahead. The Ganassi drivers in the tow, pulling each other around. Said Palou told me this morning the one thing he wanted to improve today is a car that drove well in the traffic, a car that could pass. He senses he might need it if the threat posed by Joseph Newgarden is anywhere near as strong as we all expect it to be. As we look back from Dixon's number 9 PNC Bank Honda to the championship leader, who's getting just dropping back a little bit in the pack to give himself some overtaking practice.
You hear Dixon too far out in front. That doesn't really help him run anyone. He's going to back off, let Siegel go by, let some of the others. You can see his teammate Palou on the right-hand side of your screen there, trying to fall even further back.
Can also see that quarter span rear gurney that he's running.
You see that flag? That flag is kind of illustrating there the wind blowing through turn 2, right through that gap in the grandstands that we kind of were talking about off the top of the show, Will. And that's one of the things that really catches drivers out here in turn 2. We've seen a lot of incidents there over the years, the last few years, whether it was in qualifying or race trim. Very easy to lose the car there.
2 ECRs back out at the rear of the field, Rossi and Rasmussen. Ahead of them is Palou, ahead of him. I think that was Elio Castroneves, it is, most certainly is. Then Kiffin Simpson, Scott Dixon, Marcus Armstrong, Nolan Siegel, and Connor Daly coming out to have a play as well.
We've got some live Firestone data working in the booth now, so keeping an eye on who's on what kind of tire mileage. For instance, Christian Rasmussen, just 4 laps on the tires. Looking at Alex Palou, so he's got 11 laps. So you've got to keep in mind tire life as you evaluate, or reevaluate the relative strength of the field in race trim. There goes Palou to the inside of Castroneves. Could be those two on the final lap like it was back in 2021.
Man, there's so many great stories this year. There's 33 brilliant, well, 34 brilliant stories. There will be 33 come the race day.
Yeah, but you think about who might factor in at the end. Some likely candidates that we've been talking about. And just think, we talk about what it means. Elio, 5th.
Yeah.
Newgarden, 3-peat. Palou, first win. Connor Daly, life changer.
Kevin Lee on pit lane.
Let's talk some more about Alex Palou, who we had a little fear of, but it was just a minor issue. They made a change. So checking in with them this morning, the plan was simply to do race running today. Alex told me maybe we'll see what everybody else is doing, and maybe we'll consider some qualifying runs and simulations later in the day. But the plan is that we are likely going to focus on what we can do with the race car preparing for a week from Sunday. Now, his dominance starting the season, which is almost unprecedented. Been asking, as we all have, other drivers, why is he so strong right now? One theory out there, I'll let Townsend and Hinch debate this a little bit, is he has adapted to the extra weight of the hybrid better than everyone else. He was already really good, but he is shockingly good compared to some of the all-time greats right now.
Yeah, he's looking strong on track. I like this team's approach, as many of them have. It's been kind of split. Some cars wanted to start the day with some qualifying sims, you know, a qualifying simulation, just running through the 4-lap procedure of qualifying. Others starting on the race trim and then going maybe to some qualifying sims later today. The thing for me is you're going to be in qualifying setup all day tomorrow. It seems unnecessary to change the car twice by starting qualifying sims now, going to race running later, then have to go back tonight. It's more work for the mechanics, and furthermore, you know, racing is happening this time of day. When we get to race day, this is the time of day you're going to be racing. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when we're always doing these happy hour runs, we're not on track there unless there's been a rain delay. And then also qualifying, if you're made in the Fast 12, that's going to be later in the afternoon. So it makes sense from a track time, you know, perspective, but also just from a workload from the mechanics perspective.
You know, just thinking back to the interview with Graham Rahal and his frustration, I hadn't realized till I looked up just now that track temp at 118 degrees, so that's at the higher end of what we've seen so far through the last couple days of practice, and that just exaggerates some of the handling challenges for everybody.
But it could be what we see on race day. So you,
at least
you have to have it dialed in at this temperature.
Ambient at 85 as we see local hero Ed Carpenter having another go. Certainly has qualified in spectacular fashion here through the years. His team, Ed Carpenter Racing, always preparing wicked fast race cars, but finishing the last few years for Ed Carpenter has posed some challenges. It's been 19th, 20th, and 17th the last 3 years after finishing 5th back in 2021. So looking to find some closing performance strength for the driver of the 33 car.
Best finish a second back in 2018, 3 times a pole sitter here at the Speedway. He knows how to get it done, but as you say, it's been tough slogging the last few years for Ed. Just coming in for this race, he was, the last couple of years of his career, he was doing just the ovals. He went from a full season driver to an oval-only driver. He's reduced that now down to just the 500 for the last few seasons.
Speaking of Ed Carpenter Racing, got to think about what the adjustment for Rinus VeeKay is going to be like to not be on this team for the very first time in his IndyCar career here at Indy, because Rinus VeeKay, in 5 years with Ed Carpenter Racing, qualified 4th, 3rd, 3rd, 2nd, and 7th. That is a fairly indulgent existence right out of the gate for a young driver. He goes to Dale Coyne Racing for this season. He has raced very well for a small team, but I just wonder how much performance will they have on Saturday.
Struggled yesterday, 29th fastest come the close of the day. Looking a lot better today, Rinus VeeKay up in the top 12 with a top 222.639. Newgarden still your fastest driver of the day from Dixon Daly, O'Ward and Hunter Redden.
Yeah, still not too bad then, JT, with the early set times coming through. But finally, Kyle Larson gets out there on the circuit to get some more lap times on the board. It's what he actually desperately needs to do to get out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Tony Kanaan in that car earlier on for the Refreshers program, which he was successful in and did it with, well, around 35 minutes of the window still left. So that gave the team some more time to get the car ready and switch back to Kyle Larson's setup, which they have done now. And Kyle Larson has completed 2 laps and is currently out on the circuit. His fastest lap was a 2:17.265. Just getting the car warmed up, Kyle Larson, and he will get faster throughout the day.
Yeah, he's 33rd at the moment, as you say, and he's just now starting to deploy the hybrid power. He'll continue to grow on that speed and that power as the racing goes on. So we're just setting up everything as well for the weekend's action in terms of the streams as well. So we're just in our production meeting. However, YouTube's being a bit of a William, I think is the best way to describe it as well. Shorten it down. Shorten it down. No, Richard. Being a bit of a Richard. Oh, that's better. Shorten that down because it's really annoying and not working. So now it's trying to fix itself, but hey-ho, we can't win them all. So far then, JT, not much going on, as we do point out, but I think we're really not going to have much until they start pushing tomorrow on Fast Friday. That's realistically when we could see someone possibly even hit the wall.
Yeah, and just calm running at the moment, just making sure the car is all ready in their race runs, which is what the drivers are going through at the moment. Couple of drivers doing qualifying runs, but most of them saving the qualifying runs until later on in the day.
Right, let's head back over then to Fox, and we'll come back during the next break. And eventually, once everything is as done as it possibly can be, me and JT can return to the commentary box as well.
At the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, some nice groups forming out there. Some good bunch running. Kyle Larson back out on track after his car was prepared for him after Tony Kanaan took it this morning for his refresher test, which he passed.
As you'd expect.
As you'd expect.
And now, honestly, this is... I know it was done for a specific reason. If there is some issue that causes Kyle to have to miss the race and go fulfill his NASCAR duties back in Charlotte. But it's got this knock-on benefit of now you've had somebody driving your exact race car that's got the amount of experience that Tony Kanaan has. He and Kyle can now talk about what Tony felt. They can relate in an entirely different way. Sometimes cars built by the same teams with the exact same setup can still have a slightly different feel. And, you know, Tony's experience from years past only goes so far when you're discussing the here and now, when you're discussing what's happening on track today. Now, both of these drivers have been in the exact same machine on the same day. It's a lot more relevant.
And I think it only raises Tony's confidence with his feedback, because if you've been out of the seat for a while, there's always that little twinkle in the back of your head like, well, I'm not totally current. And now Tony can go in with authority. And I think that might be what Kyle needs right now, is just that extra bit of strong advice that comes from a position of confidence and very recent experience.
Sounding like Kyle Kirkwood has some strong advice for some other drivers out on track. We'll hear some radio from him.
Yeah, he struggled, but he just decides to not pass as well. So even when I was trying to let him by.
So that's some sage advice for Pato O'Ward, apparently.
Oh yeah, so that's Kirkwood talking about the guy we're looking at here, Pato O'Ward, and this is one of the etiquette rules here at Indy. That's Kyle trying to lift and let Pato by. There's kind of an unspoken rule when you're running in traffic. At some point, you've got to lead. And let's listen here. You see how early he's lifting off. Could have easily gone by.
We don't know how many laps Kyle led for, though.
No,
Pato might have said, hey, I led you for 2. You got to give me 2. Who knows?
It sounds, based on Kyle's complaint, it sounds to me like that's not the case. At some point, you know, you do have to lead the pack. You've got to pull guys around. Then you can fall back and get your, you know, experience running in dirty air. You see a nice swap there up at the front with Scott Dixon. And who was that? 66 and Marcus Armstrong. So there is a little bit of an, if you just sit back, it's like the guy who sits back in the peloton and never leads up front and burns his legs out. You got to play both roles at some point.
Well, Dixon is leading that pack at the moment from Armstrong and Kiffin Simpson. And it's the 17, the 10, the 21, the 33, and the 75. So Sato back out on track. Critical running today. Interesting to hear from Graham Rahal 3 moments ago, where he said he was going to go back in, but his teammates, some of them wanted to stay out, wanted to be on the edge, wanted to be giving it everything, but he didn't want to risk it.
I thought it was interesting, the characterization he made of Devlin DiFrancesco. He's willing to crash today. I don't know if that was necessarily a compliment as much it was a stern observation. Graham's been doing this for a long time, and especially after Sato rode a car off at the open test, I'm sure as an organization
they're probably a little bit gun shy. And hey, if I'm Graham Rahal, that feeling I have of the rear being unstable, well, Sato proved it is and was. So I think a pretty smart veteran move from Graham to go back to the barn, as they say, and think about it. Consider very carefully what the next change might be, but you can tell by Graham's voice in that interview, oh boy, here comes some potential drama this weekend, especially with the win, guys. You just know that this is going to be a driver's weekend from a qualifying standpoint. You need a fast race car, but you're going to have to get the job done behind the wheel. Not make operational mistakes, but there's going to be some good old-fashioned get up in the seat and wheel the thing with the crosswinds we're expecting Saturday.
How about shout out for Ryan Hunter-Reay running up in the top 5? He's only completed 5 laps. That last one he did was his fastest of the day, puts him 5th on the chart so far.
Makes me think, though, that it could have been a qual sim with a healthy toe if he only ran 5 laps. By Pato Award on an opposite end of the racetrack from the field, running by himself. He's over in turn 4 right now. Dixon's been getting a lot of laps today, 54 so far. Award 55, but Rossi 69. That's a good use of the conditions.
Yeah, chatting to Rossi yesterday. Again, he's just kind of happy in a sense with the fact that the conditions have almost been a little bit different, certainly different enough each day. As we see Polo there, late move.
Ooh, Rasmussen.
Rasmussen thought about going with him, and in a rare moment of clarity decided that it's not the best move in practice.
Oh boy, he's wiggling there on the apron in turn 2. I think Castroneves happy to let him by, but looked like a bit of a slide from Rasmussen. I'm sure team owner Ed Carpenter, who follows just a quarter second behind, wonder what he might, how he might coach his young talent after this session.
I wonder if the tires are getting older, if the wind's picking up through to the windsock.
Well, just flapping around a little bit. 16 laps on the tires of Christian Rasmussen, 15 on team owner Ed Carpenter.
What does Rossi have for tire mileage?
He's about the same, 21 laps, so a little bit more. So running around fairly strong. I mean, that's over 3 or 2/3 of the stint. This is when you really have to feel the balance as those tires are kind of gone in those last 5, 6, 7 laps. He's so close there. Out of 1 to Neves.
That's where you have to be careful too. Mid-corner here is if a guy moves up and all of a sudden you pick up clean air, you want it, but if it happens too abruptly, it can really pin the nose of the car and loosen you up or spin you out.
Again, I think we talked about this yesterday, but that was, sorry, I was about to say that was Armstrong learning lots off his teammate in arms, Scott Dixon, but again, the white and blue curse continues. It's David Malukas, who's been a little up and down so far on the month, running P8 overall right now.
That's much better.
Much stronger than what we've seen.
His teammate Santino Ferrucci down 34th and slowest as it stands. A horrible day for Santino. Much better for his teammate David Malukas in that beautiful new blue and white livery. 8th fastest as it stands right now.
Yeah, the racing continuing on then as well, which is what we like to see. But yeah, let's just touch quickly upon Santino Ferrucci, JT, because he's had an absolute shocking time of it. And he complained yesterday to George about how the car setup wasn't right. They're doing some change overnight. But for the man who's consistently been inside the top 10 in all 6 previous appearances, he now could actually risk that run being gone because the car just will never, ever seem to get a grip.
Yeah, absolutely. Not been the best start to the month of May for Santino Ferrucci. And hopefully it will improve as we get towards qualifying. But I didn't have Santino Ferrucci on my bingo card for possibly not being where he should be.
No, I didn't have him either. I was looking through quite a lot of the bingo cards that I've got. Didn't see that one again coming through. Tell you what, though, stress, you do not know the meaning of the word, trying to get these things sorted out of the weekend. There's a lot of streams that you have to set up as well. We're hearing that we might have a track inspection shortly in order to make sure that everything's okay after the first 2 hours of running. So I would not be surprised, JT, with 4 hours to go if we go yellow, just for a little clean-up of the circuit, because they've been doing a lot more runs there over the past 2 hours.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if we go yellow at 4 hours to go. We did yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Yeah, that was after the first hour of the run. So there's still more times to be conjured upon and to be released as well. We've got Daly, Malukas, Rossi out there on the circuit, along with Sato and Schwartzman. And they're all running in a little pack on the back stretch, as you can see, coming down towards turn number 3. A lot of intrigue, a lot of action, a lot of anticipation gearing us up here, as we've now only just got to do one more thing, and then temporarily we'll nearly be ready to rejoin here. Don't forget, Porsche Super Cups back this weekend as well. Omi's taking you through that action, which is going to be an awful lot of fun when those greens go back. Right now, back down to Fox Sports, and then we'll probably have yellow for track inspection. On the other side of that, let's go with you.
Play-by-play, you, analyst, me, never played, but
that makes sense.
Played with my kids a lot.
You know more than I do about it, so yeah. That makes, you should definitely analyze. I can tell you what's happening. I can tell you what we're seeing. You tell me what's actually going on.
Put us in, coach.
Action continues here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A little over 4 hours left on day 3 of practice week.
Interesting grouping here. You've got Connor Daly, David Malukas, and Alexander Rossi. I wonder if Rossi's looking at the 2 youngins up ahead here saying, I'm going to let them sort themselves out.
I bet he probably is, because he's on 27 laps on his tires. He's just trying to make it to the end of a full fuel stint, gather some data, get some information.
Malukas looking pretty determined there to get past Connor Daly, as Malukas has just 9 laps on the tires. Connor 22, so that's a great example. Connor on pretty old. He'd have about 6 laps until he would pit in the race.
Yeah, you see Rossi there backing off, not wanting to go around Malukas. So more of these games being played by guys. It's earlier in the week than you normally see this sort of stuff, but it does happen from time to time. Again, Rossi trying to get as many laps as he can in dirty air on those tires, trying to get that full stint done, as now Malukas kind of left out by himself. And this happens sometimes too, Townsend, where you're committed to doing a group run, the group all disappears.
Yeah, and you can still make good use of this. For instance, your team can say, hey, try running 5th gear only. Okay, let's work on some fuel save. Let's work on some hybrid usage to just get pure data read. You don't lose everything when traffic pulls off. You certainly lose learning about balance in traffic, but you can use this as a test session, as a science project, since you're already out on track.
It's interesting looking at the hybrid usage for David Malukas here, as he is running by himself, but let's say he's mocking running out front of a pack. He burned a little bit in the short chute on the north end of the racetrack, but it's hard to regen, to recharge the capacitor in that hybrid unit when you are leading. If you pull the paddle to manually regen, it does rob some speed. It puts some drag through the drivetrain. As you see him now lifting off the throttle when he comes in, the hybrid immediately starts to recharge.
The thing I think is really useful about running around on your own is nailing your settings for the race trim. So if you do get to the front, you've got it dialed. You know exactly where you want your bar and your weight jacker, and hopefully you're right there at the front at the end of 500 miles. A couple other things to work on here as you come to the box. Brake bias setting for when you're braking in anger, coming into your box. As we've talked about a lot, these things are horrible from a handling standpoint on pit lane, and that turn into your box, the contact patch so tiny because the cameras are leaned over, whole thing's designed to turn left, and you want to turn left in your box, but there's a right-hander to get yourself straightened out, and that's the worst part.
It is funny how well it turns into the box, and then as you crank it right to try to straighten the car out, it seemingly loses all front grip. It feels like a completely different machine, like something's broken.
This looks like a qual sim to send DeFrancesco out in the Astro Pop by himself.
Last speed was a 143, so that was an out lap. This would be a warm-up lap if it is indeed a quali sim. 2:12.5, that's pretty consistent with what we've seen for some warm-up laps. As drivers build that speed, you got to build that momentum up, spool the car up. It's amazing how much effect having a strong start to a run can have. Having that good warm-up lap, certainly through the north end of the racetrack, through 3 and 4, coming onto the front straight with a full head of steam. Sometimes if you start a half mile an hour faster than another car, that can carry the whole way through the run. You might have the same amount of degradation you just started at that half mile an hour faster, and it carries all 10 miles. A 2:20.5 for Dev on that lap.
So what do you want to add for a qualifying boost, James? So we're going to say it's 8 miles an hour, 7.
I think it's going to be 10 based on what we saw in the test. Yeah, in the test, you know, 232s. They weren't running 222s by themselves in race trim. Yeah. So I think a 10-ish mile an hour gain is what we're going to see. And it's amazing. In a relative sense, it's not a huge percentage when you're talking 230 miles an hour. But man, do you feel that 10 miles an hour in the race car.
Yeah, 220 to 230, especially mid-corner. That is a good morning moment when we get to Fast Friday.
So when I was
Even if it's the afternoon.
When I was young, long time ago, first started racing cars, one of the first teams I drove for, they said, we've got a rule here, and it's if you go into a corner 6 miles or more an hour faster than you ever have, you're not coming out the other side. So it's teaching you to build up to it slowly. Taking too big a chunk in one go, 6 miles an hour faster than you've ever been into a corner, you're probably not coming out the other side. We're talking about 10 miles an hour when the cars, we know, are already on the absolute limit. That is a huge, huge gain in speed and requires a massive adjustment in driver input, in setup, and everything that you're doing from behind the wheel.
I think that was a big lesson for Kyle Larson on day 2 of the test was, hey, a little issue on entry. You've got to adjust much earlier at 230 miles an hour as Nolan Siegel, Larson's teammate, works through turn 4. Hybrid fully charged, running 5th gear, wide open.
You know, it's funny, you talk about Larson's issue in the test, and if you were with us at the top of the show for Professor Buxton's math lesson, you know, you learned that these corners are a quarter mile long from turn in to the exit point. When you watch back that tape of Kyle Larson having his issue in the test, you know, he picked up a bunch of understeer, and he didn't collect the wall until right at the exit of the corner. That means for a quarter of a mile, he was trying to save it, trying to balance it, trying to figure out if he could bring it back. But at 230 miles an hour, a quarter mile goes by real quick, and he just ran out of racetrack, ran out of time. So as you say, you can know right from when you turn in if you're in trouble or not, but even then it's sometimes not enough.
I always had to remind myself to make an extra effort to raise my eyes as the boost went up, to be able to anticipate, look even further down the road. And for Kyle Larson, there's a shot of the shot again on the turn 1 wall, and a second shot over in turn 2. That understeer just never went away, and he tried to stay after it. Luckily able to climb out with relatively small damage to his Hendrick cars number 17. But he'll learn from that, and going to be fun to watch his second year in qualifying. That experience is going to count for a lot. Where has Will Buxton gone, by the way?
Oh dear. This is somewhat alarming. I'm actually quite curious. He's an artistic guy, loves music, loves fashion. Does he love art?
Not by what I'm seeing so far.
Let's see. You'd think he's painting the book. We'll see what the finished product looks like.
The professional doesn't look any different, so we'll give it time. He certainly knows math. He can write a hell of a lot better than I can. and we'll see what the artistic skills look like in half an hour's time. We'll be back to Indianapolis.
What's the best thing about being
an F1 driver?
It's being an F1 driver.
Wow, was that fast?
Yep, so 3 hours and 55 minutes, 3 hours, 54 minutes and 37 seconds to be precise left on the clock. 78 laps completed by the car with the most laps completed, and that is Alexander Rossi. But let's go through the top 10 of names and speed real quick. It's Newgarden with a 226.632, Dixon a 225.457, Connor Daly a 224.893, Patro Ward in 4th with a 224.467, Ryan Hunter-Ray in 5th with a 223.983, Polo in 6th with a 223.178 mile per hour, Herter in 7th with a 223.063, Christian Rasmussen, first of the 222s with a 222.816. Malukas in 9th, a 222.753. And Scott McLaughlin rounds out the top 10 with a 222.728 miles per hour, JB.
Yeah, not too bad then in this opening session, and we'll be with you shortly as well as we've ticked over with 4 hours to go. Yeah, just to let you know, we are live. I mean, hello. Live right now. I mean, if it says it's live, it means it's live. We've got 4 hours to go. We don't sit here for our own entertainment as well, waiting around 6 hours a day. If it wasn't live, we are completely and utterly live. Do not worry. Fans watching in as well. This is a live broadcast. Kevin Simpson then is out there on the circuit. Trying to see who else is out there actually as well. Robert Schwartzman. They're the only two circulating out of this moment out there on the track. And good news is we'll be with you in about 20 minutes' time for all the action as well. Me and JT taking you through a couple of hours as well. Are you ready to go, JT? Because I'm sort of crash and burning after 3 straight days of this. Because it just escapes you, doesn't it, at the time?
My dog is talking to me.
Go and listen to your dog. We will listen.
Start at the Indy 500, first start on an oval with a brand new team also trying to qualify for the greatest spectacle in racing for the first time in Prema's storied racing history, though up to this point primarily raced over in Europe.
Well, Hinch, against their better judgment, our friends at Cosworth have given us a full-blown INDYCAR steering wheel, the latest specification, $18,500 in my hands, I'm told. That doesn't include the MPI hub, the battery pack, all of that. But this is super trick, one of the most exciting things we've had in the booth in many years, and it's fun to see exactly what the drivers are holding and working with.
I mean, you broke it immediately when we got it.
That was in the concept and development phase.
Oh, God, that was the prototype.
R&D.
Right, all right. So what are we looking at, Steve?
Well, let's go through this. I think one of the things we talk a lot about is the weight jacker and specifically speed jacking. As we get closer to Fast Friday, tomorrow, qualifying on the weekend, the drivers use the weight jacker for 2 purposes. Speed down the straightaway, something that's developed over the last few years, and the 2 buttons right here, weight jacker plus and minus. Drivers can use those buttons or place them in different areas. It doesn't always have to be in this location. But as you come out of turn 4 or out of turn 2 before the straightaways, you'll hit the weight jacker button and nothing's happening. How about that?
You hitting the right button?
And oh, that's because I'm in the qualifying. It should be in the qualifying page. But that should squat the back of the car down and shut the weight jacker back off. And then you can make finite adjustments to the weight distribution for the corners by using the rotary knob. So fast jacking with the buttons and then rotary knob for the weight jacker adjustments, which is what it was normally designed to do in terms of balance.
And the fast jacker you'll only use in qualifying.
That's right. During the race, you would actually use the weight jacker buttons here, left or right, rather than the rotary knob, so you don't have to take your hand off of the steering wheel. Of course, you've got the paddles on the back, and it's important to note that you've got 6, basically
two hybrid paddles on each side at the top here. So regen, let me get the fast jacker off. So regen is programmed right now on the right-hand side. And as I pull that, what you see, I'm going to deploy and then regen back across the top by pulling the paddle, and then again deploy. I can pull it for a little bit, use a little bit, or hold it and fully deplete it. Again, drivers can elect to use the hybrid deploy and regen through either buttons or paddles on the backside. Then you've got upshift on the right-hand side, downshift, that's pretty much universal, and then clutch. This is how the drivers get out of the pits. It's on both sides in case you were trying to get around a car and had to use one paddle or the other. They both do the same thing. But basically, when you're going out of your box, you're just releasing the clutch and the bite point out. It's an electronic switch, but ultimately the same like you would have in a manual car as you release the clutch out. Once you're on the track, you never have to touch the clutch again. You can just bang the upshifts and the downshifts. One thing that's wild about Indy cars, you can be wide open on the throttle and downshift mid-corner, which definitely takes a while to get used to. What are some of the other toys that you would like on this thing?
Well, I mean, I was more of a full throttle and completely dump the clutch, not so much the gentle release like you were talking about.
A little easier on the equipment.
No, not like big smoky burnouts. That's the only point that I was into. So obviously you've got some of the basic functionality that we see anywhere. You've got your pit lane speed limiter. You see how it has this pit lane active there, some lights flashing across the top that'll limit the car to 60 miles an hour here at the speedway, 45 at the road and street tracks. You have push to pass, obviously not something we're using here at the speedway. Neutral is the button you're going to hit to knock it back into neutral on the way into pit lane. If you hold that and then hold the downshift button once, that'll find you into neutral. So again, and all these are customizable, right? There's a lot of different things, engine maps, your ECUs. This is hybrid regeneration, how aggressively you want the hybrid system to be regenerated. So lots of fun stuff there, lots of stuff for the drivers to play with and utilize for the ultimate speed.
And what happens when there's an incident on track? Full course caution, clear as day for the drivers to see. That's a huge safety innovation. So thanks to Cosworth and specifically Ethan and Haley down there who worked tirelessly to give us this in the booth. Awesome stuff.
Not just action on track, there's lots of stuff to see around the speedway, including that newly renovated museum. We'll be back soon.
Yeah, more and more museum action and museum pieces. That was quite fun, JT, to be able to go up to the booth and take a look at that and see how it all sorted. Wonderful steering wheel angles that we get here. And I think Cosworth were legendary in Formula One, but when they came back, everyone sort of shunned them out. Now they've gone over to INDYCAR, and credit where credit's due, they've made this car quite entertaining with the hybrid system. But I just prefer the original engines. We get rid of the hybrid nonsense that's been throwing up, because we've only had 2 cautions this year. That's it, just 2, and we are at round 6 of the year.
Yeah.
And largely it's because of that hybrid power. Is everything so reliable? So, we have Joseph Newgarden at the top of the board, 226.632 mile an hour. Scott Dixon's in second, with Connor Daly, Pato Ward, and Ryan Hunter-Ray, your top 5 here. The month of May, in the third day of practice, we've run green flag uninterrupted for 2 hours and 13 minutes and 42 seconds, and rising up as well. That's how it's always going to be to fly in. Now, I have actually got to pop inside to check something in a few moments' time. So when we come back, we'll be handing over to Fox as well. But JT, sum up, what have you made of the first 2 hours so far? Not a lot of action from my point of view, but have you spotted anything good?
It's been alright. It's been nice and calm, and, well, not much has happened. Is INDYCAR radio on?
Not as far as I know. Because it wasn't working for me when I tried it an hour ago. I think they're on at the circuit, but they're not on for us, because they keep having problems. They had problems at the road course race.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they kept cutting in and out, and then there was a signal interference. Do you remember I told you about how there was they crossed over with Fox? They got their wavelengths muddled during the broadcast. Don't know how they did that. Anyway, let's head back over to our colleagues over on Fox Sports 1.
If you come to the track at Indianapolis, you have to visit the newly reimagined Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. Georgia, what can you show us today?
Well, Townsend, you're so right about that. It is gorgeous in here. This is the newly reimagined, newly renovated Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. Right now, we're standing in Gasoline Alley, and Jamie Little did an incredible job taking us through 2 of the eras already of INDYCAR, of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This era, we're going to go 1945 to 1960. Right now, you're looking at the Dean Van Line Special. This was raced by Jimmy Bryan in the 1957 Indianapolis 500, where he finished 3rd. Such a gorgeous car. Everything looks so pristine in here. And if you take a look this way, Jamie told us yesterday there was a radio sitting in the corner of that garage. Well, in this garage, a television. Indianapolis 500 televised during this era. But here to talk about it a little bit more, none other, the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the president of INDYCAR, Doug Bowles. Doug, this place is gorgeous.
It's amazing. You know, when you used to come before the building was built in 1975, you got to see all of the cars, but you didn't get to feel the era, and you just showed it right there. And that Holman George era has been so important from us. In 1945, when he bought the Speedway, a lot of things really have started to grow at that point in time. A lot of our history and tradition are rooted pre-World War II, but that era, but it's really Tony Holman and his team that said, let's make a big deal about all these traditions that we all hold so dear today.
There's back home again in Indiana. There's even Gentlemen Start Your Engine starting in this era. And now, to this day, still having those traditions here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How much weight does that hold?
Well, that's part of it for me, and I know for a lot of the 350,000 people that'll be there on race day on the 25th, it is about the history. It is about the tradition. It's that pomp and circumstance leading to the green flag. There's a point in time where when the green flag drops, it's kind of like, for me, I'm like, man, I got to wait a year to feel that emotion one more time. Obviously, I love the race, so it's important for all of us, and it is really what sets us apart from a traditional event. It's all of the way that we celebrate going forward, the men and women who serve, and all the different traditions, and many of those are really rooted pre-World War II, but Tony Holman's the one that put those together and said, this is what race day morning is going to look like.
Yeah, and as we make our way over to the box, we'll do a little more show and tell. But guys in the booth, I want to quiz you a little bit too, because I want to know if you know who took over Jimmy Bryan's seat in the 1957 Dean Van Line Special.
Whoa. James, I'm going to let you take that one.
How's your 500 history from this era? I got to be honest, Georgia, this one has me stumped.
Well, I will tell you, it is A.J. Foyt.
Wow. I've heard of him.
Up-and-coming midget and sprint car driver, A.J. Foyt. At the time, he took over that seat and then ran 35 consecutive Indianapolis 500. So pretty...
It's a record, right? I mean, 35 is a long way. I think maybe Ed Carpenter or one of those guys is maybe closing in on 20 races, for 35 for A.J. Pretty crazy.
They're working on it, right?
They are.
The first thing I notice over here is the helmets and the fact that these are open cockpit cars. You take a look at this helmet right here, number 3. That was worn by Duke Nalen in 1949. I mean, just the progression of safety and innovation throughout the decades.
Yeah, and Duke Nalen was a famous historic figure here. Drove the Novi forever. One of the cars people still talk about. It sounded so different. But one of the things Tony Holman really focused on was safety for the drivers. Nobody really paid that much attention to it. Wilbur Shaw was the president of the Speedway at that time, former driver. So they cared an awful lot about safety. So you saw a lot of things come in the Holman George era, and it began in the 50s, really, with the helmets and the fire suits and things at the racetrack, the lighting systems and things we did to focus a little bit on safety. So that's one of the other beautiful things about the museum here, is not only it's just the cars now, the museum has 55,000 artifacts, most of which they couldn't show off before. So you get to see a lot of those here. And these little cases we're looking at right now are right across the way from all the different eras. 55,000
artifacts? That's insane. You follow me a little bit closer here. That's an official program of the 500-mile race from May 30th in 1946. And the ticket right below it. And as we know, even still to this day, unveiling the ticket is a huge part of this month.
Well, we all know how important a digital ticket is to a lot of the places we go, but I've always said, as long as I'm president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you're going to get a physical ticket, because that's just part of the experience. Getting that really cool souvenir ticket, getting to see the past the year before's winner on those tickets is really important. As you can see, that's really kind of another tradition that started in the Holman George era.
Tons of tradition here, 55,000 artifacts. They're taking us through the era. Right now we stand in Gasoline Alley looking at this beautiful case from the 1945 to 1960s. Doug Bowles, thank you so much for your time. It's a beautiful day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's never not beautiful at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, even when it's raining, especially at the museum. Just encourage people to come through and check it out.
Guys.
Thanks, Georgia. A great update, and it's all right there inside the museum. A must-see when you come to Indy.
Yeah, and the Speedway is absolutely packed with history. No matter where you look, it is galore, galore, galore. And I think that's one of the best things about this place. It embraces its own history. It doesn't do what other sports do and try and modernize. When you come here to the 500, you're going hand in hand with history, both past, present, and future, all aligned. And I think it's the only sport in the world that can actually do that, because Formula One has Monaco, but they try and modernize it, and Silverstone modernized. You come here and it's like, no, everything, we value the history, we value the fans. I think Indianapolis certainly has the best fan experience of all of motorsport. Is your dog talking to you again?
Yes. Yes, he is. Yeah, it is the tradition. Did you hear that?
I did. I heard the whine. Yeah.
But yeah, they've not modernized. They've not modernized it, and it's just good to turn up. And they've invested so much into the museum. They've invested to try and keep it historic, keep it how it is. They've improved it. They've taken even more cars on to preserve, and it's good to see.
We've got Venus VK, Christian Lundgaard, Kyle Larson and Kiffin Simpson as the 4 drivers out there on the circuit at the moment. The 3s are running together. It's only Kiffin Simpson who's now actually come into the pit lane. So VK, Lundgaard and Larson all running together. It's in the order of Lundgaard, then VK, then Larson, then VK. They've dropped back behind each other. Yep. So that's the order on the driver tracker. The 7, the 17 and the 18 running in with just over 3 hours and 38 minutes to go here on the 3rd day of running. What's the radar looking like, JT? Please tell me it's good.
Well, I've just opened the radar, and there's a tornado somewhere, but where? Where's the tornado warning?
Do I will open up the browser, so if you need me to unlock, I will go. There is last year's top 3 winners. Raw Power alongside with Penske's top 3 cars and the IMS Speedway analysis. Yeah, if we need radar screen, JT, we have radar screen ready to open up when you are ready.
It's in Minnesota.
It's in Minnesota. Okay, so we should be all right.
Miles away from us.
Yeah, we should be good. But yeah, imagine hosting the 500 from that room. That would be quite fun at the museum. That would be a cool studio effect to do. So let's go down and see what some of the drivers are making of their RVs.
Never. No, literally never. Yours is more of just like, if it happens, it happens. You're definitely going to go for it, but...
Yeah. Would it be amazing? Yes. Would love to three-peat. You know, when you experience Indy and winning it, like, you know this.
Yeah.
There's nothing that touches it. It's incredible. It's like the greatest thing you can do in motorsport, but it doesn't have to. It's so difficult to win it once. You know, to win it twice has been incredible. It'd be so cool to win it 3 times. Of course, you think about it, but I don't know what's going to happen. None of us do. You just got to go and, you know, give it your best shot.
Now, all future episodes of 100 Days to Indy will be streaming exclusively on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com today. And don't forget that May 25th, coverage begins at 10 a.m. Eastern on Big Fox for the 109th running of the Indy 500. Now, James, you and I both know Joseph Newgarden pretty well. He acts kind of nonchalant, sort of like what happens, but that's not what I see on the racetrack so far these last few days. I see a guy who has destiny in his sights, fully focused on pulling off the three-peat. He is willing it to happen on track right now.
But here's what I'll say. I believe a little bit of what he's saying, and that he's not necessarily thinking about it as a three-peat. I think he comes to Indy every year with that same intensity, with that same goal in mind. He could have finished 24th last year. He would be preparing the same wave this year as he is coming in as a back-to-back champion. That is just the way Joseph Newgarden's mind works. That's his mentality when he approaches his motorsports and his racing.
At the other end of the storyline, it's this guy, Graham Rahal, back out on track. I saw a little bit of a wiggle there in turn 1, but let's take a look at back-to-back winners who tried to make it 3, starting with Wilbur Shaw in 39 and 40, going through the decades. Big Al Sr. doing it in 70, 71. Castro Neves, who of course still competing again, did it at the turn of the century. And Newgarden, the most recent back-to-back winner, with a chance to go 3 for 3.
And a few of them came so close. I mean, Elio Castro Neves, he was second in 2003, was so close to pulling off the 3 in a row, of course. Four-time champion, one of only 4 that have ever done it.
So Castro Neves with a chance to be the first ever 5-time winner, the 3-peat on offer for Newgarden.
Oh, I think they just missed it. Get Will back in the booth. They can't handle cutting out to time, it seems like, as well. So, 3 hours and 34 minutes to go right now as the cars continue to circulate. The only one out there at the moment is Louis Foster in 25th position. He is our sole appearance out there on the circuit, but Schwartzman about 20 minutes ago did improve. I think, JT, we're coming to the halfway point of the day so far. Now everyone's just going to analyse what's going on, make some setup changes and go again. So basically, this is a normal test day for once, and it's the lull period. As coming out on track is Graham Rahal, who's just come back in. Out and in again for him.
Yeah, absolutely. As once again, I unmute my headset, not my boom arm mic.
That would help.
3 hours, 33 minutes and 33 seconds to go as the clock is counting down here at Indianapolis. 33 minutes until we are halfway. And I won't be surprised if we get a track inspection at the halfway mark.
I'm hopeful we do, because they need to have that inspection, because the last thing you want, especially at this place, is a blowout of some kind. Let me tell you, it is ugly at over 200. You know, Sato's accident we got told last night was at 91G. How insane was that? It just looked
I knew entry speed was 237 miles per hour. I didn't know about the Gs.
Yeah, so 91G as the impact zone. It was certainly one to watch, as we are in Emilia-Romagna this weekend. Let's not forget as well, in Imola. But it is Italy for Formula 1. You can join us for coverage of all of the action throughout the weekend here on JB Motorsports as well. We've got Formula 2 starting their 4th round of the season as well in the action. And then also, it's round 3 of the Formula 3 season. You're producing some of that, JT, as well, aren't you? It's going to be a lot of interesting weekend.
Yeah, the feature race I think I'm on.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing Saturday, but I need to have a look over at stuff because I'm hoping to be in other places.
On Saturday?
No,
on Sunday. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Right, back to Fox.
To what Graham Rahal was saying earlier, changed a lot on the race car, but it's making no difference. It's just giving you the same feeling.
And I think to the point I was making earlier, too, it's the engineers now that are feeling tremendous pressure. All the driver can do is give the feedback. And for a rookie especially, it's not like he can say, you know, 4 years ago, we had something similar at Phoenix on the oval in testing, and we went with a staggered rear spring setup. He's got no idea. This is his first time doing it. So he's doing his job, staying in his lane. Meanwhile, pressure on not just for his engineers, but the whole team is going to be collaborating and trying to figure out what can we do to lock this down. Meanwhile, there's no other cars on track. There's a lot of drivers that are pretty happy with the back end of their race cars, and that's what kind of adds to the frustration is there's got to be, it's fixable. We just don't know what to turn, what to adjust.
Days like this are a huge test for the driver-engineer relationship because, to your point, T-Bell, the engineer's getting frustrated because a change X on paper should produce Y result. when your driver comes in and says, I'm telling you, it's just not doing that, everything you know as an engineer, you know, the certainty that numbers give you, right? Like math doesn't lie, but it's just not always how it works. And that can be incredibly frustrating. And there needs to be a tremendous amount of trust between a driver and the engineer. And that trust goes both ways. The engineer's got to trust the driver is giving them honest and accurate feedback. The driver subsequently then has to be, you know, trusting in the changes that are going on the race car. And when the plan is not going to plan, both the engineer and the driver really need to look at each other and say, okay, we need to work together on this, not against each other. How do we make this?
JT, yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow's out. For what I can only assume, considering it's coming out precisely at 3:30, this is for track inspection at the halfway stage of the day, isn't it?
That's track inspection.
Yellow for track inspection, we heard from race control. So there you are, everybody. First caution of the day for track inspection with New Garden fastest 226.632. We knew it was coming, JT, didn't we? As we come to close to the hour. So let's head back over to the world feed.
One so you can feel what I'm feeling, because it does not feel good. So strap in or shut up and let's make it work old school style. Let's make some changes to the feed that I have in the car. Well, more to play as the wind picks up here in Indy. We'll be back.
Track inspection time here at Indianapolis then. And I suppose, JT, halfway through the session, it's kind of always going to be on the cards, and now we're going to see exactly who's who and who's where. Out of interest, what's been your take? Are we really going to have to witness the fact that we could be seeing big problems for Ferrucci? 34th overall, only done 7 laps. Jack Harvey's only done 15, the same as Graham Rahal. There's a few worrying areas, isn't there, right now?
Yeah, Hollywood I think will be alright.
Hollywood.
Don't know about Santino Ferrucci. Graham Rahal I think will be down at the bottom. But the same as Takuma Sato down there as well. But big names like Will Power should be okay.
Yeah.
He's only done 14 laps, but only 7 laps for Santino Ferrucci. Not the best from previous years.
So we'll keep an eye on it as we continue here with live coverage. And the yellow flag out, they'll sweep the circuit as well now. That's not that they don't literally just go out there and inspect the circuit. They'll clean the track, they'll sweep it and make sure it's all good. What's he seeing? TK top speed at 218 mile an hour. That was without a top run. We were seeing 216s in the no-toe runs over the first 2 days. So that's actually quite a good speed from Tony Kanaan to come through. You're watching on Typhoon Watch. That could still be a factor of rain tomorrow. 40% chance rising throughout the weekend. 80% chance I saw for main qualifying day on Sunday. So we could be facing a qualifying Monday. And just to let everybody know, as that wind changes and picks up, as the yellow flag stays out, we'll head back to the Fox team, who've got some interviews coming up as well at the halfway stage, with some more of the drivers coming through as well. Let's have
Motor Speedway under caution right now for a track inspection as the 34 drivers continue their preparation for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 later this month. And one of those drivers we know very well. He is a beloved member of the Fox Sports crew most of the year. We gave him the month off, sort of, to compete in the Indy 500. Of course, we're talking about our own Jack Harvey, who's driving for Dreyer Reinbold Racing, the only team that is a one-off team. They only do the Indy 500 each year. We spoke to one of the owners, Dennis Reinbold, earlier today. But before we release Jack of his TV duties and let him focus on driving his race car at 220+ miles an hour, we made him work a little bit. And he took us to the Dreyer Reinbold Racing shop for a little bit of a tour.
We're here at Dry and Reinbold Racing, my team for the Indy 500, currently in their lobby / trophy room, and as you can see, a lot of trophies that they've accumulated across their history, although we're still looking to add one more this coming May. They've actually got a really cool race shop that I don't think enough people know about. Let's go check it out. You just get to see some of the race suits from some of the really key people who have built this team, but actually my favorite part of this room is Dennis's collections of helmets. This shows the history of the team, how many talented drivers they've had, and at the end of this May, I'm excited to put mine on the wall to go with everybody else's. The garages. It's 100 years that Dry and Reinbold have been involved in motor racing in some different capacities. So when you walk around the shop and you see, the cars that his family used to build and race, and then you see that the actual foundation of this team is built around races. This sign came out of the motel pool of the IMS Hotel back in the day. How it ended up here, I have no idea. Behind me is where we do our pit stop practice. The Wall of Fame. Everybody at Indy, after their first qualifying attempt, gets to take a picture with their team on the yard of bricks. What I love about this wall, it's everybody who's attempted to qualify for Dry and Reinbold Racing. This is it. And they've never had a car not make the Indy 500, which made me feel good about our qualifying to come. So those are some of my favorite places on the shop. So much effort has gone in from the last year's Indy 500 to this year's Indy 500. I know we're having a great month.
What an impressive facility. As much history there, I think, as the Indianapolis Museum itself. I do want to hear the story about how they got that thing out of the pool and onto the race shop. Track is quiet now, but cars will be back on track soon as we continue to prepare for the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, times continue to come through. Newgarden still fastest as we wait for the day to continue and the green flag to get released out there on the field. Quick thoughts as well going on in all this mayhem and drama that we've been witnessing so far. Just sort of got to lump it really, haven't we? With we'll go green with about 10 minutes to go. That's really where we're going to be waiting. So it's coming soon is our restart procedure. But I don't know how you would feel as, Harry Benjamin is with the Sky Sports F1 team this weekend.
Has that been confirmed?
Well, he's just put the Sky F1 schedule on his Instagram, so I presume yes. Which would make sense because Crofty didn't do that. So, yeah, Harry Benjamin is at Emilia-Romagna. No Crofty, my goodness me. We have competition this weekend. I like it. Oh, hello, Amy. How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing well. I'm waiting for a Instagram DM response by JT, but other than that, I'm doing well.
And we're still waiting for you to fill out the comms chart for GB3.
Yeah, you need to add in the GB3 and Frecker times to the list if they're being broadcast live.
Yeah, you could have told me that, JB. Thank you very much. Okay, right.
Hands up who did tell him. All of our hands have gone up in the commentary box.
You didn't.
We did, though.
When?
We did. Yeah, so.
Exactly.
Amy, what have you been making of the test so far, then?
Well, I've been busy organising stuff for Pumpkins and Richie for the Super Cup, but other than that, I've seen a little bit of it, and it's been quite interesting. Good that we're getting some dry running, and we are being able to get a proper day going and an important running as well currently here, with more disruption expected over the next few days. So it's good that they do have this day where they can just get pure running in.
This is why Will Buxton isn't on comms, JB.
He's painting.
He's doing this at the moment. Yes.
Right. Let's go and have a word with him.
His artistic muscles there, and he has now joined us back in the booth for the big reveal of what you were doing. So just talk us a little bit through what you were doing down there, why you were doing it, and then we'll get to the painting.
Well, I got invited down by Justin Vining, who comes down to the Speedway every year, paints every day. And he was down here last week for the Grand Prix and copied me in on social media and said, oh, I included Will on the podium with Alex Palou. And it was so cool. So I got in touch and I was like, this is really, really cool. Do you do it every day? He's like, yeah. Do you want to come down and paint? So I said, yeah, okay, I'll give it a go. I was going to take an hour out, but we only had 30 minutes, so I didn't have long. But Justin was amazing. I've never painted with oils before.
I was going to say, we know you're a guitar player. We know, obviously, you're a fantastic writer, but is art another part
Oh,
of
yeah, he
your
draws brilliantly.
repertoire?
I used to paint years ago, and I have a watercolor set, which I used to take to tracks, but I never had enough time to actually paint with them because it's so busy.
Right.
And particularly now because we're in the booth all day, so I never. So I just thought I'll take 30 minutes and go and try and knock something up.
Okay.
Bear in mind, I've never worked in oils before, and they're
for the
really
first time.
difficult.
Oils for the first time, but let's see the finished product because I hate how good it is. I hate how good.
That's
this
not
is
bad.
incredible. You see the
For
pagoda,
half an hour.
the flags, the numbers.
There you go. I signed it and everything.
Beautiful sky.
It's still wet. Look, I don't want to ruin it. Look, see, it's still wet.
Don't ruin it. Very impressive. So, I mean, are we going to see
bud.
more of you stepping around the speedway and trying to get some more landscapes done?
I will
portraits
leave
done?
it to Justin. He's the professional. He's amazing, and his work is absolutely beautiful. He's at Justin Vining, V-I-N-I-N-G. So I appreciate his time and his tutelage. It's very kind.
Very cool. Well, we are very close to getting back on the racetrack with cars as the legend looks on. Mario Andretti here at the Speedway.
Yeah, Mario watching on as well. He won here back in 1969. So, Joseph Newgarden's still the fastest driver, as we keep on mentioning. Kyle Larson's managed to get himself up to 19th place. Before that yellow flag, Ryan Hunter... Actually, I'd love to know how Ryan Hunter-Reay was able to set a faster time after the yellow flag came out. Has anyone else noticed that? He must have crossed the line 19 seconds after the yellow. And he set a new personal best time of 40. So he must have just been to turn 3 and 4 and not been able to get across the commitment line.
He's been 223.983 for a while.
Look at the times then, though. It's flashed up on the monitor. Just what I'm reading. So that's what's flashed up. From mine. Unless it was an old message and it hasn't come through changed just yet. If anyone wants to know what we're doing right now, graphics. I've got about 50 minutes until, well, that's later on, of course, in between the action of today. Should really actually put it down at 19:30. We had the track inspection. So far, it's taken up 12 minutes of this run. As we're continuing. Let's, in a moment, head back. Omi, just want to ask you a quick thing as well. We've had the Fox team officially confirmed, and Danica Patrick is part of that team. How are you feeling?
I'm okay. How are you?
Not too bad, but that's definitely going to be a not before we get into the 500 coverage next week.
Hold on.
Yes?
I've just had a look at the timing things. Bear in mind, Ryan Hunter-Reay is 5th and he's only completed one qualifying run of 5 laps.
Yeah?
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all, is it? In fact, it's mightily impressive.
Especially if it's a qualifying run.
Yes.
223.983.
JT, just to inform you, the green flag went out at 19:43.05. So the green flag is on, the session is underway again, and let's head back over to Fox.
Moment now, and there we have it. There we have the green flag, and back to practice ways. Nobody overly keen to get back out. Hinge, we're kind of at that halfway point of this all-important final day before we get into Fast Friday, before we start turning things up. What are the teams going through right now? What are they thinking? Is it very much dialing in for qualifying now and getting those cars switched over?
which team are we talking
Well,
about? Because
yeah,
it's a very
that's
different
fair.
answer, Will, from the top of the pit lane to the bottom. You're going to get a complete mixed bag. You'll have drivers like this guy here, Alex Palou, comfortable in his car for single lap speed in qualifying trim. Still a little bit of work to do, he thinks, for his comfort in race trim, but not bad overall. Just on the left of your screen there, just going out of screen, Kyle Kirkwood, very happy with his car over a single run over a qualifying sim. Pretty happy in race trim, but you could go to the other end. Guys like Graham Rahal, Louis Foster, who we just heard some radio from, so unhappy with the back of that race car, even in qualifying setup. We're not even talking about running in dirty air and traffic. Just to complete a 4-lap run has been a big challenge for some of the RLL machines. So some of the drama that we've seen at this place from that team over the last few years, we thought maybe they were past it, seeing the times from the open test, but it looks to all be creeping back in now, which can be very concerning.
Considering that we have to move tomorrow towards a qualifying setup and really dial that in, is this the last opportunity for race setup running, or does Monday's practice session then suddenly become even more important?
Mondays definitely becomes more important. I mean, carb day ultimately is you're putting your best foot forward and you're tuning it on the day. There's no major wholesale changes happening after that. You kind of have to run what you brung once you pack it up at carb day. So Monday can be very useful. That 2-hour practice session added to the calendar a few years back can be very, very helpful. And for a team like this, for a guy like Graham Rahal, they might be really relying on that to make those final big swings, big adjustments, and then really just tune it in that final practice on carb day. But you see the practice speed right now. He's ranked 32nd out of 34. Again, those are toe laps. They don't mean everything, but it's more what he's saying that's concerning us.
And if that's a toe lap, then in how much trouble is he for qualifying? Do they have to now think, you know what, race stuff will come to? Right now, it's about getting in the show. Is Graham Rahal staring at, and I hate to say it, is he staring at another difficult qualifying weekend?
I hate that you're saying it, but the reality is that might be the case. It's been a tough go. Graham missed the show in qualifying a few years back, ended up competing in the race, subbing in for the injured Steph Wilson after a Monday crash. Injured Steph and took him out of contention.
You're good.
Rahal's no-toe time is 8th on the charts right now, but not a ton of people have been doing genuine, honest no-toe runs. It's been a lot of competitive race running as we see the championship leader and reigning champion making his way back to pit lane, about to get back into the number 10 machine as Graham is out there. So let's pay some attention now. It's been kind of focused on qualifying for Graham. And let's see what he can do aboard this United Rentals machine. Warm-up lap of 210.
We saw some great onboard laps with McLaughlin earlier today, who still has the top no-toe speed of the day at 222.1. If Graham wants to be anywhere near, he needs to be entering turn 1 at around 221, 220 to have that kind of a lap time.
And it's really just struggling to get there. Can't even crack 220 going in. Easy flat. Balance doesn't look terrible. What we've been hearing the RLL drivers talk about is the rear on entries just not giving them that confidence, not giving them the feeling they want. Slight map adjustment. Maybe a little bit of a weight jacker adjustment there as well from Graham. Weight jacker 6. He's fast jacking, I think, on the back of the wheel. Well, a little bit of a moment there. Having to make a mid-corner correction. Not a good feeling. That lap for Graham was a 218.5. More adjustments to the weight jacker. Looks like he's moving weight to the right. That's trying to take some front grip essentially out of the car. The rear not giving him what he wants. That lap, a 216.9, big drop off.
Not fun behind the wheel at the moment for Graham Rahal.
So you see that's a weight jacker 6. That's a setting. Essentially, you do that fast jacker. It moves the weight all the way right to try to get the rear of the car down. Big lift.
Yeah.
Big lift from Graham Rahal. That number, that 6, is just kind of what the weight jacker is going to reset to when he gets to the corner, what he actually wants it to be for the balance mid-corner. He's gone to weight jacker 7, so that tells me, again, he's trying to add a little more right front weight, not happy with the back of the car, even though it looked like it was understeer down in turn 3. There's the hybrid. You see that, the purple display lighting up there. There's the purple again. He's deploying that hybrid. You see it. It's deploying very slowly. Different strategy here from what we've been seeing, Will. That's a very slow deployment. You can burn the entire pack in about 4 to 5 seconds. We see another huge lift for Graham.
Every lap through 3.
2:16.3 was that last lap. This should be his final one. He'll burn the remainder of the hybrid. He's not even going to get all the way done the hybrid.
Still got 50% of it left. And that was what we were talking to some of the drivers about earlier this week. They said the last thing you want on a 4-lap run is to have anything left in that battery at all when you cross the line.
But what I like about that is it's the first time we've seen a team that's kind of played with the rate at which the deployment happens.
To the 2 inconsistent, but the understeer in 3 is massive with the wind really killing me there. I mean, still, you can feel the market obviously a lot slower, but there is no lateral bite.
A lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
A lot to unpack with this whole run. Like I said, I'm sure teams have been doing it. It's the first time we've caught somebody doing a much slower deployment rate. Most of the deployments that we've caught have been kind of max deployment, where, like I said, you drain the pack, the capacitor pack, in about 4 seconds. Graham taking a much slower deployment, which is, again, a different strategy. All these things these drivers are going to have to try. These teams are going to have to try to really learn what the best program is. Graham talking about the understeer in 3 because of the wind. A headwind into turn 1 is going to make the front end very sharp, very pointy at turn in. But as it pushes you down the back straight towards turn 3, you're arriving with more speed. The airspeed over the car is actually less. It's like, think of an airplane, ground speed versus airspeed. You don't have as much downforce. You lose a bit of that front grip. And then as soon as you turn in, you're broadside to the wind. It's pushing the car up the racetrack.
Thus understeer.
Mid to exit, thus understeer. So these are the things that drivers are having to really deal with, and goes to your point about 4 different corners driving different ways. That wind is a perfect example.
And as we heard and as we saw, massive lift at 3 every single time through, trying to counter that understeer. The Rahal laps, for those of you that were following along, first lap 2:18.5, dropped to a 2:16.9, then kind of leveled out in the 2:16s. The next 2 were 2:16.3, 2:16.0. So
yeah, not bad, but it's about 4 miles an hour too slow for what we're seeing guys
compared to
doing
where we're at right now.
Correct. Correct. So,
well, and that's on his best lap.
Right.
Was 4 miles an hour under.
Big struggle. Big struggle right now. Group running has continued. The Andretti Global Cars, 1, 2, 3, 4 in that line. About to be 1, 2, 3 as Pato Award goes by Marco Andretti. And you can see there in the corner that wind, a different number in every single corner, roughly the same direction, but a different velocity.
Well, and up at 3. You see the difficulty there, but bear in mind, folks, that is 1/3 of what we expect the wind speed to be gusting to, not a constant, gusting to on Saturday for qualifying.
And again, right now you're running in race trim. That's a lot more downforce. So we're going to have higher winds, way less downforce, and about 10 miles an hour more speed because of the boost raising. It's, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but it is a very suboptimal set of conditions brewing for Saturday.
One very experienced driver I was talking to this morning, who I will not name, said that they've had winds of this speed here before over the last few years during practice. It was a practice day on which they did not run because it was pointless, because the wind was too strong, the risk was too high. On Saturday, they have to run.
There is no choice. And it's a terrible feeling from the driver's seat. The last thing you want to do is run in those kind of conditions if you don't have to, but you absolutely have to on Saturday. And so there's going to be a big decision to make for each one of these teams, which is how much do you try to make the car safe just to get through the run versus how much do you want to push it for maximum speed.
And you know what one of the most important parts of this weekend is going to be? Friday night, the draw of when you go out for quali. You are going to want to get out on that track as early as humanly possible.
Unless the wind's worse than the beginning, you don't actually know. That's what's so difficult about this place.
Oh, man. Just over 3 hours remain here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Please do join us.
Yeah, and myself and JT are gearing up as well, because we'll be back with you with exactly 3 hours to go. So we get a little bit of a double up, half and half, sort of, so to speak, throughout today as we gear up for a big weekend. Literally, in the time we've been away, I've done streams for F1, 2 and 3 and Porsche Super Cup, and all the Formula E session that we need to do, as well as thumbnails. It's just been absolutely nuts to keep a top of throughout it as well. But let's quickly check in, if I can, with JT, because finally it looks to be okay.
Who allowed you to check in with me at this exact time? Yeah, it's been very good indeed. And hopefully we keep clean running here as well, with 3 hours, 4 minutes and 55 seconds, 54, 53, 52, 51 remaining.
It's been a calm day, which is really weird to say, but definitely DiFrancesco, a new personal best time for a few minutes ago. Alex Palou is up in 6th position, 223.178 as well. Devlin DiFrancesco has put himself at 19th fastest, 221.650 mile an hour. So we're gaming up. But yeah, several cars are tracking at the moment in the best of the conditions we've had of the week so far here of the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. And we are gearing up for a great run. Omi's just got a jump scare as well coming into it. Omi, are you in the booth?
Omi jump scare, where? What?
I wasn't even looking at the screen. I'm just doing the GB3 timings now. For the
nice.
Com shot.
Just to let you know that the orbits are in the OneDrive file.
Okay, thank you very much.
I haven't changed the date, so it's still the 9th and 11th of May. Just to let you know.
Do you have the Porsche quali thumbnail for me?
Yeah, they're all there. That's in the F1 file.
Perfect.
Yeah, they're all there. They're all there. Ready to go. So we'll be back with you in about 4 minutes' time. But let's get the final words before the 3 hours dot halfway of the day with Fox.
Bremer at the lead of the field. That of Robert Schwartzman. Then the car of Carl Kirkwood. Behind him, Christian Lundgaard. And a bit of race running going on out on track. Schwartzman with the 30th fastest time at the moment on the board. The top 5 hasn't changed really from the earliest running today. Newgarden from Dixon, from Daly, O'Ward and Hunter Ray. Alex Palou back out on track, trying to dial that car in for race running. Once again, have to say the ECR cars are looking good. Rasmussen is 8th fastest. Rossi is 11th fastest. And we've been talking about Connor Daly and how well he's been running so far this week. But his teammate Stingray Robb up in the 12th spot, also showing well. So a promising start for Juncos Hollinger Racing. Promising start for a lot of people, actually. Qualifying is going to be fascinating. Really, just to see where everybody shakes out. I couldn't call the top 12 at the moment, least of all who make it through to the fast 6. And then those bottom 4 who'll be punching away and hoping not to get bumped. It really could be anyone at the moment. It's wide open.
Saw that graphic with the weather, the track temp sort of creeping up about 10 degrees from the start of this session to now. And that's a big amount. If you haven't been on the racetrack for a while, that's going to feel very different to what you'd be experiencing right now. Because again, I mean, you can sometimes from inside the car, you can feel a difference of 1 or 2 degrees of track temp. The reason I bring it up is you look, this shows the last time the Penske cars were on track. 12:39 for Joseph, 12:55 for Will, and 1:46 for McLaughlin. These guys have not been on the racetrack for quite some time. Those track temps have crept up. And it's probably the closest track temp-wise to what we are predicting we will see on race day. Of course, a lot can still change in spring in the Midwest in terms of the weather. But these guys very comfortable with their race cars. not out here pounding around right now. Expecting to see, you know, some more action from the Penske squad later today. But interesting that they've been back in the garage for as long as they have.
What's fascinating for Joseph, he conducted 39 minutes of practice. Will Power, less than an hour of practice. That is supreme confidence. That's, for everyone else, that's terrifying.
It's not great. It's not great. So we're looking at some of the drivers on track. One of them on track right now is Nolan Siegel. Let's take a look at a replay here. That's the 98 of Marco Andretti.
Oh, he's having to back out a lot.
A lot. That's a huge closing rate.
Marco just got on the brake in the middle of 3 for some reason. Pit 4. To back up and get a big lap like he always does. Nice one. That's exactly what he's doing. Like every time I got close enough to get a run on him, he'd lift in the middle of the corner and I'd have to check up.
Young Nolan Siegel already tagging Marco for trying to fall back and get the big lap.
Not the first driver who's been radioed about by Nolan Siegel.
No.
Today he's not hanging back, is he?
His list is growing. He mentioned the list, and it seems to be growing. But you know, obviously slowing up in the middle of the corner, never something you want to see. Whether you know, when you're closing in on another car, it's hard to make those speed corrections as the closing car mid-corner. It's quite risky. So I understand the frustration from Nolan's part.
But his rookie stripes very much gone now. You know, to be a driver with enough experience, with enough time in this series to actually call people out, because you know to call them out, because you know what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, what to expect from other drivers as well.
Siegel, of course, second time here at the Speedway, attempting to qualify for his first 500. Did not make the show last year, driving with Dale Coyne Racing. Valiant effort, though, on bump day. Earned himself a lot of fans and a lot of respect from fellow drivers with the effort he put forth, trying to get that car into the show.
And particularly when you consider his real lack of experience this time last year, jumping up as he did from Indy Next. A huge leap in terms of the car at his disposal, just the experience as a whole.
I think he'd only done maybe 2 IndyCar races at that point. Fair few number more under his belt, but still only second time here at the Speedway. So
this guy, Kyle Larson, still hasn't done 2 IndyCar races.
That is true. That is true. Looking to start his second as he hangs off the back of Kyle Kirkwood. Kirkwood, one of the fastest cars we've seen so far this week. This is one of the drivers that has been consistently up there, whether it's single lap pace, 4-lap averages, qualifying pace. You heard the lift there. That was a gimme. Kirkwood let Kyle Larson have that spot. He wanted to run in dirty air. And it's sometimes hard from inside the following car's cockpit to know whether it was an honest pass or not. Sometimes you know, but sometimes you're not sure if you actually just got that great of a run with how early he went by Larson there. Wouldn't surprise me if Kyle cracked the throttle a bit off of 2 to get back behind Kirkwood. So a little bit of this back and forth that we were seeing earlier.
It's interesting, isn't it? When you look at the overall times for practice day 1 and practice day 2, Kirkwood P19 and P18. And yet we're talking about him, and rightfully so, as somebody to really watch because of that no-toe speed rather than the overall lap speed that he's had. Everyone with their eyes on Andretti at the moment. And even if the overall times don't necessarily suggest that we should, but
it's not. It doesn't tell the whole story. No, it doesn't tell the whole story. His teammate Herta sitting there behind Larson, clocking in those laps. Herta's got 33 laps in the books on the day. Kirkwood 59, Larson 43. Everybody putting in a big effort.
Let's talk about Herta while we're on board with him, because he had a great start to the season in terms of his qualifying performances. Never off the top 2 rows, absolutely sensational until we got to Indy GP. The pit stops is where it all went wrong. You're staring down the barrel of the Indianapolis 500, where it's not just 2 or 3 stops, it's 3 times that many stops. How much practice, how much work do you think is going on back at the shop with his crew? How much do you think it resides in his head that every time he comes on pit lane for the 500, there's the chance that his day disintegrates?
You know what? I think I think every driver, even with the best crews, the most consistent crews, you still have those concerns when you come to pit lane because it can all go south in a hurry. But yeah, the trend with the 26 has not been necessarily ideal so far this year, as you say, off the back of some really great qualifying performances. Numerous pit stop issues have hindered their race results. But again, this is what it's all about. They would have put a lot of effort into diagnosing those issues, trying to address them, maybe moving around some personnel to get the best people they can over the wall on all three cars.
We talk about the Palou dominance this year. It could all have been so different for Colton Herta. Not to be. Maybe it will be at the 500.
Yeah, there's a chance for Colton Herta, but then again, JT's finishing record here doesn't really promote good stuff, really, does it, for him? Looking down at his schedule, 23rd, 9th, 30th, as well as 16th, 8th, 33rd. That's all the way back since he started in 2019. But year upon year, there's some form of bad luck that does hit him. And the most famous one, of course, was when he crashed on Monday and had to go to the backup car and only really had carb day to test out what was effectively his road course car. He had a completely horrible run back in, I believe that was 2021.
Up on his roof, wasn't it? Upside down.
Yeah, on the air screen.
Was it? Yeah, was it exit of turn 2 that happened? Down the backstretch, or was it in between 1 and 2?
It was, well, it was just coming out of turn 2, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
So, all down towards the back stretch, out of turn 1, it was 2 years ago when he went up on his roof. So, 3 years ago, actually. So, yeah, it's about 2021. Correct. Yeah, he went up on his roof in a horrific crash. I wonder if I can show that quickly on the monitor without showing the stuff. Is it going to let me? No, it probably won't. I'm trying. No, it won't let me. It keeps wanting to snap it to the other side of the screen. Sorry, Bevan. But yeah, that was the accident he had there. With a big accident, just wrecked the aero car. Had to go to the backup and had a shoddy time of it as well.
On it. Hold on.
Okay, well, JT's going to have the angle on his screen shortly as well. Unless you're going to put it on the other screen you've got, which means I need the radar open.
I will be going to the radar screen, yes.
Well, I have got the radar screen open, ready to go. So let me know, and I'll press the number 3 button, which is also the world feed in big letters, camera as well, which is easy to have access to. Watching from Israel is David as well. Hello, everybody. Nice to have you all watching and tuning in with us as well for the greatest spectacle in racing. We're live for every action of the weekend of the Indianapolis as well. Tomorrow, you can join us to do practice 4. Starts at 5 o'clock for Fast Friday. JT is going to start that broadcast, and then I will come in as soon as we're done with the F1 second practice session from Emilia Romagna. And then all the action coming in. So far, it's Joseph Newgarden, who's top of the times. 226.632. Scott Dixon in second. Connor Daly third. Pato Award, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Alex Blow, Colton Herta, Christian Rasmussen, David Lucas and Scott McLaughlin have the top 10 with 2 hours and 52 minutes remaining here for the third day of testing. Well, practice coverage continuing here. And I think inside an hour they'll be transitioning over to Fox Sports 1, which will be 4 till 6. Graham Rahal comes into the pit lane, which means we currently have no cars out there on the circuit. They've all dived back in, and we'll be ready to change shortly as well. Rahal diving in now on the onboard. So just crawling. Where is he on our systems? Well, he's just done a personal best time. He's 32nd overall, 219.606 miles an hour. His last lap time was a 207.367 before deciding to come back into the pit lane. David says, I grew up in Daytona, Ohio, 100 miles from the Indy circuit as well. What a beautiful circuit that must have been to walk into a day in and day out as well. You just being in the atmosphere of the 500. And were you near mid-Ohio by any chance, David, with that circuit there as well? That's always that. And Dayton as well, not Daytona, Dayton, Ohio. That's really getting close there. What have you got for us, JT?
It should be on number 3 now.
We can see it. Go on. And this was the accident that Herta had a couple of years ago here. And this is what we mean when we say, get it wrong at Indianapolis, it goes wrong big time. Is it playing? Okay, so we'll wait for that to play in a second. Okay, let me know when you're ready to play it. As 2 hours and 50 minutes in with Graham Rahal now just taking the sun off his aero. Go on. Are we ready for it?
Yeah. Just one to Tom.
No worries. We are here and ready to go. Right, show me what we got then. So this was Herta's accident a couple of years ago. So watch as he comes through turn 1. The toe from the car in front, it'll just clip below.
Advert.
Ugh. Right at the wrong time. They know when to do it, don't they?
Maybe it was just buffering. There you go.
Right, here we go. So yeah, look, he clips on the inside, really gets stepped loose, tries to correct it, overcorrects it into the wall, and the wind comes underneath the car and lifts it back up in front of him. And that's what we've got to worry about, especially tomorrow and over the weekend, JT. It's the amount of wind that we're going to have, that if someone does hit the wall, it can easily just flick them up like that quite quickly.
Yeah, and there is the offboard from turn 1 inside. And, well, let's take this camera angle, but let's go slow-mo.
Yeah, so watch, he doesn't put... It's the toe from the car in front that unsettles it with the gust of wind. The rear steps out, he corrects, but then he's overcorrecting. At this point, he's a passenger. And straight into the wall, JT. Rear first, did the gearbox, did the engine, and the flip didn't help either.
No, that was just the angle and the wind speed with the blow over as well, but that was it. Slow-mo and...
wasn't it? Yeah. And that is what we keep telling you about when the high speed comes up at this place and the danger that it can bring, and that's why they're all getting in as much running today in the best of the conditions as possible. Right, no cars out on the track at the moment. Go on.
I believe he's in the country box. Time to welcome Tom Cairns in. Hello, Tom.
Oh, hi, Tom.
Hello, folks. How are we?
Oh, I'm not doing too bad, my friend. As we're just taking a look at Tony Kanaan this morning on his rookies orientation and refreshers session that happened this morning. This was his final fast lap. Yeah, not doing too bad, Tom. Nice to have you. You're with us again this weekend in Emilia-Romagna for the action. How are you going to find that, and how are you finding Indy?
Well, Indy at the moment, I think it's gearing up to be an interesting one. Bear in mind, we've got 34 competing in qualifying actually, so only one driver is going to miss out on taking part in the race in the race next weekend. So it's going to make for a really interesting one. Can Joseph Newgarden make it a hat trick of Indy 500 victories? That's going to be one to look out for. Do you know when the last time a driver has won a hat trick or 3 on the bounce of Indy 500s?
It's never happened before, if I'm not mistaken. Has it happened before?
I'm just having a look now, and I'll get back to you on that.
No, I don't think it ever has 3 in a row. We've had 2 in a row a couple of times. Cash Nevers was the last to do that, and now Newgarden's done it. But if we've had 3 in a row, that's to my knowledge, I don't think that's ever happened before. If Tom can find out, that would be fantastic. No cars out the... Oh, hang on. 3 cars have just left the pit lane. And that includes Marcus Ericsson, Graham Rahal, and Marco Andretti. Nolan Siegel now joining as well. Go on, JT.
Don't believe anyone has, from my memory. I know we've had more than 3 winners. We've had 4-time winners, but not consecutive.
No, the last one of those was Helio Castroneves, who won here in 2021. The first race back with Van started 8th in that race and took the checkered flag. He's 22, 23 and 24, and now in 25, trying to go for the fight for 5. Before that, he won, of course... well, Castroneves won in 2021, and then looking further back in my notes, of course, he won 2001, 2002 with the double, but he won for a 3rd time, somewhere which isn't actually... Oh, here we go. Coming through in 2009 when he started on pole position and won the race, a feat that was done the year previous by Scott Dixon, who won in 2008, and he's only Indy 500 to date as well, as he goes the most successful champion in our sport, tries to go for a second Indy 500. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes as well, how it all runs. Tom, right, let's get into it. You were in the commentary box at Long Beach. Personally as well, that was a race that you two said was not very exciting. It looked better than what we were covering at NASCAR Bristol, but how have you found the season so far with the Entity Data series as well? Of course, just 2 cautions and Palou dominating by the one race you were there.
Well, it was not the most fun race, I will be honest with you. But as far as this season is concerned, when it comes to IndyCar, it seems to be up for a really enjoyable season, particularly with Will Buxton, who's been doing a splendid job over in commentary for NBC Sports. I think we are in for a really good season of IndyCar racing. I mean, if you look at the championship standings, bearing in mind for the Indy 500, it's a different point system to what we've had in the previous races. This is essentially the 6th IndyCar race of the season. We've done 5 already, of which Alex Palou has won 4 of them. It looks like it's safe to say he's running away with it, isn't he? Ahead of Kyle Kirkwood has been the only other race winner this season. He was the one that won in Long Beach, which I was in the commentary box with JT for. Kirkwood absolutely deserved to win that one, no doubt about that. But it's difficult to look past Palou, isn't it? You know, he's going for... I'm looking at how many titles Palou is. Was it 4 that he's won already, or was it 3? I can't remember.
I thought it was only 3. If he's done 4, then I'm...
No, it's 3.
It's 3.
Oh, that's just the Burger Bash that Kevin is talking about, which you can join on Monday, 5:30 till 8 p.m. Eastern on Gate 1, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're basically just go out and do that. But yeah, former GP3, of course. He's had 15 wins, 36 podiums, and 8 pole positions. And that includes, of course, for Palou, a run at the top. He's pole sitter here for the greatest spectacle in racing. I'm trying to have a look when that was. It was only a couple of years ago that happened. I suppose so far down on my stat sheet here. It's not great, of course, how it runs. Yeah, poles.
Did a couple of rounds.
Go on.
Sorry, he did a couple of rounds of Formula 2, which one of those rounds he was teammates with Lando Norris for Campos.
Forgot about that actually. Right? He did shoot. Was Palou one of the ones that were overlooked for Formula 1 massively, and now he's dominating IndyCar? Do you see somebody? We've got the Cadillac deal coming, which is basically Andretti. And I know Palou drives, Chip Ganassi Racing, but would Cadillac be looking at Palou as a man who's very popular in America, very popular in Europe? He's a Indy champion in the normal regular season. If he can clinch the 500, if Cadillac can bring him in next year, it will be akin to a Jacques Villeneuve type of move, wouldn't it?
Or it could end up being a Michael Andretti, for that matter.
That's true,
if you want something of a contrast. I think Palou is doing as well as he has been doing in IndyCar. I think if he ends up going to Formula 1 and not really excelling there, then I think that would hurt his encouragement and hurt his confidence a little bit. So I think he's doing fine as what he's doing over at IndyCar. I mean, if you look at drivers like Takuma Sato, for instance, who wasn't too bad at Formula 1, but he was never going to be world champion material, whereas over in IndyCar, he has been a much better driver there. Compared to how he got on during his days with the likes of Jordan, BAR, Super Aguri and all that.
Yeah, and I think we're talking about Super Aguri earlier on in the broadcast. Can't remember why, but Fox were mentioning that. I think Buxton brought it up as well with some of the other teams that were flying in and out. Just got Palou chasing down. In front is the... I think that's one ball we had Nolan Siegel and the McLaren. Couldn't quite tell if it was Larson with the top angle. Siegel's backed out of it, allowed Palou to go through, and they're all practicing the race run trims at the moment. Palou leading that field. We've got the 28 just behind there as well of Marcus Ericsson, the winner here from 2022. What a race that was. Coming in, started 5th with Ericsson. He was inside the Firestone Fast 6 and really improved dramatically as the race went on and got into position to put the number 8 into race win. Tuck it in fine style. Could have had it in 2023, lost out, and then last year it was battle between Palou and Newgarden on that last lap. What were you watching last year? I presume you were Tom the 500, but I don't know if you might be working at Font then with the ending of Monaco, because we overran, of course, last year quite a lot on both Formula One and Indy 500. Did you manage to see last year's race?
I think I managed to see it right at the end, where Newgarden was able to win it when he was fighting with Pato O'Ward, I think it was.
Yeah.
Pato O'Ward was one of those going for the win at the time. But I also remember the 2022 one when I think Ericsson was leading, then we had a late red flag, which meant that we were in for a 2-lap shootout to the finish. So that was entertaining, really. That was very much Formula One-esque, really, where it was going to be a 2-lap shootout to the finish. That was like centre stage stuff, wasn't it?
Oh, it was poetry. I remember being in the commentary box of that one and absolutely nervous, like crazy, because he was my pick-a-winner, Marcus Ericsson. I picked him the week before we even went racing. It was the end of qualifying. USRN, who we're on now with as well in the background, hello everyone, said, Matthew Owen said, oh, 3 wide as Pelot's backed out with Pato O'Ward side by side with Ericsson splicing through the centre. So a little bit of a lift there, 3 wide with O'Ward coming down through 1 and 2. But yeah, Matthew Owen said, who's your pick-a-winner? And I said, Marcus Ericsson is going to win the Indy 500. I said, I've been watching him all week. He's had the best car. He's been running in best in toes, best in no toes, best fuel strategy. And yeah, he starts 5th, but he's going to be quick. And lo and behold, he won the race. And I got double points as well in the Grid Network pick-a-winner, because I was the only one to pick Marcus Ericsson to win it. And I gloated on that for a month.
He did.
Yeah.
I know you've got all the stats in front of you as to who you think's going to win the Indy 500 for this year, Josh. But it's difficult to look past either Newgarden or Dixon. I mean, it's 17 years since Dixon won his only Indy 500. I mean, that is crazy, isn't it? Given the number of races he's won in INDYCAR and all the championships he's done. But the fact he hasn't won the Indy 500 for 17 years, it's like Lewis Hamilton going 17 years without winning in Monaco, let's say. I know that's an exaggeration. That's a completely false fact. But if you align that...
It's like, yeah, I get you with it.
Yeah, if you see where I'm coming from with that, yeah.
And it's completely true as well, because how insane is it that we've had this almost the greatest driver we've had in INDYCAR of Scott Dixon, and he's only ever won 500. It sort of echoes how utterly bizarre this race actually is, and how it doesn't matter who you are. You can practice for 2 weeks like we are doing, you can get everything right, but at the end of the day, Tom, it all goes down, doesn't it, to luck. It plays a massive factor in the race.
It does, and it comes down to how you play your fuel strategy, your tyre strategy, and the power boost which you've got, or the push to pass, or the whatever you call it in INDYCAR. I think it's called push to pass or something like that, that they tend to use. How much is it that they use over the course of the 500 compared to... Is it the same?
Yeah, you don't get the push to pass to the 500. We've got the hybrid now for the 500. So you've got to recharge that. It gives you an extra, 11 mile per hour. So that's the first time we've ever had the hybrid coming into the 500, and they've been practicing with that. So that's the reason why we're seeing so much toe running with that link coming in. But yeah, the push to pass, not on ovals because it's deemed too dangerous.
I thought that might be the case, actually, because
and yet
you're just fiddling around with a button.
Yeah, and yet we can have the hybrid powered. It's a bit stupid, a bit daft in my book. Now that is the situation to happen, but that's what they like to do. And as I think Kevin Lee's going with the Helen Pink Slay Foundation, so the www.hopeforhelen.org. 4 is in the number 4 as well. That's on the side of the 66 car this weekend of Marcus Armstrong from Meyer Shank Racing. We're just talking about Helio Neves beforehand too. And they've gone to ad break as well, so we now have to keep talking. And I think on the other side they're going to have an interview from Fox Sports as well. So we have, just to wrap up, if you are listening to us in the first how long have we been green? 3 hours, 8 minutes, plus a 30-minute for track inspection. Alex Pelot had an oil leak earlier on in the day. Back of the car suspension they've changed out. It was the drive shaft boot where the oil is kept that came loose. They've repaired it, sent it back out. Not a big issue, didn't lose too much time. Scott Dixon's changed his engine after a failure yesterday as well at the end of day 2, literally on the last lap. So that penalty will now see him take a grid penalty next time out of Detroit. No grid penalties at the Indy 500 at all. Everybody that qualifies will start in that position. You don't get penalised for those type of penalties here. Scott McLaughlin laid out after a few adjustments, and Graham Rahal was struggling, saying that the rear of the car is not good and doesn't understand why he can't do 4 consecutive laps, as the backup car is also being prepared. And then we had a track inspection. That's all that's really happened so far today on the 3rd day of the Indy 500, coming into our usual runs. Tom, I want to hear how Brands Hatch was. This is the first time I've been able to talk to you without internet signal cutting in and out. What was Brands like?
Oh, it was lovely, actually. You know, with the sun going. Do you remember me saying to you that I had the opportunity to sunbathe on the bank in
yes,
where
I do, yeah.
the Brabham Straight was? I took the opportunity between races to do that. So I remember you saying that you were quite jealous of me doing that.
I was.
But yeah, but no, Clearways is actually in my opinion, I've said this on my TikTok, that Clearways is an underrated place to watch British touring cars from, or even any car racing, you know, around that bit, especially on the Indy course, because you can pretty much see the top end of Paddock Hill Bend, where the cars are just obviously coming down, and then they're just coming out of Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight, and just about see. I mean, I saw the aftermath of Mikey Doble's spin in one of the races that could have caused an almighty accident.
Yeah.
Involving multiple cars. And we saw Dan Camish breaking down at the end of one of the safety cars.
Right there.
Which was right. Yeah, I saw it right in front of me. So it was quite a bizarre chain of events, really. And I looked at that incident involving Max Hull and Dexter Patterson.
Yes, it was.
I remember saying to you that it kind of gave me vibes a little bit of the Matt Neal, Jason Plato scrap in Rockingham.
Yeah.
I think it was 2011 or 2012.
The
I can't
bang
remember.
back. Yes. I remember that one side by side. I think I was actually concentrating on it.
Well, I looked at it. It was just basically a shove. It wasn't like, you know, hand fists or anything like that going in there. It was just more like a shove from one or the other. But all in all, it was a good weekend of racing. Had a chance to wander around the circuit. I've watched a little bit of the other races around on the outside or the inside of Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah.
Which was lovely. And I think all in all, it was just a nice weekend away from home and being over trackside. And we'll be looking to do that, not obviously at Snetterton because it clashes with what we're doing for Indy and for Monaco, but for Thruxton and Alton Park should be fun when both me and you go there.
Yeah, all ready with that as well. Just getting the final bits sorted out with planning of train tickets and etc. And then we'll be good to go, Tom, with that. As you can imagine, it's been a very chaotic start time to this one as well. Cars back out there on circuit with 2.5 hours to go. And so far, so good. Reminder, you can join Grid tonight at an hour later after the session. So that is midnight in the UK and 6 o'clock over there, or maybe it might be 7 o'clock Eastern time as well.
7 Eastern.
Thank you, JT. You can join us there for all the action from the Indy 500 wrap-up days.
7 Eastern, 6 Central, and I want to say 4 o'clock Pacific.
I'll go for you on that one.
And 5 p.m. Mountain.
There's a mountain time as well?
Yeah.
What's mountain time? 2 cars out there in the circuit right now, the 19 and the 14. What is... Oh, that's Ferrucci going out there too. What is mountain time?
It's 13:27, so they are essentially 7 hours behind us, Josh.
Wow.
Okay, so... Hold on.
So the mountain time zone is mainly observed in the western part of North America. It encompasses several U.S. states, including Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming.
Quickly, let's head down to Georgia.
The first time of the month of May, and it'll sit here all month of May back and forth between the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum and right here on pit lane in all of its shining glory. I mean, just look how spectacular and beautiful, and if you follow me down here, you can see Joseph Newgarden back-to-back 2023, 2024, and I think the most interesting thing about this is not the same face that is immortalized here. They completely do it, start from scratch each time. So, and if Joseph wins again, the third time, or who at Indianapolis 500, we'll go right here. So he's trying to go 1, 2, 3 in the sterling silver of the Borg Warner. Some fun facts for you. It is 5 feet, 4 3/4 inches, exactly the same height as Takuma Sato. So it sits on this stand right here. But when Takuma won his Indianapolis 500s, they're the exact same height. It's 110 pounds and stands here beautifully. So it's a familiar face. It's shining right down here on pit lane. That is the Borg Warner Trophy that everyone will be trying to chase here at the 2025 Indianapolis 500. Gorgeous, guys.
Absolutely.
Georgia as well
Yes.
made the point last year where he is actually smaller than the Borg Warner Trophy when they had it on the floor. I seem to remember that last year. Go on, JT.
Yeah. There's a reason that I do all of the timetabling and scheduling for JBM.
Why? Because you know all the time zones of the planet.
Yeah, it's Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific, as you look at it on the map.
I look forward to JT telling us the time in somewhere like North Korea one time randomly.
I can confirm that we've never had a driver win 3 in a row in the Indy 500.
So,
Well-
let's see if that's possible as well.
It's currently 4:30 KST in the morning.
Yeah, and did he put it? Was it half an hour forwards or half an hour backwards that he put North Korea? He changed it, didn't he? So it was a different time zone. As you do.
No, it is GMT +9.
I'll take your word for that as they come through still. Just having some interesting data pop up on my laptop screen as well with the said track information. Drivers are reporting that they are getting a little bit of a bump through turn 3 and it's causing them a few lifts when doing toe runs. So adding that instability, JT, that we talked about earlier on, it's the last thing they want to be experiencing.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are continuing to circulate just under 2.5 hours. It's 2 hours, 28 minutes, 57 seconds, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52. As we are looking at the Stars and Stripes livery of the number 14 of Santino Ferrucci, who is still in 34th and last place. But he's getting more laps on the board as he heads down on the inside of turn 3, so he can come down pit road.
He's just had a qualifying simulation, 3 lap times, a big improvement.
Well, that sounds much more positive.
That's exciting news.
That's what I want, he
And-
said
and-
earlier. Yeah, so Santino Ferrucci now back up into racing speeds. Of course, not very well liked over here in Europe is Santino Ferrucci for what he did in Formula 2 with his teammate, but INDYCAR seemed to be enjoying him, and to his credit, he does seem like a reformed character, and there's other times you just want to, well, re-educate him as well about some other things that he keeps on doing. Just a reminder, practice is continuing in half an hour. If you're watching us stateside with our watchline coverage, you'll move to Fox Sports 1 at 4 p.m. Eastern. So that's in 28 minutes' time. No cars out on the circuit as things stand. Let's head down to Fox Sports.
It's the oval setup, but I wonder if maybe they've migrated that way based on the confidence of the Penskes having been in the garage for a couple hours now, content with their race cars.
We will do our level best to discover whether Santino has found a way on his own or whether he has followed the trends. We'll be back here with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that's right. Tell us that we're going to keep going and then throw us down as well with having to take a commercial break. That is usually said way of doing things. No. Oh, and to save us, Colton Herter, Marco Andretti and Marcus Ericsson are leaving the pit lane to join us out there as well. So good stuff flying through. Ooh, have you got a pick yet, Tom, as well, as to who could go strong this weekend in Formula One? Have you been thinking ahead of it? Because we've got F2, F3 and Porsches. So it's the first time all year we've had all four.
Well, I haven't picked up on who's brought what, because I'd imagine there's going to be a flurry of upgrades being brought in by very much all of the teams. I think it'd be very silly for you to arrive at Imola without anything new or anything major being brought in, unless you're Aston Martin, of course. But we'll see. We'll see this weekend. I just can't see McLaren being overturned this weekend, and I don't expect them to be overturned in Monaco either. But Spain's going to be the first one where, with the front wing deflection regulation changes, how much is that going to hamper them? That's going to be one of the talking points. But if you are to push me for who I think is going to get pole and who I think is going to win, the thing is, it's been Verstappen's circuit really for the last few years. He's absolutely nailed it really around Imola. Even when he's not the quickest over the course of a single lap, he turns up on race day
and just finds something again.
Yeah, he just finds something. Yeah, he's been on pole 3 times this year. He could well get another one. I'm confident that he can. With the C4, C5, and C6 tyre compounds, yes, the C6 has been brought for the first time, or at least it's going to be used during qualifying. How is that going to impact race strategy this time around? I would probably say that McLaren will get the better of Red Bull in the race, and I think Oscar Piastri will make it 4 in a row because he's been in incredible form.
I'd back that. I'd back that a lot. Jen says, we can't stand Santino Ferrucci either. We just think he has high entertainment value and find loathing him quite enjoyable. That's our take usually as well. Right, let's check in with Fox.
Who's on the number 7 of Christian Lundgaard, driving for McLaren. And of their 4 drivers, Christian Lundgaard seems to be the happiest of the McLaren bunch so far, telling us that he has stayed very safely in a tight little setup box that works for him, and not electing to stray too far with science experiments, Will, as many teams and drivers up and down pit lane continue to explore in search, just like we heard from Santino Ferrucci, of that elusive, confident, stable, predictable feeling for their race cars.
Yeah, Ferrucci taking the big swings in direction so far this week. McLaren, I don't know if you agree with me, mate, but they felt like a bit of a sleeper team this week. They haven't shown the big times until Pato earlier today. They've just been kind of quietly, consistently plugging away, but down in about P20, P21 to 23.
Yeah, but about 10 minutes ago, I was watching closely as Nolan Siegel, who's never raced in the Indy 500, he wanted to last year. This will be his first chance if he qualifies this weekend. He looked very comfortable to me in race running. So I take their least experienced oval racer, which is Nolan Siegel, and I look at how comfortable is the least experienced guy on the team, and to me, the answer was, look pretty solid, look pretty racy. I like the fire on the radio when Rasmussen did him wrong out in turn 3. He's up in the seat feeling like he belongs in this race, that he's going to compete. To me, that says a lot about where they sit on race balance. I think they should be encouraged. The question is, do they have the outright fast car pace when it comes to qualifying to get themselves up into the top 12, maybe the fast 6?
This is something we've not really discussed yet this week, but it's something I'd be intrigued to learn from you. We talk about the importance of having a good race car, and this is a 500-mile race. It is a long race. It is arduous. There's a lot of luck that plays its part, but you've got to have a good car underneath it. Is the key simply making the race, and then making your way in the race? How much does qualifying really affect the result?
It matters. If you just look right here out the back of Marcus Ericsson, thanks to Allegra, you see how Christian Lundgaard's been kind of riding at the same trailing distance. And if we take a look at how many laps he has on his tires, he's 22 laps. So Christian Lundgaard would be 8 laps from pitting. Ericsson passes Herta. Lundgaard still has to sit there. He doesn't have much to work with when the tires start to wear off and are on the final, say, 7 or 8 laps of their stint. So starting position is a really big deal because you can all of a sudden be half a lap down here if you qualify, say, 25th and you don't make your way forward very quickly. If you're not very aggressive on the start, you can find yourself on your back foot pretty early. It is not that easy to get forward. You need a great race car, but qualifying absolutely matters. And let's not forget, there is a championship outside of the Indy 500, and qualifying in the top 12 at Indy pays championship points way more so than a pole at another race that pays 1. Pole here pays, what, 12 points. So it goes all the way down for the top 12, and everybody will be pushing harder this weekend than they will all season to start up front.
To your point, Townsend, the last 6 Indy 500 winners have started 8th or better, but we do have examples from history of drivers starting so far down the field and coming through. I'm thinking in particular, Scott Goodyear, 1992, starts 33rd and last, and loses the race by 0.043, the closest finish in Indy 500 history. It is possible.
Absolutely. And
anything's possible here.
Well, anything's possible, but it's a lot easier possible. It's a much easier possibility if you're starting up front. And, you know, frankly, the cars that start up front are faster race cars. It makes it a lot easier on race day. Let's listen to a little bit of radio from what's going on out there.
I mean, does it get better than that? And it's barely a 221. Yeah, this change needs to come with front wing. Falling out of 5th gear, I'm getting really fed up.
So, Marco Andretti, I believe, said it doesn't get any better than that. And I think he's talking about car balance. And he's saying that speed's not there. So that's probably a qual sim that they would have just put him on. And he's also complaining that it's not pulling 5th gear. Maybe he's not even seeing 6th gear, and with the winds like they are, you can see the mechanic having a hard time just stabilizing the umbrella. It's pretty breezy out there, you know, maybe almost gusting to 15 miles an hour coming out of the south. So I think Marco's just starting to get frustrated at exactly the wrong time. He can't control it. The emotion is real, but in terms of timing, tomorrow all about qualifying practice, and then boy, you do not want to be flirting with not making the show. And we can point to Graham Rahal feeling that way right now. Marco Andretti. What do we expect here? I asked the question to Dennis Reinbold about this car. Hollywood Jack Harvey, who seemingly pretty comfortable out there, but maybe not showing great pace down the straightaways. Currently 29th. Remember, Saturday, we lock in positions 13 through 30. But for those 4 cars that are not in the top 30 on Saturday, they will battle it out on Sunday. Somebody will be going home.
I was talking to Jack last night. He said the car and traffic's getting a lot better, that it was tough to see after a couple of days just exactly how fast they would be in qualifying. But the impression I get from him, from the whole outfit actually, I'm spoken to Dennis today, there's positivity there.
There is, but they have different driving styles. I was talking with a team member in the garage yesterday about the difference in driving styles from Jack Harvey and his teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay. And he said that quite a bit of big difference in that Ryan Hunter-Reay is quite happy to have a pretty aggressive geometry where he's able to release the car into the corner where the car is doing a lot of the turning. Jack really prefers to steer the car, to drive the change of direction with his hands. He wants to feel that right front. And where that matters is when you get into race running, a car that naturally is just arcing on its own that you're releasing, it's doing a lot of the turning for you. when it picks up turbulent air, tends to work a little bit better in traffic versus the guy that's relying on the front wing and the front aero to really generate the front grip.
How much will that affect tire deg? The degradation of the tires as well,
So,
if you're pushing it in rather than letting it do it itself.
A great question. A setup that relies on more aero to produce the turning power will typically see a lot more tire wear unless you're leading, right? If you're hitting clean air and the wing's doing the work, no big deal. It's bracing, you know, the front tires down, specifically the right front. If you're running in traffic and you're fighting understeer because you're so aero dependent, you can smoke that right front in the matter of like a lap. That's why that whole staying in front of your controls thing we've been talking about, anticipating that imbalance and staying in front of the right front tire before it gets burned up is so critical on race day.
What have you heard from drivers about the length of time these tires are going to last out there?
It's stint-based. I actually went down on yesterday, actually the first day, that was on Tuesday, specifically to look at somebody's tires at the end of a stint. I looked at Marcus Armstrong's 4 Firestones. I was impressed with, frankly, how well the Firestone is holding up. There's no evidence of cording. Typically on the first day, there had been a lot of rain. The track was green. It's a high wear rate, but no issues at all with tire wear. But so then you just go to fuel distance, and I think we're going to see 28 lap stints, maybe 29 or 30 with a big fuel save technique.
Fascinating. There's Kiffin Simpson and the Journey Rewards Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. Out on track at the moment with our Hollywood Harvey.
2 hours to go then in this day of testing for the 109th running of the Indy 500. And yeah, the Will Buxton Professor analysis got a few people questioning right at the top of the show. If you're just joining us as well for the first time today, welcome to you. Reminder of tomorrow's coverage. We have the practice 4 starting at 5 o'clock British summer time. And as soon as F1's over, so we'll be hopping straight over. JT will start it, I'll take over, and then we'll all be go for another 6 hours of running. And then on Saturday, it changes ever so slightly. We have just a single hour of practice before a 2-hour break before we go into qualifying day 1. And that is from 4 until 11. And yeah, just as usual, JT will start it, and I'll come in after Matthew Owens joining us on that one. And then Sunday, all good, practice 6, and then straight in to qualifying day 2. It's going to be a lot of fun, that one, actually, as well. We're going to extend the build-up show for quali, and it's one of our biggest days of the year, really. Last year, it was up there with the Indy 5, it was up there, Indy 500 qualifying day 1 was up there with the MotoGP streams that we did for testing. We all know how that accelerates up as well. Alex Palou has left the pit lane and is doing some lap times as well after his problems early on. And are you actually, Tom, are you actually going to get to watch any of the 500 this year? Because you're back at Monaco, aren't you, with your regular day job? So what, do you have it on a different monitor? Does everyone there sort of go, yeah, we've got to watch the 500 alongside our job?
Well, the Indy 500 will be on,
Yeah.
because we do have a Sky Sports channel, which you'll be able to switch onto Sky Sports F1 when we can. But there's also the fact that it's the final day of the Premier League season, which is also another... so obviously that's a big day of sport, really, not just on the motor racing side of things. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting day, I think, on that Sunday. If it's going to be a repeat of what we had last year, where we just basically saw nothing apart from a lap 1 crash, then it's going to be quite a straightforward afternoon where we may end up, some of us may end up watching the Indy 500 that's been televised. So I'm hoping I'll be able to watch it when I'm over there, because
so boring
I'm sure
Monaco.
they won't mind too much.
You really want a boring Monaco then, in order to get that. You've heard it here first. Monaco will be one of the best we've seen in years, which I hope it is, with this new 2-stop rule That's coming for F1. That needs to be an improvement. Right, Palou is doing a qualifying simulation. He's taking the low line through 1. And what's his current speed? He is at 100 and 200 mile an hour. So just a build-up lap at the moment. As out on the circuit also comes the 77 with the Prema. What have you been making of Prema's run so far then? As they didn't even have their oval car ready until halfway through day 1. And we've got Schwartzman and Eilert in. 2 drivers who've been around Formula 1, of course, now have come over with Prema. Are they a serious competitor, or are they building up to it? We know what they can do in Europe, but Indy's a whole different kettle of fish.
Well, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, they've got a lot to learn, do Schwartzman and Eilert. I mean, Eilert has competed in this event before, but it's a totally new thing for Prema, considering it's their first season in IndyCar. Schwartzman and Eilert, I'm sure, have a lot of trust in the Prema squad. They know them from their junior days, particularly Schwartzman, who had won the Formula 3 Championship and the Formula 2 Championship with them. And can you emulate that around the 2.5 mile oval of Indianapolis? I think we'll wait and see. I haven't seen where Schwartzman is on the timing pages, so you might have to fill me in on that. I'm just getting that up now. He's 30th. Yeah, so it's just inside what would be the top 33. So he's got some work to do, has Schwartzman, because for those of you who are new, it's the average speed over the course of 10 miles that determines the grid for the race next weekend, not the lap time over the course of 2.5 miles.
Yeah, I have to go back to the speed runs, which is the old school way as well, but we do love it here at the Brickyard. So we have that all available to you, and including telemetry when we go for qualifying on Saturday and Sunday. We'll be able to hop on board with each driver and see their steering angle, their throttle input, as well as all of their lap time data throughout that as well. And yet to find out actually who's in the booth with us for that one, whether or not Jackson Lambros is around or not. I know he's here for the 500. He's doing very much Danica Patrick and is joining on the actual day of proceedings. So don't forget, this weekend is also Fox's last coverage of the year of the NASCAR Cup Series before it moves over to Amazon Prime, and the Coca-Cola 600 will be gearing up next weekend. It's a whole week of sport, and then we're exactly 30 days away from the Le Mans 24-hour race, and JB Motorsports once again will be live for the whole 24 hours, and we've got a couple of things building up for that. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, JT. It's going to be fun because we've got also the Canadian Grand Prix weekend alongside.
Yay! Double yay.
Double yay. And also... go on.
Yeah, and talking which of the Canadian Grand Prix, F1 Academy has added a 3rd race to compensate for the cancellation of the one that me and Omi were doing, which turned out to be a podcast, and I was getting my hopes up that it would end up getting underway eventually before the caption came up, race will not start. So I was completely put in my own place when race control came out with that.
Yeah, that's Sunday morning.
Chaotic weekend at all.
And it gets worse because Georgia's going to be talking first, which is the better news.
It's on pit lane right now as they make a few minor, small adjustments, but really what they're doing is waiting for more cars to get out there. They really want to get into traffic with this new setup that they're trying, but the last time that they went out, even though that the times on the board may not reflect it, the handling of the car is something Santino was much more happy with.
And we heard... Yeah, Santino was happier on that last run around with Georgia. But yeah, so I don't know what's worse, the Le Mans 24-hour where I'm awake for some odd 40 hours, or this weekend where I'm awake all weekend. I wish I was joking. What's that yellow flag for? When did we have a yellow? Right, when did it go yellow? We had a yellow earlier on for track inspection. That was 1 hour and 22 minutes ago. It was just a normal track inspection, so don't worry. But yeah, this weekend, what was it? So tomorrow, we have, we end at 11:10. Then I go and do the Grid Network show. And at 11:55, it's practice 2. And then for the Formula E in Tokyo, 2:20 till 3:45, it's the session again, and then 6:31 here. I get about an hour and a half sleep across all that. It's going to be mad. Although I've just seen that we end at 11 and start again at 11. Yeah. I might be, by the time Sunday evening finishes at 4 a.m., I might be crying. I might once again not do the All-Star race, just to let JT know. Looking at that schedule for the 3rd year running, I might not do the All-Star race. Well, the difference is you can have sleep. I don't have that luxury. Yeah, I don't think I can. Oh, my word. It does look quite impossible. We'll see. We shall see. But yeah, then we've got a 2-hour session. I'd like to do the All-Star race. I really would. It's been too long of not being able to. How long is the All-Star race actually? It starts at 1 a.m. It'll take like 90 minutes, isn't it? It'll be done by 2:30. I can't hear you, JT.
You're funny.
How long is it? How long is the All-Star race?
You think a NASCAR race is going to take 90 minutes?
It's All-Star. It's not that bad.
It's not going to be... No.
Oh, JT's filling me in confidence.
It doesn't matter if it's All-Star. It's still a NASCAR race.
Oh, we'll see. We're teaming up with USON on that one again anyway, so that's all right. Ferrucci's left the pit lane. So, yeah, a few more changes coming through. I don't know how, but my notes keep moving up here in the comms box.
I've seen that Jack Harvey's in the field again for this, isn't he? The man from Lincolnshire.
Yeah, local lad.
Who is Jack Harvey? I only know Hollywood.
Yeah, we've been calling him Hollywood Harvey as the Fox team, as he's part of the Fox Sports coverage. But yeah, local lad, Jack Harvey. I can't remember how far away he's actually born from me.
It's not Bassingham, is it? Or anything like... Is it Bassingham?
Yeah. He's close. Lincolnshire, Bassingham.
Can't remember who was born near where I currently live. It's Ilot?
Well, I get the best. I get the Lowe's boys, Sam and Alex. Well, Bassingham is in Lincoln as well, so yeah, add him in as well.
It's about 8 miles southwest of Lincoln.
Yeah.
Which is where I went to uni for 4 years.
You were in Lincoln for 4 years?
I was in Lincoln for 4 years doing my 2 degrees, yeah.
I'm 50 minutes away from you, from where you were. That's what I'm surprised you never asked about my ring, which is the symbol of the king. It's the ring that did the Magna Carta, the seal.
Oh, I'm back in 1215.
Yes.
Yes.
Because I was originally at the University of Lincoln. I did 2. I was at 2 unis. For the rest of the time. Yeah.
Was the other one Bishop Grosseteste by any chance?
No, it was the local one. I changed back.
It's Louis Foster who was born near where I currently live.
Louis Foster.
I pass where he took all the shots.
Highlights of the day so far.
Nothing happened.
No, nothing's really happened. Clean day of running
other
here.
than the oil leak.
Yeah, that was the explosion back. 2 hours to go. If you're watching us stateside, you can change over to Fox Sports 1 for all of the action. We're staying with you here, though, with the run around. Joseph Newgarden is fastest, 226.632 mile an hour. 2 cars out on the track at the moment. One is Colton Herter. The other is Christian Lundgaard, who is running through into the last corner, and Herter's coming back into the pit lane. It's really annoying actually because Sky have ended their program as well, because it's going to be it's a whole new program. So we've actually got 3 minutes to fill here of time. which isn't the greatest to sort out. But yeah, gives us a chance to tell you what else we've got coming up this weekend. So tomorrow, you can join us at 8 a.m. for Formula E Tokyo first practice. That'll lead into Formula 3's session alongside on JB Motorsports 2 World Superbike from Moist, the first session. Yep, that's going to be an annoying this weekend. F2 and F1 then take us 10:05 and 12:15 before at 2 o'clock you can join us back on JB Motorsports for F3 qualifying, and then FP2 from the World Superbikes at the Czech Republic. 2:55 F2 qualifying, followed by 3:45 F1's second practice from Imola, and we're underway at 5 o'clock for the 109th running of the Indy 500's fourth practice session, and that runs until 11. Before 11:55 you can join us on the 17th for practice 2 of Tokyo, followed by qualifying 1 at 2:10, E-Prix as well, the first one at 6:30, lights out at 7:03. 8 o'clock you can join us for Czech Republic practice 3 as well. That's going to be done up side by side. At 9 o'clock you can join us Formula 3 Emilia Romagna race. Then 9:55 Super Pole for qualifying Superbikes on JB2. Porsche Super Cup qualifying will be on here later on in the day as well with a pre-record, as we don't have access to it live. And then Formula 1 practice 3 at 11:15. World Superbikes from Czech Republic race 1 at 12:50. Freca is going to be recorded for the opening race of the day. Then we'll have Formula 2 sprint race at 1:10. The practice 5 at 1:30, and that's going to be on there as well. Formula 1 qualifying from Miller at 2:45. GB3 from Zandvoort at 3:25 on JB2. INDYCAR qualifying day 1 though from 4 o'clock, alongside the NASCAR trucks from North Wilkesboro race with the radio feed at 7:30. Sunday, the same action, 12 a.m. for practice 3 from Tokyo, qualifying 2 at 2:20, race 2 from Tokyo at 6:30, the Formula 3 feature at 7:25, World Superbikes warm up at 8, F2 Emilia Romagna feature at 9, World Superbikes race Super Pole at 10, Zandvoort race 2 on JB Motorsports 2 is going to be recorded, Porsche Super Cup race is at 10:45 on Sunday, followed then by World Superbikes race 2 at 1, Emilia Romagna is at 1, lights out at 2, GB3 is going to be recorded as well as Freca race 2 then live at 3:30, and then practice 6 it's live throughout the day as well, 6 till 8 and then 9 till midnight, the action for the qualifying and practice 6 on the 109th running, where we'll find our pole sitter. Then we'll have on the 19th the All-Star race, that's going to wait 12:30 until 4, and then practice 7 is from 6 till 8 on the Monday, and then on Fast Carb Day we'll have practice 8 at 4 till 6. And then that's on the 23rd, alongside the Pit Stop Challenge. And then the 109th running of the Indy 500 starts our coverage at 5 o'clock with the green flag at 5:45 on the 25th as well. That's alongside all the action from everything else that's on that weekend as well. And breathe through the Indy 500 schedule. We're back with the
How many streams have we got?
Streams this weekend?
Yeah.
JT, can you calculate quickly? 9, 14, about 37 this weekend, I would say, on the top of my head.
Okay.
There's a lot. Right, we're off for a 10-minute break. Are you staying with us, Tom? What's your plan?
I mean, I'm open. That's what I can
Okay.
do. If there's any.
If you want to hang around, you can hang around. If you want to go, you can go. It's an open box. But let us know, because in a minute we're going to head down to Fox for this little break of segment while they introduce the show. Tell me what's going on. Yeah?
Fridays, 41, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then Monday, if you include NASCAR All-Star Race, that's 42. INDYCAR Practice 7 is 43. Practice 8, 44. Pit Stop Challenge 45.
A lot of streams, basically, yeah. Right, let's head over to Fox then during this segment. Go on, JT, quickly.
The final practice and Pit Stop Challenge, that would go into the
Next week.
24th, 25th.
Yeah. Basically, we're just non-stop for about 2-3 weeks. Right, let's head over to Fox, and we'll have a little bit of a break.
Robert Schwartzman, 53 laps in the bag, so that's the kind of experience that both of those young drivers really need to get comfortable here.
Townsend Bell James Hinchcliffe alongside me, Will Buxton, for the final 2 hours of this session. It has been glorious sunshine today, and we've not been used to that this week. We've had rain interrupting play for the past 2 days, but we've had no sign of that here today. It has been warmer than we've seen all the way through the week. Muggy outside, temperatures up in the high 80s, track temperatures up now almost at 120 degrees Fahrenheit as we ride on boards with the number 20 Java House of Alexander Rossi, a driver who has of course won this race and who goes so splendidly here every single year. There is something about this track which enlivens and wakes him up and turns him into quite the force.
I've seen some great spirited battles from him over the years here at the Speedway. You know, irony of it all is, he won it back in 2016 and coast across the line, and it was an epic finish, but not an epic battle necessarily to the end. Far from his greatest drive here. He's had several near misses.
And I think what's so fascinating about Rossi's adventures here at Indianapolis is where he stood sort of emotionally before that first Indy 500 with respect to what he knew of this race, what he wanted from this race versus where he is right now. He was in Formula One. That was his original goal. He sort of somewhat reluctantly came to IndyCar as his best, maybe only opportunity, and then came to oval racing sort of out of obligation. You can't race IndyCars and not race ovals. I was his teammate that rookie year. He was not particularly happy with what it's like at over 220 miles an hour at this place. I'd call him pretty reluctant as a competitor in that first year. So let's say that was a 1 or 2. Where does he sit now on the love affair with winning another Indy 500?
9 or 10. You know, it's like so many drivers you talk to, the appreciation you have for it once you win it, once you've done it multiple times. You know, I think every driver's respect and admiration for this event grows every time they're lucky enough to get to participate in it. And having seen what winning is like, but now add on a decade's worth of appreciation of being here, of coming so close and just missing out, I think it's a 10 out of 10.
And he won from impossible odds. The fuel saving that he had to do to make it, it was a long shot, it paid off. And I'll never forget the look on his face. Total surprise and shock and disbelief. And I just love the way that he has embraced the challenge here. Like you said, it is obsession level 10 now for Alexander Rossi, a strong contender, a favorite, I would say, to be in that top 3 or 4 at the end of this thing.
He admits that before he won that race, he didn't really understand what it was all about. And he had the most unique win possibly in Indy 500 history, that as he crossed the line, there was no fuel, the engine cut out, it's total silence, and the only thing he hears is the sound of 350,000 people applauding him over the line.
In some ways, incredibly lucky, because he's probably the only Indy 500 winner in history that could only hear the crowd on the cool-down lap.
Incredible.
Cheering him on. Very, very cool experience.
And full credit to his strategist, who I think really put his mark on that role as a strategist. Brian Herta, of course, whose son Colton Herta exits pit lane to come join Elio Castroneves right there in the blue and green car. There's Colton Herta, son of Brian Herta. But Brian Herta, I think, really left his mark that day as maybe the best strategist on pit lane. Brian Herta, ironically, though, not with his son Colton anymore. He's with Kyle Kirkwood, another Andretti driver, and has led Kyle Kirkwood to 2 IndyCar wins now.
And let's be honest here, Townsend, if it wasn't for you helping to drag Alexander around for those few laps and helping that strategy play out, it might have been a very different result. Here's some of Elio's wins.
Yeah, Elio Castroneves has won here 4 times. He tries to aim to go and do a fight for 5th, which is sometimes possible to do. I mean, it's been a long time since he won his... Well, it was a bigger gap, as I said, 2009 up until just a couple of years ago as well in 2021. And I don't know, I think as well, Tom, the atmosphere here at Indianapolis, and we were talking with JT the other day about it as well, you have to have the luck here as well But everyone goes to me, oh, why do they have so many hours of practice? It's not needed. If it goes wrong here, that's an entire week of work gone. You can't just go to another car and expect it to work. Everything here is so incredibly planned out and so incredibly fine detailed.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree to that. I can actually agree to that. I think we've had definitely quite a lot go on across all of these practice sessions. The drivers kind of need to build up to it, JB. They kind of, as you mentioned, they need to build up to it, get their confidence going, and just get themselves up to the mark to be able to compete and get going and also reach their peak performance. It may look basic as I've described it off a map, but it really isn't. There's a lot to gain, there's a lot to do, and the drivers kind of need to build themselves up into it. If they were put straight into just 1 hour of practice, there'd be lots of mistakes, they wouldn't be able to find the limits, and it would lead to a lot of chaos when it comes to qualifying day and race day eventually for the Indy 500.
Sort of what always surprises me when we get to the running for Daytona, they sometimes don't even have a practice session to go straight in towards qualifying. For the big races, you need a lot of time to sort of sit down and work it out. And I suppose there's a big difference, isn't there, between stock cars going around at Daytona to literally bombs on wheels, which is what Indy cars are, going around at speedways at over 230 mile an hour on qualifying days. It's an enormous bravery sort of got to build up to as well, and it is effectively, even though it's an oval, could we call this like a street circuit with the barriers so close alongside?
Yeah, the barriers are so close, so I think absolutely. And I think with having such a good build-up and having a big build-up, I think it makes the event what it is as well. I kind of feel like when we get to Monaco, it just feels like another race sometimes.
Yeah.
Because we don't have something different, we don't have a special build-up. But we have it with other things. But with Monaco, it's just a normal weekend. We have it with Silverstone. We have so many other F1 races that are special. So it feels like that can just be normalized compared to, let's say, this and Le Mans, which actually has a big build-up.
One of the things you can do here, though, is have the snake pit. That's where Georgia is.
Some of their favorite DJs. This year, there's Elenium, there's Two Friends. They have a star-studded lineup, and not to mention the Grand Marshal of the Snake Pit, Rob Gronkowski, will be here. It is going to be so lively in this area. It's going to be so fun and make the Indianapolis 500 just even more special than it already is. Kevin, where are you at today?
I'm not too far away from you. One of the things that's really unique about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is there is a championship golf course here, the Brickyard Crossing, and 4 halls are inside the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm on the green, and by the way, we're rolling in Caddyshack style here. We've talked about Creed, the SiriusXM partnership, so that goes as well, and I've got my own little portable speaker here. There you go. Hinch will go for that. So we decided it's really difficult to hit balls with this pack on. The headset kept coming off. So I've already done 3 shots. We've banked them. I promise only 3. And this is where we've ended up on the green here. The first one, not bad, just a little bit left. I would say it was pin high, and I'll say it. I'll give myself some excuses. This is a difficult hole. It's today 170 with a swirling wind. Second shot, not good at all. But this is like my driving range. The only 3 shots of the day. Let's watch. All right. So we thought it was 4 feet away. Alas, it's a little longer than 4 feet away. So I did 1 practice putt, 3 foot. We'll go to that video. This isn't close, but let's see how we do. A little downhill to the left. I think it's a little bit long. I could maybe hit that, maybe par. Townsend, we played the other day. We played bogey golf, right? Is that what we're saying?
Well, that was
bogey.
Those were gimmies all day long. You picked that up, sir. Nice job off the tee.
Are you giving him that?
Of course.
That's not in a bin lid. No, you make it
That's close enough. Hey, how long was the putt I hit the other day, Townsend?
Oh, it was 80, 85.
120. Yeah, right out by turn 3 there in the 13th hole.
I'm making you putt that all day long. You're not getting off camera until you putted it out.
Come on.
I'm not giving you that. Putt
Go.
it. Putt it.
Come on, Kev.
Putt it.
Kev.
I'll never hit it.
Well, you said you could. That's never a
It's going to be time for qualifying.
Never.
You got this, buddy.
Take a breath. Exhale. We're in no hurry, sir. No hurry.
one's watching.
But you can see how much it's the wind right now out there.
Oh, strong. Oh, they pulled the pin.
If we would have pulled the pin, we're counting that,
that's
right?
A gimme.
Yes. Yeah. I had a birdie the other day. That's good enough.
Right, back to on-track action, and it's getting thick and fast out there right now. Alex Palou at the back of the pack with Colton Herter, Christian Lundgaard, and ahead of them, Rasmussen.
Herter cracks throttle, Palou going by. Larson lagging down the front straightaway to try to drop in. He files just behind Colton Herta and looks to join the party.
Jumping on board with Larson now.
Bring it line. Be off there.
It's be fun to watch and see if he can make any headway. What's he got for tire mileage? Well, 2.5. 1 lap complete for Kyle Larson. So these are brand new tires according to our data here in the booth.
Palou to the front of the pack. Rossi coming out of the pits to come and join the action as well. Nice big group starting to form here with Palou, with Lundgaard, Rasmussen, with Larson, Armstrong.
Spinner!
And we've got Rasmussen. Around.
Amazingly keeps it off the wall, guys.
And that is our first caution of the 500 due to a spin and a flat tyre for Rasmussen. Let's take another look at it. So coming out of turn 2, he's just going to get a little bit loose. Look, he just brushed the wall you can see at the top, brings it down low, and they got away with it. I don't know who's around with us at the booth right now, but that was a lucky getaway. Look, he's going to lose it out of the last corner, brushes the wall, might have damaged the rear suspension just a touch, but yeah, that could have been a million times worse as it comes through.
So it was the front right, and you just saw there, and you get another angle of Rasmussen's spin there, and so the tyre's already gone before he's hit the wall there, as Rasmussen, and considering that they're going in an anti-clockwise direction, it's the right front that takes more of the beating than the left-hand side. So that, I don't know how long he'd been on those tires before the blowout, but that could have been so much worse there for Rasmussen, and that would have been quite a clean-up job for the marshals and a huge stoppage.
Yeah, so now they'll just do a quick track inspection. Now he has touched the wall, so IndyCar rules means he has to now get out of the car and go to the medical centre. That's the rule. You can't drive back. You've got to stop and let the safety crew get out of it. So we've got a yellow flag out here at the moment. And, of course, it brings back what happened 40 years ago here. The spin and win on May the 26th, 1985. And getting back to on the inside line on his teammate to get the victory. Danny Sullivan, the 1985 Indianapolis 500 winner, and drinking the delicious milk. Yellow flag is out then for our first proper accident of all. And it was just a tiny little spin into the wall as well. Yeah, Tom, that could have been a lot worse, though.
Yeah, looking at Danny Sullivan, actually, still with us today. 75 years of age he is now, Danny Sullivan. 17 wins in his Champ Car career. 40 podiums, 19 poles as well, and he did race for the Tyrrell team in Formula 1 in 1983. Picks up a couple of points during that time to go with them. I'm interested to find which races they were that he did. Let me just find that for you. Just bear with. I think it might have been a 5th place finish in Monaco that year. Yeah, it was for Danny Sullivan. In a Tyrrell, it was a Tyrrell 011 for the majority of the season, and then the last couple of rounds at Brands Hatch and Kyalami, he was in a Tyrrell 012 with a Cosworth V8 engine.
So it's a surprise that there's a lot more crossovers between Formula 1 and IndyCar than people might ever think or assume, so there's always an option for it. JT's vanished to go get some food. That's where he's at the moment. I just can't select... Now I can select Tom's face on the broadcast with his wonderful illustration. We will be handing back over to Fox, though. It is their segment of the broadcast to have a conversation. We're filling in the ad breaks time. We've done so much talking over the last 2 weeks, it's almost impossible to come in and to change over. But yeah, Newgarden on Dixon, Daly, O'Ward, Hannah Ray, Palou, all coming through. There's Tom. Hello, Tom. How you doing? Yeah, you look good.
Yeah, thank you.
Not sunburned. I thought you would be.
No, well, it was more tan light. I did put
Yeah.
my sun cream on over the course of the weekend at Brands, so that was nice actually. It gave me a little bit of satisfaction when I got back to the hotel anyway, when all the event and all the racing was done. But yeah, for Rasmussen, it was very close to being a big stunt, and yeah, he did stop out on circuit as he was required to do so. You are not supposed to drive back to the pits anyway, because it's just too high speed of a racetrack around the oval to come back with an ailing car. He did tap the wall as well, and I can imagine that right rear won't have done too much good on the back of it.
Right in front of Carl Larson, that spin happened as well, and it was in the middle of the mid-pack, just losing that rear. And yeah, there's the rear suspension touching. He's got so lucky. That could have been a million times worse. Well, yeah, Christian Rasmussen for Ed Carpenter Racing, the ECR, their local team here, in a bit more trouble. Okay, let's head over to Fox.
See, he just clips the right rear on the wall. It scuffs the wall. It flexes. It folds the wing in, but it pops back into place.
I don't even know if there's wing damage.
I wouldn't want to go drive that front wing.
I mean, but look at it. It's perfect.
But watch this. I wanted to see from Larson's onboard. Oh, can we go a little bit further back than that? Because he gets high in the corner on the exit, but I want to see if maybe there was a loose moment mid-corner that kind of pushed him halfway up the racetrack to get there. Try and take another look at it.
Car getting brought back. Until that point, guys, he'd run 234 laps, the most of anybody in the field. Let's take a look.
See here, he gets down. Yeah, you see a tiny little wiggle, and it's just enough to get him that little bit high, and that's why it's such a late spin, is he caught the first moment.
And what I think we saw there was what a difference. That is a total catchable moment pre-hybrid. Like that seemed like not that big of a deal. You saw Pato O'Ward with much bigger moments off of turn 2 last year, and now what we're seeing is because there's more of a pendulum effect with the mass back there, you got a moment and then it gets away from you.
Do you know when else that's catchable? On fresh tires. Christian Rasmussen was on 31 lap tires. That's over a stint on those Firestones. Why? That's a different question.
Why?
But he almost didn't have a chance to save it because of how late he was on that tire life.
Well, they're definitely done now. 10th, 8th over the last 3 days in practice. 234 laps of Eddie Burns.
Okay, well, if JT's around, can I throw to him for a few moments? Because I need to pop out for bathroom break. Are you there, JT? No. Omi, are you around to take over with Tom?
Hello.
Cheers, take over. Thank you. I need bathroom breaks. I've been in here for ages.
Hello.
Oh, there
Oh, good. You can all relieve me.
Over to you,
Other than my Chinese has just arrived, so classic JB, doing classic JB things. Hello, Tom.
Hello, JT. How are we?
I'm all right. You?
Yeah, we're okay. Just obviously had a stoppage due to Christian Rasmussen's tyre blowout. I think it was it was apparently it was on 31 lap old tyres on those Firestones before they gave way. So apparently he's done the most laps out of any driver in practice today has Christian, but no.
Go on.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the session to resume, and we can go back to the session and having some cars out on circuit.
Yeah, I just need to find the time of the caution, which I can get from time in 71. And JB systems, so it doesn't say, because I believe we are back green here at Indianapolis. And the cars will return to the circuit. The green flag is back out. So not that lengthy of a caution. Tom, just for your background to why I actually need the time of caution. We here at JBM, we work out how long of the designated time of practice we actually get on the green. And how much we lose to rain.
Well, what is the weather radar saying, JT, for this session? Where are we with that?
We are okay. We are lucky we're not in Minnesota, which is absolutely getting battered by multiple tornadoes right now and severe thunderstorms.
We'll just hope the people of Minnesota do get through that safe and sound, because when you hear the word tornado, it doesn't sound exactly pleasant, does it?
No, but we return back to the brickyard and... Right, well, we do have a UK tornado, Ali. I'm right on the edge of it. Not had one yet. Here is a replay once again, Tom. Just brushes the turn two wall ever so slightly. Probably one of the gentlest, calmest offs you can have at Indianapolis.
We were just looking at the onboard of the car behind him. Now, you may notice at mid-corner, the front right goes, and you'll see a twitch mid-corner that Christian Rasmussen has before it just, it steps out on him, basically. Once that tyre goes, then there's just no front grip, really, which you need to have. And, yeah, that could have been so much worse. That could have been him being teamboed by another driver, but thankfully that's not the case. We've got cars on circuit. There is Connor Daly. Last time I've seen Connor Daly, I was saying one of the last times, I even remember him back in his GP3 Series days in 2012. That is a long time ago. But thankfully he's enjoying life in the States. Is Connor? I think he's the isn't he the son of Derek Daly? I'm just trying to remember from memory.
Yes.
Oh, hello, JB. I believe I hear Georgia.
Daly's had this time for a good majority of today, and Stingray Rob down in 12th on the board. And I asked how the car setups were together, and he said, well, yep. But yesterday they were on two completely different setups, but today they have taken Stingray Rob's setup and moved it more towards Connor's, and now they are running very similar setups, and those times are reflecting for both of them. So the Hoopers Hollinger team practicing those qualifying sims the rest of today.
Thank you very much. A wild Jackson Lambros has appeared in the back of the booth. What is this? It feels like everyone's appearing suddenly on the third day of testing as well. Hello, Jackson. Can you hear us?
I can. After the obligatory United States high schools jokes in the recent days, I've decided to appear from the smoke like Stone Cold Steve Austin's and calling my shot like Babe Ruth against Tom Cairns. It's on. It's on.
Well, if you want to put your camera on, I can go re-splice, hopefully, as JT's being busy. So,
I'm on free Denny's Wi-Fi right now, so I don't think that is going to be a possibility.
that is probably not the best. Denny's? You're in a Denny's?
That's the quality of my connection right now.
It sounds brilliant, but Denny's is always open as well, as we learned in the Santa Claus movie. Into the pit lane has now come the 76 as well, so that is going to be Connor Daly coming in and out again, with Dixon, Pallone, Carpenter and Ross who just come out. Right, Jackson, what have you been making then of the opening days as well? Because Matthew Owens is also in the chat. What have you been making of it then? Anything good?
Josh, I got to talk to Will Power leading up to the Long Beach Grand Prix the Thursday before, and I mentioned, hey, previous year in the media center on air, you were incredibly confident in not just your abilities to put the car on the front row, but Team Penske as a whole. And is the feeling familiar going into this year? And he said, well, if I open my mouth and speak too much again, I'll get in trouble like I did last year. But the feeling is very much the same. So not too surprising to see Team Penske machinery at the top right now with Joseph Newgarden. Always have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, as the comparison between the toes and the no-toe speed is always a little bit dependent on context in weekly practice. But obviously not too surprising to see a Ganassi there in second with a guy as seasoned as Scott Dixon. But some good surprises here. Connor Daly, Ryan Hunter-Reay, although with how much time both of those two have spent time here in the past couple of years, it would not be too surprising to see them in the top 5. Good to see Pato P4 as well.
Who would you say is doing the worst so far? You've got Ray Hall and Ferrucci right down at the bottom of the timesheets as well. Prema struggling early on, and there's now playing catch-up. Who's the worst? Who could be facing that bump?
I'll tell you what, Prema originally scared me, and I thought we were going to potentially get a carbon copy of what we saw maybe with the Carlins not failing to respect the track, as I like to put it. But I mean, they've turned up the wick. I think we still gotta put them on the bubble right now. I mean, you got Ilott 29th. I'm happy they're getting in the 220s now, but Graham's still struggling to find pace. Weird to see Ferrucci this low in the order, considering historically how well he's ran. But I know him and his team have been off to a slow start as well. I mean, you got to throw both of the Premas in there. Maybe one of the Juncos cars, although Connor's done a great job of getting him and Stingray locked in. Down to pit row here with Christian Rasmussen.
If you're ever going to crash, this is the way to crash. What happened?
Yeah, I've been getting understeer through 2 all day, especially with where the wind direction is right now. So I was a little surprised by getting loose there. I just got loose in the middle of 2 and just kind of like was walking the car up, and then obviously just brushed the wall on the right rear. So yeah, I mean, shoot, it's what happens. It's obviously not where we want it to be. But I think we have fast cars around here, so I think it's still a positive day. Now I've gotten that out of the way, so now we move on.
The info the booth had said you were on a set of Firestones that were 31 laps old. That's farther maybe than you're ever going to run in the race. Is that true? What were you trying to learn at the end of that tire stint?
Yeah, they were definitely pretty deep. So maybe that was part of the problem. Just pushing a little bit too hard for how deep we were in the stint. Yeah, I mean, obviously trying to learn where the tire goes and how that all develops. And now we see where that developed.
The car shouldn't, I assume, take long to repair. Will you try to go back out later today?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very light. I don't know if there's even any damage. Maybe the right rear just touched a little bit, but we should be able to make it out today. Yeah, see, the boys are already on it, so it's yeah, great crew.
Thanks, Christian.
Fastest I've ever had to type up. I'm keeping up with that for the notes of the Grid Tonight show later on. Not doing too bad. And yeah, Tom, that could have been a lot worse. You can see it's brushed the barrier exit at turn 2. He hit it at precisely the right angle, exactly how he needed to.
Yeah, because that right rear could have flown off. You never know. You know, right into the path of another driver. So Rasmussen was very lucky to have all 4 wheels attached to the car, even with the flat one. And yeah, at least he can live to fight another day. I don't know if we'll see him back out on circuit before the practice session is over. There is a lot of time still left to go. We've just seen drivers pulling out of the slipstream just to see how much of an effect it will be come race day. I don't know how long they've been on the tyres of which they've been on, just to see how far on a stint they can go with these with the Firestones.
Longest we've got is Carl Kirkwood's on a 19-lapper on his primary. Sato is on 25, but he's still in the pit lane. It's hard to tell with the data we get up here in the booth because they try and keep it secretive with the laps they've done on this set of tyre compounds in order to try and keep it relevant. So we have to wait to get confirmation back. Jackson, just coming to you with the pack racing we're seeing now and the weather conditions. How big of a worry is it to you that what we're seeing in the weather forecast for Saturday and Sunday with the wind blowing in, and we've had windy days before getting called out, and now we've got to go out for qualifying no matter what happens? Oops.
I think consistency is just the main issue there, Josh. If we're getting a consistent breeze into a certain area, that's going to be okay. When gusts in different locations, different speeds work their way into the conversation, that's where we start to get, you know, guys getting twitchy, things that instigate incidents, things that are not.
Oh. Okay, multiple people gone down now. We've lost TV pictures and we've lost. There we go. Jackson's
obviously
wife. There we go. Hello, Jackson. We can hear you now.
Isn't too much. Oh, we're good. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Constant wind speed, good. Gusts, bad. Qualifying order, still very important. I think a little bit more of a sense of let's go gambling going into it, though.
So we've actually lost TV pictures up here in the booth, and JT's told me it's not just me. You've lost TV pictures as well. Okay, so...
Has it happened again, Fox Sports?
I think it's actually a Sky issue. Is the information right now. I think this is a Sky actual problem. So we will double check to see if anything is even worse out there, but we'll have to fill our own time for now. Ed Carpenter's come into the pit lane. Jacob Abel's just joined this party as well. A few more that I think Joseph Newgarden might come out shortly. He's just waiting at the exit of pit lane. Jackson, who's your early prediction to do well then? Who's your pick, early pick maybe for pole position coming in? Of course, we can't really tell until after tomorrow.
You know, the Dive Bomb guys asked me this going into the season, and you know, you've got 3 really, really hungry guys that still haven't gotten a win yet. Scott McLaughlin, Alex Palou, Pato O'Ward. And I said it would be the boring answer to choose Alex Palou, but he stood on the pole position here before. So too has Scott McLaughlin. So I think genuinely with how much work the Team Penske guys have gone, I really do think it is going to be Scotty Mack on the pole of all of the Penskes, but it's really hard for me to go against Alex Palou in keeping the perfect streak and really knocking off that last thing in his IndyCar career he really hasn't gotten yet.
Yeah, just by the way, Sky has gone down, so it's not just us. There's a problem with Sky in the UK right now. I just checked the Down Detector website and it's shooted up. So we've actually lost TV pictures, which is always a grand idea of how to go. So right now we have got nothing going on to close in. So
I'll see what I can do for you boys.
If you've got anything for us, that would be great. We might be able to grab something with our international pictures, but we have waiting for Sky to come back. That's what JT's up to right now, trying to get more data and information. As we stand, we are holding on with 1 hour and 24 minutes to go as we check in. I'm trying to get the TV report as well. This is a time when technology is not so good coming in, but fingers crossed I might be able to open up something on our screen so that we can still see to commentate. Scott Dixon's on his run, says Alex Palou, and Rasmussen is back in the pit lane, we're now being told. We already saw that car being wheeled back in, but the transponder still puts him on the circuit, if you're just wondering what you are seeing elsewhere on the circuit. With 1 hour 24 to go. Okay, so while we do get this issue resolved, we are going to hand over to our emergency team, which is the INDYCAR radio squad.
Your visions also all crash with Sky as well.
Okay, cheers, JT. Well, while we try and get this back, it's for once not our fault having an issue. Let's hand over to the INDYCAR radio network.
Everybody right now, those that are on track, Scott Dixon, his teammate Alex Palou, Alexander Rossi, Helio Castroneves, Kyle Larson, Jacob Abel, Kiffin Simpson, and Felix Rosenquist. To run down the top speeds of the day, Joseph Newgarden, the fastest, 226.632 miles an hour, followed by Scott Dixon at 225.457. They are the only two to have eclipsed 225. But the rest of the top 10, Connor Daly, Pato O'Ward, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Alex Palou, Colton Herta, Christian Rasmussen, who brought out the only caution of the day, David Malukas, and Scott McLaughlin. The next 10. 11th is Alexander Rossi, 12th, Stingray Robb, 13th, Renus VK, 14th, Marcus Armstrong, 15th, Helio Castroneves, Kyle Kirkwood, Kyle Larson, Christian Lundgaard, Devlin DeFrancesco, and Jacob Abel round out the top 20. Rest of the field, Kiffin Simpson, Marco Andretti, Nolan Siegel, Ed Carpenter, Louis Foster, the rookie, Marcus Erickson, Jack Harvey, Felix Rosenquist, Callum Eilert, Takuma Sato, Robert Schwartzman, a rookie, Will Power, Santino Ferrucci, and Graham Rahal, who I believe underwent an engine change after just 3 laps. Power turned in only 4 laps. Also just 3 laps for Takuma Sato, the workhorse of the day. He who has turned in more laps than anybody in the field today would be that of the 66 laps turned in by Christian Rasmussen. Now, if his car has to undergo any sort of a repair, that would give opportunity for the next closest to him in terms of number of laps turned to surpass him. That would be Marco Andretti, who has turned 64 laps. Again, Scott Dixon, Alex Palou working together in the south end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we speak, Mark.
What a day it's been, Jake. I mean, the last couple of days we've had to worry about rain. And I guess the guy that has the biggest sense of relief is probably Tony Kanaan, who finally got his refresher out of the way.
Boy, and it took a while, right? And I don't mean it took a while this morning. I mean it took a while just in terms of Mother Nature accommodating. It happened between 10 and noon this morning when Tony Kanaan went out. And if you are unfamiliar with refresher course, what that means is that the driver goes out and turns laps in different speed increments throughout the course of the day. And then once they get a certain number of laps at, say, 215 miles an hour, then they have to do those exceeding 215 and etc. And Tony Kanaan was able to do that today. And I was talking with Dario Franchitti at an event just after Kanaan had finished. And when I asked Franchitti what it was like, in his opinion, to be a veteran, is it like riding a bike or does it take some getting used to? And Franchitti said, I'll be honest with you, I'm glad it was Tony and not myself, because the wind is tricky out here and it takes a while to get used to that wind. And I don't know that I would have wanted to go out there, said Dario Franchitti, in terms of today. So tricky conditions actually for Kanaan. Those conditions right now, still windy. And those that Dario Franchitti works with in terms of being in the ear of Scott Dixon, Alex Palou, and as well Kiffin Simpson, the three driving for Ganassi Racing, all working as a trio together in the South End.
I think it's okay while certainly we're impartial in what we do and how we do it, to admit that over the years that we have been quote-unquote fans of certain drivers. And I will say this, in the early days with this network, Sam Hornish Jr. was someone that I just marveled at repeatedly. Buddy Lazier was another one on the ovals. But I think over the years that I've covered this, I'd have to say that the three wins and the manner in which they happened and just what he was able to do from a series championship standpoint, Dario Franchitti has certainly been one of my favorite NTT IndyCar Series drivers of my period of time covering the sport.
Hard to argue that. And, you know, just a pretty laid-back guy. I think the one time that I saw probably the most tenacity out of him was when, not even tenacity, but just, you know, he had a situation where he ran out of fuel during a qualifying run. I remember got out of the car and just started walking and really didn't talk to anybody about it, understandably so, in that moment. But for the most part, a guy that was always pretty even keel. You know, certainly in a race car and in the cockpit of the car could be pretty intense, but a very, very likable guy for certain, Dario Franchitti.
And again, interesting to note the manner in which he won all three of those 500s. But bottom line is he won them, right? I mean, no apologies.
Finished under the caution flag in all three, and interestingly enough, Dario Franchitti had the record for the most starts in Indy 500 history without a DNF until, meaning a do not finish, until his final start. And in his final start on the final lap, he brought out the caution flag and therefore did not run at completion at the end of the race. And so that record reverted back to, actually Simon Pagenaud ultimately broke that as well. Pagenaud had the same thing happen, and Howdy Holmes is still, I believe, the record holder now. It reverted back to him in that category. And Santino Ferrucci now, I believe, is tied Howdy Holmes with 6, and so he has a chance to surpass him. But again, Ferrucci also will have opportunity moving forward to get a DNF at some point. And
JB,
I kind of like the thought of the Jiffy Brownie Mix car being somehow tied to the record books in Indianapolis.
Say again, JT.
Unplug your Skybox and plug it back in.
Both of them.
Mini.
Okay.
Just your common box one.
Okay. Nearly there.
As well, and even some of the local radio stations of the day used to have sponsorships on cars like WNAP and WIFE, and the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, the local tie-ins in particular, you know, it's funny to see. I would assume, Mark, that at some point WIBC would have had to have been on a car at some point because it was so married to the Indianapolis 500 and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Back in the day, Buddy Lazier actually came here and had the original ESPN radio station in town. ESPN 950 was on Buddy Lazier's car one of the last years that he ran here. So, yeah, a lot of great sponsors over the course of time and over the years here at Indianapolis.
1 hour, 17 minutes remaining in this session before we get to Fast Friday. And it's interesting to note, Jake, we heard from Marcus Armstrong a few moments ago, and we just got a look at Alex Palou, who's stepped out of the cockpit of his race car, and it looks as though that he's packing the helmet away. And so you wonder just how many teams are going to be takers over the final hour of this.
I wonder just because of the heat, Mark. I mean,
Right.
It is warm. There's no question about it. And, especially if it continues to be windy, whether or not some drivers or cars are just going to say, okay, that's enough for today. Let's put the bubble wrap on it. Let's bring it out. Let's do some simulating runs tomorrow for, simulations of qualifying on Fast Friday. Then there are those that might still need the work. Marco Andretti has been turning a lot of laps. This is a guy that obviously is coming back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, is not full-time within the NTT IndyCar Series, and he has turned a number of laps today, and it won't be long before Marco Andretti will be able to say that he's turned more laps today than anybody else at this practice session.
After a lengthy closure for extensive renovations and upgrades, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Hall of Fame and Museum is now opened, and now is the time to experience it like never before. You can immerse yourself with some of the world's most unique and valuable racing artifacts. Hop in the IndyCar Racing Simulator. You can get your hands on the tools and equipment of the racing trade by taking part in a simulated pit stop and tour the track and kiss the bricks. You can come experience the history behind the greatest spectacle in racing. Get more information and show your support by becoming a member. Visit imsmuseum.org, and our good friend Jason Van Sickle will be with us tomorrow to talk more about the museum, Jake.
Remarkable museum, no question about it, the work that they have done. Another thing that I was talking about, Mark, that I did not realize, the Unser Family Museum in Albuquerque, New Mexico, they actually have moved all of that now to a Museum of Motorsport and Speed, I believe is the name of it, in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah, I think I had read that not too long when that all went down.
And I was talking to Alan Jr. earlier today and asking him if that museum that is in Lincoln, Nebraska is in any way, shape, or form connected to the research center or the development center where the safer barrier was developed, because it was in Lincoln at the University of Nebraska where they did that. He said total coincidence, not affiliated in any way, shape, or form, but it would be hard-pressed, and it certainly, that's a smaller museum, but to match and equate to what the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the museum here, has in the infield of this facility and the upgrades that it has undergone. And I think one of the things that looks the most fascinating of that museum is to be able to walk back in time and see the different garage areas, the different eras. And with it, having inside of each of them time accurate, accentuations of the car and everything inside of each garage is pretty special.
It's fascinating for me to see it come together. I mean, I was honored, along with Paul Page, to be asked to voice that particular exhibit in Gasoline Alley, and the folks that prepared the script and came up with what we were supposed to do. It was literally, I was walking through the history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway from the first garage to the last. So it was that was really cool to not only be a part of that process, but now see what it all looks like, because as I'm reading it, on the script that they gave me, the storyboard basically laid out what I was saying and what it would be in conjunction with and how it would look, and I mean, it was absolutely spot on. The creativity behind this, and Joe Hale, who you've known for a long time, announced shortly after its opening that he was stepping down as president of the museum, and I don't know that they, from all intents and purposes, it appears to me they couldn't have made a better choice in terms of someone who guided that project.
Well, certainly in terms of the fundraising efforts and the ways to come up with the money to do so, no question about it, because it was not an inexpensive task, but it is a completed task now. If you are just joining us here in the final 75 minutes or so of this session, we can simply tell you this. Fastest of the day, Joseph Newgarden, one who seems to be chasing it a little bit and had some issue with his car in terms of not being necessarily totally happy with the setup and frustrated that we talked to. Santino Ferrucci, and lone caution of the day brought out by Christian Rasmussen. Light contact. He walked away okay. Ryan Marine?
a chance to catch up with a driver who would love in the future years to be piloting one of these Indy cars around the Speedway here on a practice day. James Rowe, who is now a veteran, I think it's safe to say, in Indy Next by Firestone. Taking in the sights and the sounds of Indianapolis, what do you make of these practice days, and how hard is it to be standing here in civvies like you are and not in one of these race cars?
Yeah, you know, it's awesome. Every time you come here, Indy's special, but it's even more special when you're at the Speedway and everyone's getting ready for the yeah, no, it's cool. Obviously, with the Andretti aspect to it all as well, we get to learn a lot and see a lot, and that's why we're out here. It's every day's a school day.
Is that one of the appealing aspects of driving for a team like Andretti Global at the Indy Next level? You get to get plugged in to the NTT IndyCar Series team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an open book across the board, and whether that's standing on a timing stand for a session or two, or speaking to the crew chiefs or team managers or what's going on, yeah, it's all building blocks, and yeah, no, it's good stuff. I was fortunate this year to do some straight line testing for the guys in advance of the 500 in an IndyCar, so want to see how they are doing the straight line.
Coming as you did to the U.S. from Europe, not a whole lot of oval racing over in Europe. How have you adapted to that at Indy Next, and how intriguing is it about the possibility of maybe driving this 2.5-mile oval someday?
Yeah, you know, it's awesome. Ovals are certainly up there on the list of things I like to do, because last year we had the pole and a lap record in Iowa and a podium, and that's a few strong runs last year. So ovals are, you know, an art it's so special. You get to go in an oval in a good car with a good crew. It's pretty special.
When will we see you on track next in Indy Next?
Detroit, 2 weeks time, downtown Detroit, Motor City. So you'll see us there in that top 10.
Looking forward to it, James. Thank you
so much. See ya.
Let's go.
Yeah, down here with Connor Daly. Connor, so far on the speed charts, it looks like a very successful day 3 for you guys. But the car's being towed back, and from what I'm hearing, your day's not done.
Oh, yeah, no. So the first part of the day, we're just kind of all race focused, but we got to shift into qualifying trim now. And then just on our first run there, the quick jacker failed. So we gotta go back and make sure that's fixed. Because in qual trim, you really just don't want to mess around with anything. But I mean, the car has been really fast. So we just got to start, kind of trimming it out now. And hopefully we can get it done pretty quickly so we can get back out and just do a couple trim steps here before tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, our race running has been really fun, and I would say we're not too bad overall. So this AM/PM Chevrolet, we're just trying to dial it in, and yeah, we're definitely going to try to get back out as soon as possible.
How quickly do you think your team can go ahead and make the repair before heading back on the speedway?
Hopefully just 15-20 minutes. Just depends, but you know, this place is all about precision, and you just got to make sure everything is done correctly. No sense in rushing it, because these cars, as you've seen, are very much handfuls to drive currently. So we want to make sure it's all good.
Storylines, you know, heading into Indianapolis, you've had a pretty long tenure here with the Speedway. What really stands out to you in your time?
Well, I mean, I just love this place, and thankfully I've been able to go well here over the last few years, and you know, I know what I like, I know what I need out of the car, and this JHR team has honestly really given it to me. The last 2 days have been really fun, and there's, you know, a lot of work that we've done, but we feel really racy. So it's actually a feeling that I haven't had in a couple years. So it's pretty sporty. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I love this place. We just got to focus on qualifying first now.
I find it interesting how throughout this year we're used to seeing that 76 ball usually on your car, but AM/PM coming in last second. How was that, and how did that relationship really build up?
Yeah, just a deal that really started only in Long Beach, and you know, the previous sponsor on our car was only just a couple races. It was a small deal, and I don't think people realize that, like, you know, a sponsor isn't always the full season. This is, you know, we're very much piecing it together one weekend at a time when it comes to funding. And bills got to be paid. So thankfully the AM/PM group has come on board with us, and ARCO as well. So it's really cool to represent for them, and including a couple more races later this year.
It's been a long day for Connor Daly, still not done with his running.
Yeah, I think he brings up a great point, Jake, and that is the manner in which the sponsorships have evolved. I mean, you know, it's nice if you can get that full-time, full-season Verizon or PNC Bank sponsorship, but the reality of of sport, the sport nowadays, is that, you've got to piece together some of these regional sponsors, and certainly hope to hit the home run here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we have seen instances where, thanks to the technology that exists now that these cars are being wrapped, is the fact that these cars could almost, like in Detroit one year, I believe it was Graham Rahal, had one sponsor on Saturday and another one on Sunday. We'll talk more about that sponsorship aspect in a moment, because Ryan Marine's caught up with Taylor Kyle.
Well, I noticed, Mark, just a few moments ago, all of the Ganassi cars getting wheeled back through Gasoline Alley, so I caught Taylor Kyle on his way back there. Thanks for letting me delay you just a little bit. You're telling me just a moment ago you guys are done for the day, at least on track, but the work is not done. What do you still have ahead of you?
Yeah, the work's just beginning, so we'll start to turn these cars into qualifying cars, obviously getting ready for Fast Friday tomorrow. We've made a conscious decision as a team to really focus on race running up to this point, so there's a lot of work that goes into that, turning the cars from race spec into quali spec, but it's just about 5 o'clock now. We left an hour on the table of track time, but it's well worth it to be in good position tomorrow.
For the fan, they might look at the car today and look at it tomorrow and not notice the difference, but what does go into turning these cars around to go fast when the boost is up and they're running by themselves?
Yeah, I think certainly there's a lot of aerodynamic components. You're looking at every opportunity to eliminate drag in these cars, and then obviously there's a setup component. So you're changing cambers and toes and wing settings and those types of things. So we do a pretty robust quali turnover just to make sure that we're leaving no stone unturned, and it takes us quite a bit of time. So we'll be working right up until green flag tomorrow.
Another reality in the IndyCar series is full season teams get a certain number of engines with their leases, and then this event is treated slightly differently. I understand engine changes are coming for your entries. Can you talk fans through the process of that, what goes into it from a regulation standpoint, and then how you maximize it as a team?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, we just align with what Honda wants to do, and in this particular case, we're changing engines tonight to be ready for Fast Friday. In years past, and in some other cases, we typically change after the Monday practice session. So I think, for us, we're just following Honda's lead there. We want to put ourselves in a good position to have the best shot for Saturday and Sunday. So it's an added layer of work that we hadn't typically had in the past, but we're all for it.
These engines that are going in, these are the race engines as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Yeah, because you get the extra, well, not an extra, but you don't have to mileage out an engine to change engines for this event, which makes it unique. And so what you're saying is this year, unlike previous years, Honda is electing to do that change before qualifying rather than before the race.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
All right. Well, I think we got to the bottom of that. Finally, how would you assess the day? The cars looked pretty fast on the speed charts. When we talked to the drivers, they seem happy. But again, all of that's been in race running to this point.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a couple philosophies there. If you have a really good race car, in theory, you should have a pretty good qualifying car. If the balance is there, you're just talking about taking downforce and drag off the car. So, we focus, like I said, really hard on making sure we have good race cars. Obviously, the big payday's a couple Sundays from now, so that's been the focus. But our cars are good. Alex is very happy. Scott's very happy. They continue to chip away at it, make it better and better and better, which is good. And Kiffin's happy. Kiffin has been plugging away, just really working on a lot of things, both on his driving and on the car. And I think, from a Chip Ganassi point of view, all three cars are in a pretty good window.
That's Taylor Kyle from Chip Ganassi Racing. We'll turn you loose. Taylor, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And guys, just quickly, a scene set from here in the pit lane. It's been vacated by and large, and a lot of that has to do with what we heard Taylor say, the missive from Honda asking its full-time teams, at least, to go ahead and get those engine changes done today. We heard from Graham Rahal earlier. That's why they were done early for the day. And now we know Chip Ganassi Racing is heading back to do those engine changes, too. Now, this does not affect the one-off teams that are just doing the 500. They get the one engine for the entire week of practice for qualifying and for the race. So they'll continue to run here today. But as far as the full-time Honda teams, the vast majority of them, if not all of them at this point, are back through Gasoline Alley working on preparations for qualifying, starting with Fast Friday tomorrow.
Great stuff, Ryan and Jake. We'll see what unfolds in qualifying tomorrow, Trim, once they turn the boost up. But right now, Chevrolet flexing more than its share of muscle. They have 9 of the top 12 speeds on the speed chart.
And the driver that they have atop the speed chart, Joseph Newgarden, just strapped back into his machine. And so we shall see if that means that happy hour, as we call it in the final hour of practice at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, will be a happy hour for Joseph Newgarden, and whether or not that means that he will go out and turn more laps here and what kind of speed they might be looking for. Renus VK is the lone car on the track as we speak.
Racing Electronics is back at the Indy 500 for the ultimate fan experience. Get to the track and make your first stop. Racing Electronics. Find them in the infield, midway, or at Gate 1 on Carb Day and Indy 500 Race Day. When you want to hear what the pros hear, use what the pros use, or rent or buy your scanner at the track from Racing Electronics, and it's a great way to catch us here on IndyCar Radio. Mark James and Jake Query set to take you through the final hour of practice here at the world's greatest race course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Joseph Newgarden is fastest at 226.632. Looky here. My goodness. Dave First, Vice President of Communications for the NTT IndyCar Series, brings me my cup of coffee. And he knows just how I like it. He remembers.
You know, that was my job to bring to Dave for like 6 years. You know that, right? That's why I don't get any coffee. Right?
And the dry cleaning, too. Yeah.
That's right.
I normally would not drink coffee at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but since Dave took the time and energy and effort, because you had to go down to a floor to get this.
I was going to say, do you know how hard it is to
Yes.
find a cup of coffee around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at 5 o'clock?
Well, Dave, welcome home, my friend. Where
good
you
to
called home for a
good to
long,
be
long
home.
time, huh?
Good to be home. Still, the seat still fits, too. How about that?
A special day for you because I know that, you've covered a lot of athletes over the years, but because of the fact that he was your driver analyst when you were at RTV6 for so very, very long that, Tony Khan, this has got to be a cool day to see him finally get that refresher out of the way. It's got to be a huge relief for him.
I'm going to guess it's probably the biggest relief for his wife, Lauren, just to get
Yeah.
because I think he was kind of spun up about it and probably wanted to do it on Tuesday because of the rain. He was forced it today, but, as expected, he went out and aced it. So that was cool to see him turn a couple more laps, and presumably it's his final ones, but yeah, that was pretty special.
So refresh my memory now. How many years has it been since you sold out for more money and left this high and dry?
Well, I committed to IndyCar in 2020, so it's coming up on a 5-year anniversary of that.
I was, when I got the phone call, I was sad for us but happy for you because
Yeah.
I think it came along at a really good time for you.
Yeah.
I know you wish that you could have. I believe that your only hesitancy in taking that job is knowing how it would affect your work with us, because I think you thoroughly enjoyed it.
No, I enjoyed it, and I learned so much. And trust me, there are some times when we're stressing out about this, that, or the other, or whatever. I'm thinking, man, the IndyCar Radio Network sounds pretty good right now. But yeah, I miss you guys. You guys are doing a great job. To me, there's just a lot of momentum with IndyCar, and you go out and you've been to these races we've had right out of the gate at St. Pete. The crowds are up, kids are wearing IndyCar merchandise to the tune that I haven't seen before in this sport, and you and I have both been along. All three of us have been around the sport for a long, long time. So it's a good. I mean, sure, we got room to grow for sure, but it seems like it's on the right track right now.
Let's hear from Ed Carpenter.
Yeah, I'm down here in the pits with Ed Carpenter, who is currently now speaking with sponsors, but he's getting ready to make his 22nd attempt at the Indianapolis 500. Ed, a little bit of a unique standpoint with being an owner and a driver for the 109th running. Ed, very unique. One of your drivers just went around. How do you gear from race car driver back to team owner and then back into race car driver here in day 3?
I stay race car driver. It's Christian. I'm sure, I haven't talked to him yet, but I'm sure that opened his eyes, but the conditions are really tricky right now. The tailwind out of 2, we're all feeling that. I think it just probably caught him by surprise a little bit, but I'll tell you what, it's hard to lose it out of 2 and just kiss the wall like that. So he got a mulligan. Hopefully he takes advantage of it, but I'm sure he'll be fine. He's a pro. He's got we've seen him bounce back from other mishaps in the past, so he'll be fine. He'll know what caused it. He was also on super old tires, so it's always easier to bounce back when you understand why.
With you having two teammates, have you been able to work off each other, kind of relaying some information?
Yeah, we have been, and I think, you know, we all came out and we're on the same program this morning and then came back out here in the afternoon. So, you know, we're seeing the same type of sets with conditions. So I think we're probably done for the day. We did a little bit of QSIM yesterday, but today is a little unrepresentative of what Saturday's looking like. You know, it'll be a little bit like this tomorrow too, but we're just going to get ready for tomorrow when they turn the boost up versus overworking today on the low boost. So I think we're in good shape.
It was very interesting. Earlier in the day, I spoke with some of your teammates, and everyone was talking about trying to get the car to handle well in the tow. Have you been able to figure that out today?
We're making gains. You know, it's hard. You know, the dynamic of the hybrid and the weight. You know, I definitely think everyone is chasing it a little bit, but we're getting there. You know, some of it I think you have to reset your expectations. You know, are we going to be able to get it to totally feel like it was last year? Not necessarily. You know, I think qualifying is going to be, you know, as important as it ever has been. So we'll just keep chasing it.
More to come with the 33 camp in the coming days.
Thanks. Good stuff from Ed Carpenter. Wish he and his team well as we get ready to go qualifying this weekend. We're visiting with Dave First, longtime member of this radio network and for years the sports director of the ABC affiliate WRTV, Channel 6 here in Indianapolis, and of course now the vice president of communications for the NTT INDYCAR series. How difficult was the transition into the role that you're in now? I mean, how long was it before you felt like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm sure it's something new every day because that's the nature of the job, but when did you feel like that you had really gotten somewhat comfortable and settled in?
Gosh, I did television for so long, I probably got a little rooted into the routine a little bit. I mean, heck, just waking up early and going to the office by 9 a.m. became a little bit of a struggle, but no, I mean, the thing is, and you know, when you work for Penske Entertainment, IMS, INDYCAR, to your point, it's always something. There's always something. There's the next project. No one pushes, you know, and I saw that from afar. But now, you know, getting inside the doors a little bit, I know how much Roger's always pushing to make things better, to improve the racing, to improve the overall fan experience. I don't know. It took a while, I'm not going to lie. And anyone that thinks that moving from media, television, news reporting in general to a public relations job, I think that's an easy transition. I would argue it's not. It's you know, I've got a lot of newfound respect for anybody that does what I do for a living.
Regis VK was turning laps right now. It's Joseph Newgarden, who has bumped up P1 a little bit at 226.632 miles per hour right now. He appears to be the only taker as we have 55 minutes remaining in this session. The president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Doug Bowles, has now added president of the NTT IndyCar Series to that small little corner of a plate that he had that was uncovered. And I would say that while that is a daunting task, if there's anybody that's capable of pulling it off, it's Doug Bowles.
Well, in a position like that, what you want is someone who is very familiar with IndyCar, I think. And arguably there's no one more familiar in the many roles that he's had over the years, from, you know, you go back to Panther Racing days and his team ownership there, and so on and so forth. You know, he knows the sport, he knows this track, he knows the ins and outs, he knows the right people, and so to make that transition, I was so happy that Doug would be part of that.
You know, go back to your RTV6 days, and I won't ask you to pinpoint it to a single one because of how many years that you did it, but maybe top 3 or 4, something like that, or maybe if there's one that stands above them all, your favorite memory of your time covering here. Was it a race? Was it a qualifying run? Was it somebody getting knocked out of the race?
Well, going back to the relationship I was able to develop with Tony Kanaan over the years, 2013, when he won the 500 finally. There wasn't a dry eye in this place, and I was one of them. I thought it was really cool to see him finally win the race, and that's what I always point back to. But I mean, there's been so many good races. I mean, heck, last year's race, over 660 some odd on-track passes in that race, and
we are back online. Taking a while. Hello, everybody. Sky went down in the UK. We've had to wait a considerable long time. My thanks to Jackson for providing the TV images so that we can keep an eye on things. And he and Tom have left us. JT, are you back with us, my friend?
Have you got your TV picture working?
Yeah, why have you not got them?
No, I have. I was gonna do audio and everything for you so we could just get back on the road.
I have got both on.
Alright.
They came back at the same time. I'll just let Megan know to read if you want to do your TV pitch. If you want to turn your camera back on. We are riding currently with Kyle Kirkwood.
On board with Carl Kirkwood it is, and in that case, I shall me open my INDYCAR lifetime and close my OBS, so I've got everything ready for a switch. But here we are, 52 minutes, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 remaining, and our TV picks, if you want to sync up with our TV pictures, is 52, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
We're back! Thank you, Sky. Whatever you did wrong, as well as half the country. Everything went down. That was bizarre. I wonder what excuse they're going to give us. Yeah, hello.
I've got my milk bottle now.
Aha!
Aha!
Omi, you must get the Starbucks coffee.
I've started drinking coffee quite often the last couple of weeks. I don't know why.
Everybody.
I used to absolutely despise it, but the only coffee I drink now is like the ice cold coffee.
Yeah, everybody starts with ice cold coffee and then just goes on with coffee. So, don't know what was the cause of it. Sky aren't telling us. They haven't tweeted since December 2024.
Sky gave up tweeting on Twitter.
Right.
Like many other businesses.
Are they on BlueSky then? Do I need to go there?
I don't know.
Oh, typical. Well, there you have it. That's why we were delayed. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So, what have we missed?
Nothing.
Excellent.
Surprisingly, no caution for track inspection before the happy hour, which surprised me.
I thought that as well. I thought they might go give us one. Just in case there is a problem with the track. So on, so on. It's been one of those days, isn't it?
It doesn't feel like 10 past 10.
I don't know about you, but I've just been running up and down stairs. It doesn't feel like 10 past 10 now.
I've been sat here just trying to fix everything, like, trying to do what I can.
Hang on a minute.
Okay, well, JB's just said hang on a minute and physically put his headset down and walked outside of the What are you doing?
Well, I didn't believe the time either, because when I walked back into the commentary box, it was still light outside.
It's dark down in the south.
Yeah, but it was light. I was like, hang on a minute, how is it 10 past 10 and still light? Like, I could still see it.
If it's dark in the south, it must be dark in the north. What?
It was light. Unless I'm in Singapore and there's a street circuit going on. Oh, good. Time for an ad break just to throw us under the bus completely.
Yeah, but unlike you, JB, I don't have 10, 15 meter long HDMI cables with my setup halfway across the house.
Yeah, that is true.
Mine's all here, so I can do everything from my desk.
I can't. I want to change a channel. I can do that remotely with my phone. But if anything goes wrong, I have to run inside to do it.
Does the Skybox not work in the garage?
No. Wi-Fi signal. Too bad.
You tried.
We did try it, yeah. Oh,
Ethernet?
believe me. Yeah. Ethernet, I can't connect my Skybox to Ethernet because we're with Virgin Media Wi-Fi and Sky TV. We're not with Sky Broadband just yet. When we are, yeah. So that's why the plan is to change it to Sky Broadband with their fibre optic stuff, which again is a better internet signal. We're going to move the Sky Q box into the garage and go from there. So yeah, eventually it'll all come into place.
Well, I'm just here with screens, bus mixers, TVs, skyboxes, a mini fridge, all just...
I generally wonder if you ever came to this commentary box what your thoughts would be. Because I don't know. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 main monitors. And they're all sort of kind of split up into different sections. I don't know what you would think. I think you've got basically the same as me now. So it would be just like, oh, just transitioning from one to the other.
Yeah, but I've got less screens than you. I've got the same amount of screens as you, but I've only got 4 big screens and 2 small screens.
Whereas we've got...
Where yours are all small. Sorry, all big.
Yeah, we've got 3. We've got a 40-inch, a 28, a 40, a 22. Oh, but actually, how big that is? Actually, I think that's actually a 25, and then 2 others alongside there that are 20s. Maybe 14. I don't actually know how big they are.
I said to Omi, when all of your things were going wrong, was it last weekend or the weekend before?
I don't remember, actually.
Well, let's go down
Hollywood.
and speak to Hollywood.
Driver again. We haven't talked to you all day, so we need an update. How's it going, Hollywood?
Do you know, I've worked so hard for that nickname to try and not stick, and it's sticking. I even took my sunglasses off before we started this. Honestly, so far so good. We did a couple of Q-sims this morning, just to kind of get the sequence and the cadence of that down, and then we came back, we tried something, not sure it works exactly the way we wanted it to. I think it would have yesterday. I think these extra track temperatures today have probably just exposed that we're lacking just a little bit mechanical grip. So that's what we came back to do now, and try and shimmy back out there in a few minutes.
This is about as hot as we see it at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What feels different when the track is this hot?
Just greasy. You don't feel like the car sits into the actual track and work into the actual surface very well. At least for me, I felt like I've been, sliding on top of it a little bit more. So just not getting the same, same feedback through the wheel, same kind of weight through the wheel. Just feels like I'm sat on top of it sliding.
Have you been watching what other people are doing in qualifying simulations? Because everything's different this year of when to use the hybrid.
There's actually been something we've been paying quite close attention to. We've seen a few people that we've made notes on and want to at least try their strategy. Tomorrow, I thought Kyle Kirkwood just had a really impressive run. He was like low 222s, I think, kind of towards the end of the day there. So I thought that was a pretty spicy run, to be fair, on him. So he's looking good, and I think, Pelot looks great, which, he has done all year. And then I think the Team Penske cars look pretty spicy too.
How many runs can you get? Qualifying sims are all we're going to see on Fast Friday tomorrow. How many throughout a day?
That's a really good question. Ultimately, as many as you need. I don't know if I would feel great about doing a second run on the same set of tyres. And at some point, you've got to be a little cognizant about how many we use. You kind of going to work backwards from the race, to where we are now. So I would say right now, be confident we could probably manage, somewhere between 4 to 6, I guess.
Okay, we'll still see the INDYCAR with Ryan Reinbold and Cusick Motorsports out there doing some race running with a little higher downforce here before we're done today.
Well, that will make for a very happy hour, because a lot of drivers are returning from whence they came, back to the garage. Joseph Newgarden has had a very easy day.
Yeah. He's made it look easy.
No, but he's literally turned how many laps?
35.
35 laps.
Yeah, but this is a guy that from the start of practice on Tuesday just carved up the field. And you can kind of tell he's sort of like, yeah, don't touch it, wax it, boys. We got a good race car. Now just kind of tiptoeing their way into some qual sim, and they'll be ready for tomorrow. Big question for me is this whole Honda engine change thing. Is there something coming? Is there more power on the Honda side that might give somebody like Joseph Newgarden and Team Penske that looks very, very strongly positioned right now? Maybe that could liven things up a little bit.
Wow. Dixon second quickest as things stand at the moment. There's your non-tow speeds, though. Newgarden from Kirkwood, McLaughlin. DiFrancesco jumped up there in the middle of the day, and Herta. So you've got a couple of Honda runners up there in the non-tow speeds. If they get a sudden additional boost of power, very much in the mix against Penske. Is that, as you say, Townsend, is that the headache they need to bring to Joseph Newgarden? Because if he wasn't sitting on that transporter taking him back to the garage, you can bet he would be swaggering his way back down Gasoline Alley, back into the garages. Like, that is a guy high on confidence.
I think this guy's high.
So I just want to interrupt quickly. Tony Kanaan as well, finishing up as well as they come through. So Joseph Newgarden, 222.555 mile an hour. Carl Kirkwood, 222.372. Scott McLaughlin, 222.193. Devlin DiFrancesco, 221.650. And Colton Herter, 221.588. JT, we see that now on our screens.
Hello.
What an amazing run for those top speeds of the no-toe. It's Penske once again on top.
Yeah, I took that just in case you.
I'm going to need that for grid tonight,
disappeared.
yeah.
And that, but just in case it disappeared before you got back, because, well, how is your grid tonight script going?
Not too bad, actually. I've got my little main points on the screen here, and then I'll write it down, so we're all set to go. Rasmussen spinning, 31 laps on rear tyres. Kobe's practically got the basis for it as well.
I've got it.
Quoted as saying, so I'm writing it now actually live. Under steer at T2. Mainly, oh dear, mainly down to wind.
I'm reading the intro part of the script, and is it weird that I can hear it being said in my head in Kobe's voice? Because he does it so many times.
Yeah, I know. Are you going to help me out here? I'll just read the script.
Imagine if we scripted every single pre-show we did, we would not have time. Is that Will Buxton I heard in the background?
It was, as I'm trying to write the script at the same time, doing two things at once here on JB Motorsports. On board with Will Power.
Shall we say hello to Will Buxton if we're busy?
Keep it down through turn 2, and as soon as he's confident, watch the left thumb. Gonna dump that rear back, get the thing anti-drag, rake back, and as fast as possible.
We've got that Elio line kind of high in the corners, just kind of hovering above the white line in 1 and 2, just below it in 3 and 4. Slightly different or slightly similar strategy to what we saw from Joseph Newgarden, deploying now down the front straight. So this seems to be the preferred route for Team Penske. Look, he can't keep his hands on the wheel. Fast jacker, hybrid deployment, adjusting the engine maps, flat out the whole time. Trying to think about what his car needs. Does he need to do a balance adjustment with the bars?
And you got to drive the thing.
That's what I'm saying. You're hustling these things. 220 miles an hour. Left thumb goes up. Right hand goes down. Charging the hybrid. Out of 3. Boom. Hits the button on the back of the wheel. Hybrid starts deploying.
What's the speed look like?
Interestingly, he's not hitting 6th gear. I wonder if it's a different gear strategy from what we saw out of Newgarden.
First lap.
To 220.987.
Not nearly what Newgarden had.
No.
I had just said one of these guys has the fastest car, which also means one of the 3 teammates has the slowest car. It might be a little early, but I think we might be looking at the slowest of the 3 cars, and Will Power will not be happy about that.
Yeah, but the consistency, he went from a 229.96 to 229.87, first lap to second lap. Let's see what the third lap is.
Ron Brzezinski, strategist for Will Power, and overall IndyCar program manager for the team, watches on.
229.51, is that?
Very consistent.
That's 3 laps in the 229s. That's 220.9s.
So
still
maybe
too slow despite the consistency.
But maybe Will's running more downforce than the other guys. If you're Team Penske and it's Thursday afternoon, yeah, run all 3 drivers in different configurations to get the data. So this could be a higher downforce config. That would explain the consistency and the lack of outright top speed.
Let's see his final time over the line. Didn't go to the fast jacker on this last straightaway.
Oh, better.
221.2.
Okay.
So he had 3 laps in the 220.9s, a last lap at 221.2.
A lot to unpack there. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's a pretty backwards way of going qualifying here at the Speedway, but lots of information being gathered right here at the Speedway.
Just over 35 minutes left on the clock, with 37 minutes left of day 3 of practice for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying here. You just text me in a DM about how strange this situation is, as well, about the fact that
could be a talking point for Grid tonight.
Santino and Rahal struggling, Daly and Hunter Ray doing really, really well, and it's a surprise to come through. But do you know what my main pick of all this is?
Go on.
Are we definitely talking about Connor Daly maybe winning the race? He is looking on fire right now for Young Cross Racing.
Yes, we are.
That'd be fantastic. Dantrons here saying Kanaan would make a great replacement for Larson if it happens. Just wanting a decent showing from Larson to Lightning as well. Newgarden has advantage, do you think? Well, in the long run, yeah, with no toe. He's top fastest and with no toe, so I would say he's got a great shout here as Joseph Newgarden to go 3 in a row. Do you know my early picks? Newgarden, Dixon, Daly, O'Ward, Palou. They're my 5 picks early on in this practice as who we could be seeing as the go-to guys, as the race winners. Really disappointed we don't have a female runner this year. Really am. There's so many out there. I know we've got Catherine Legg, who's off doing the NASCAR side of things as well, and she's doing the Coca-Cola 600 instead. But I'm really disappointed we don't have any. Jamie Chadwick deserves a drive here after her amazing performances in Indy Lights, which is now Indy Next, winning a race last year as well. It's just, come on. It just put them in the field. I mean, Pippa Mann as well was great, and she's now retired from racing. But Catherine's, of course, the fastest female ever at this place, and that includes faster than the pole sitter, which was Danica Patrick. So yeah, Danica got the pole, but Catherine was faster. Just shows you how much the times have evolved here at the Brickyard. Hello, Omi. I mentioned Danica, and he's straight back up. It's like a summons for him. Hello, Omi. Yeah. How do you feel that Danica had a pole here and led 18 laps?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, to be fair, she was from the West when it came to that driving.
Yeah, she was decent here. I'll give her that. She was rubbish in NASCAR though. Had a relationship, of course, with Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Yeah.
That didn't go down too well when she wrecked him twice. Well, yeah, it's one of those days. Anyway, Omi, what have you got for us coming in? You were keeping an eye on everything while we had a power outage. All good?
Yeah, all seem to be good. Yeah, talking about female drivers, Dorian Pan is going to get going this week in terms of a FRECA campaign, this time with Prema. So, top team when it comes to FRECA, so she's got every single bit of the chance alongside Freddie Slater, Jack Beaton and Rashid Al-Daheri. So, great teammates, quickest team when it comes to that level, so it'll be interesting to see how she gets on, and Abby Pullinger was really impressive.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how she does in GB3, so yeah, 2 drivers to keep an eye on when it comes to that.
It's going to be a lot of fun as well. You keep an eye on that on JBMotorsports 2 as Santino Ferrucci has just set a new... oh, here we go again.
Oh.
Stand by.
JT, have you lost it too? Have you still got it for now?
Yes, stand by.
Okay. So, well, we are standing by because we are not letting
Are you
go.
able to set my cam off stream?
Yeah. Battle cams. So, just to let you know, we've lost TV pictures once again up here in the comms box. So JT's now going to be running around unless he's lost it as well. Have you lost it as well? 2 seconds, he's saying. Okay. We have got a backup plan as we hit 2K viewers. Hello, everybody. Okay, well, while we try and get our backup plan sorted, because we are not going to be defeated here, let's return to our colleagues at INDYCAR Radio for all of the action with half an hour to go here.
Have the wind on that side pod and it's really forcing you towards the wall, so it takes a few adjustments. I've got some experience with wind around this place, so happy with that, and well, I got a bit of a feel with this trim, so I can sit down, make sure Jacob's all eyes on what I've done.
For the listener at home to understand the effects of the wind on a race car, is it at all like driving on the interstate and you're behind a semi and it kind of moves you around? Is that a similar sensation, or is it totally different?
It is a little bit like that. It's like we like it on the straightaways because we go fast, but then in the corners, in the dirty air, you just don't have the grip. So that's it's a hard thing to manage. Right now with the winds here, you can feel when you have a side wind, when a crosswind on the highway, the car is kind of pushing around. That's what it's doing to the car in the corners. So you're cornering with 225, 230 miles an hour, but the wind is, forcing you another way, which is, at times it doesn't really bother you, but really when it's coming from the side, that is the worst angle, and it's going to be your biggest struggle.
Hey, really appreciate the insight. Thanks as always.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So, Dave, we're going to let you go. We understand you're busy. Appreciate you stopping. Hey, I got good news for you, Dave. If the opportunity ever presents itself and you want to work a session for us in the pits, especially on race day, you don't have to wear a fire suit anymore.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you tell me that 5 years ago, for Christ's sake?
Well,
Come
we
on.
waited till you left.
He wouldn't have left if he'd have known that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, hey, continued success to you. You're a very good friend to both of us, and we don't have a lot of those.
That's right. Well, you're always surrounded by all your friends up here.
I was going to say, I'm sitting between the only two guys that like me. I mean, theoretically.
You guys, I got a special place in my heart for you guys. You guys do a tremendous job. You're a real asset to IndyCar and the Indy to IndyCar series. Thanks for all you do, and certainly love you guys. You know that.
All right, same here, brother, and have a good rest of the month, and we'll see you very, very soon. That's Dave First, Vice President of Communications, NTT IndyCar Series. 30 minutes remaining as preparations continue for the 109th Indianapolis 500 at the world's greatest race course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time. Start your engines. Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with a 90-day buy and try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
Follow along to every lap of every session. Go to INDYCAR.com/leaderboard for timing and scoring.
Gear up for the ultimate IndyCar experience with official IndyCar merch. From must-have driver apparel to exclusive team gear, find everything you need to show your IndyCar support.
Okay, so we've lost TV pictures, and the Sky Go app is also down as well. So we have 0 views at the moment. So it's thanks to JT here that we might actually have something, thanks to everything coming through. I mean, this is the time that technology is not so good, isn't it? We've lost Omi. My God, they've gone. My God, we've lost Omi. Can you hear me, Omi? Hello.
Cancer is preventable. Join me.
Hang on. Hello, Omi. Are you here?
Hello. Yes, I am.
Thank God for that. Oh, what a mess. What a mess with half an hour to go.
Yep, and it's all happening on the day where we've not had much disruption when it comes to the actual circuit. So, yeah, quite interesting, quite weird, but just the usual things right before we head into a Friday and Saturday and Sunday where it gets even busier for us.
Well, what I'm hearing is that if you remember a certain day of Eurovision that's on right now. Right.
There you go.
JT, how did you do that? Tell me.
I just did what I told you to do.
You reset your box, not the main box.
So what my dad did downstairs is reset the main box, and then after that was reset, I reset this box.
So do you turn his on and off again?
Yeah.
Okay, well in that case, I'm leaving it on battle screen. Let's head down to Fox, and JT's now in control of the audio.
To go here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We are in happy hour, and I think Connor Daly will probably be quite happy with those last few laps run. We have got David Malukas out on track. We are about to see Takuma Sato out on track as well.
A little bit of dancing from the back end of Malukas' car there in the short chute. The last time he ran, I want to say we were looking at a high new 219 kind of range for Malukas.
His last lap was a high 219, 219.90. Not sure exactly where on this run he is.
That'll be the end of the run, I believe.
I believe you are correct.
19.987.
So actually a tick faster on lap 3. I imagine there's that hybrid deployment on the final lap to just kind of prop it up, stop that fall off from continuing. We often see the biggest fall off between laps 3 and 4.
It didn't look as easy balance-wise for Malukas or Connor Daly in that short chute. It looked like that rear was a little bit too happy compared to what we saw out of Joseph Newgarden.
And guys, this is one I'm really interested in watching. This is Takuma Sato. We knew he was so quick at the open test a few weeks ago. Taking the green flag now on a qualifying sim. His warm-up lap at 213.8. When we talk about those warm-up laps, that number doesn't count for anything, but it's not a terrible indicator as to how this car is accelerating, how quick they're going to start their lap. Every inch of racetrack off of turn 2 for Takuma Sato, as you'd expect from the two-time Indy 500 winner. Not using everything on the entry to 3, down below the white line. A little bit of a tighter line mid-corner than what we saw out of Will Power. And leaving lots of room on the exit of 4.
Lap 1. And in testing, it was right here in turn 1 where Takuma Sato had a massive awakening. Huge hit in the turn 1 wall with a very fast race car, destroyed chassis, gearbox, motor, and took quite a blow to the right shoulder and ribs.
The steering wheel might be the only thing that came out of that car. It's still in this one.
We loan him one from the booth if we need to, as that was a 220.6, so tick better than Malukas, not quite in the Daly Kirkwood range. What was lap 2 like?
219.6, full mile-an-hour drop-off. And you can see he's done some hybrid deployment. He's at 35%.
And that's not even in the range of his teammate. Devlin DiFrancesco currently sits 5th on the 4-lap average chart on a 221.4 average for the day, done a little bit earlier. So room to improve for Takuma Sato, and we're not even fully at the end of the run. 60% left of the hybrid. Interesting choice of how to use it.
And this is what we talked about in terms of car speed. When Takuma Sato had that massive shunt in the open test, James, you and I speculated right away. Is the backup car, is the next car going to be as good? Will it be as quick? Do they have time to build one as fast as the first one that he had? And that sounded like he's backing out of it.
Sounded like
or got a hard limiter hit. Oh, boy.
Using everything. He's done some hybrid regen. It was at 35. Now you see he's regenning a little bit more into 3, using that tailwind to his advantage.
So this would be the completion of the 4th lap.
We just take another look at him.
Ooh,
high off of 2.
boy,
That's good, man.
close.
That's fine.
Why do I feel like I've seen that 5 or 6 times out of Sato in turn 2 in qualifying trim?
A 4-lap average for Takuma Sato on that practice qualifying run of 219.970 miles per hour. That was the 4-lap average for Takuma Sato, with 23 minutes left to go on the clock. 23 minutes now. 22, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. It's back to Joshua Birch.
Cheers, JT. Right, back in action once again as Takuma Sato rumbles into the pit lane, and this was his first win here at the Speedway, right on the outside of the number 3 at the time of Helio Casneves, and taking the checkered flag. Sato winning back in 2017 and then again in 2020 under a uniform finish. After a massive accident at the last few corners, we entered the race behind the yellow and with no fans. It was behind closed doors. Of course, as soon as we get it back, it goes to break. We've been having a couple of things there. You mean all-time female GOAT? No doubt who it was. Yeah, I agree with you. It was Mika coming through. Danica at least has a W to her name in IndyCar. Mika was a move again at every event she ever entered as well. Danica, yes, she has a win, but I will maintain to the end of my days that that win, although fantastic, should not be what she's remembered for, because half the field were in Long Beach for the kart event, and then she was only racing the IndyCar lot, which is at Japan at Twin Moon Motegi, and won because everybody else wasn't in a position to, finish. So Danica won, which was great news, great for her. But yeah, it's a thing to me that her activities in NASCAR, her activities then as well as recent public, I just do not like Danica as a person. I find her rude. I find her completely dismissive and balmy, basically. But that's my personal preference. I try and keep personal and racing very much separated, and which is why I can credit what she can do in an IndyCar. She was an okay IndyCar driver. She was a terrible NASCAR driver. And she's a terrible Formula 1 pundit, having never done it. In IndyCar, I don't mind her so much being a pundit because she does know what she's talking about. You just sort of got to stick to your area of expertise. I mean, you wouldn't see me going to do golf, would you? It's a complete opposite end. Sato nearly hit the wall on lap 4 of his qualifying run. JT's have sent me. His lap 1 was a 220.659. Lap 2, 219.662. Lap 3 was a 219.293. Lap 4, 220.268. Average lap time for him, a 219.970. Thank you very much as well. We'll keep that, JT. And best top speed so far today at the start and finish line, Rasmussen, 237.625 mile an hour. Turn 1 is Daly, 231.648. Rasmussen's at turn 2, 226.895. Turn 3 for Newgarden, 238.120, and turn 4 for Dixon, 229.118. And JT, that's how different this circuit can be. As Will tried to mention earlier on, the fact that all parts of the track here are identical, but they're vastly different corners, and it does feel completely different at this circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, hopefully everything's fixed now. Hopefully it stays for.
It's not our fault for once. It's actually Sky UK.
Minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't that bad since we had multiple people on the case.
Yeah, if it was just me, I'd be worried.
But yeah, I worked out a way to do it the first time it happened, and it's worked every single time since, so we're fine.
We are good and gold, but we do have a backup plan.
And while you're fixing your TV picks,
you've got yours.
My TV picks are already fixed.
So I think that's the way it should go, JT. I waffle, you fix yours, I fix mine, then we'll go back on again. It's just the way we'll have to do it.
But even if you can't,
we've got yours.
If it goes down now, there's no point you fixing yours because it'll waste extra time.
Yeah, and it'll be the end of the day.
In the closing moments.
Yeah. So look at the weather. It's remained consistent throughout the day. 80 the first hour, 83 second hour, 86 third hour, 88 fourth and fifth hours as well. Track temperature was actually at its hottest an hour ago, and it's gone cooler now. It's the same air temp, but the wind speed's picked up in the last hour, JT, and that's why the track's cooled down a little bit.
Yeah, as winds, it's been quite strong wind, quite gusty wind today, as this is one of the Framers and Jack Carvey heading down in towards turn 3, I believe that is Callum Ilott in the number 90 that is in front of him as we head in towards turn 4 now. Callum Ilott and Jack Harvey across the line, and they are giving toes to each other.
Timing and scoring has crashed.
That's it.
Driver track is not working. It's not one thing, it's the other. Hopefully it'll boot up shortly as well. There's not many cars actually out there on the circuit right now. Daly, Stingray Rob, Jack Harvey and Callum Ilott. Hollywood, of course, as they call him. That is a weird one, to call him Hollywood, because he's been doing the Fox broadcasts. Works, I suppose. He's over.
Just like people in Hollywood, they only turn up for the famous stuff. They don't do the smaller races.
That's it, Venus VK.
Change. Where are you at this point?
Yeah, we did some race running earlier today to make sure we were happy once we started going to qualifying focus. Did 2 qualifying-ish trims just to make sure we have a balanced read. One was good, one wasn't, so got a feel. I think I was a little surprised by the actual pace I gained with the trim. So I think I'm more confident heading into qualifying than I was this morning.
So when you get the boost and the extra horsepower tomorrow, what kind of speeds do you think we'll see? How much faster are you going with the extra horsepower?
Usually it's about 10. So I would say similar to previous years. Everybody will be hanging in the 230s.
Got a pole speed pick for us, and the second part of that is 1 lap versus 4 laps. How big is the drop-off going to be? You can give 2 numbers, a single lap and an average.
Fast lap's going to be 2:34.1.
That's pretty big.
Average is going to be 2:33.7. Yeah, I think there's not going to be a lot of drop-off.
Interesting. Okay. All right. What do you guys think? Can we get to the high 233s this year for an average?
I'm going to say no based on the wind. Based on the predicted wind, I think it's going to force drivers and teams to maybe go a little bit heavier on downforce. That obviously affects the drag and straight line speed as well. Interesting comment on the DEG, though. I mean, even from Scott McLaughlin's run, which was very competitive, we saw about a mile an hour. We saw, was it 8/10, 9/10 from Joseph Newgarden, who's got the fastest 4-lap average. So if you're rocking a 2:34.1, which is a big fast lap, that Rena's predicted, if you're losing a mile an hour, your average is somewhere, I guess, at 2:33.7 is plausible.
I'm interested that, was it Pelot that we heard from earlier, who said he didn't think that the tyre would last for the 4 laps? And yet on these 4-lap runs, we're seeing times improve on the 4th lap.
Different cars, different setups,
well,
different times of day. You know, Pelot, to be fair, I don't think he was even doing that at the hottest time of day. So there's so many variables that go into that. Some guys are going to say, yeah, car's great, drop-off's nothing. Other guys are going to say, car's trying to kill me, drop-off's terrible.
And with quarter of an hour left on the clock, we have only Chevrolet runners out on track. Everyone with a Honda, they're getting a nice present overnight, a brand new.
Yeah, Honda power unit. It will be dominant tomorrow as they are going to switch to the race runs. Like Rahela Danica was forced to be reckoned with in the years. She got a lot of bleep due to her GoDaddy sponsorship, but she was by far the first female driver IndyCar's ever seen. Completely agree with you. I agree. Danica was one of the best female racers we ever had for a long time. She was exactly what motorsport needed. Unfortunately, since her retirement, she's sort of gone the other way in not promoting female drivers and not promoting the equality that you can have inside motorsport. She's gone completely the other way. And yeah, other things as well. It should just, yeah, you don't tell an inspiring female motorsport journalist or any racers live on an F1 Kids program to not aspire to be racing in Formula One and not to be a racer. What on earth? And from that moment on, I was like, no, that's it, gone. And I listened to Danica's podcast that she did with Matt Baker, and I was like, yeah, great career, but she doesn't know a thing about Formula One. But about IndyCar, that's the thing. I would listen to her expertise because she has done that. She's been there, done that, and she's raced against them. And I would even listen to the same in NASCAR to an extent. But yeah, I just
my timing page just crashed.
Yeah,
Full
mine's crashed
crash.
too. I agree with you. Oh, thank you, Robbie. That's very kind of you. Enjoy the broadcast all day. Bar the crashing we've had. But yeah, Danica was a force to be reckoned with in her early days, and I'd completely agree with that. And I think even Omi would as well. Omi, you here?
I am. But to be fair, I'd say you're a little bit more of a hater than me.
That's just because I can't stand her for other reasons as well.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't have to deal with her too much in the Indy 500. So
there's just,
yeah.
And hate's a very strong word, but I strongly dislike what Danica does in her current role. But yeah, I'm an Indy local, so it's good to see you guys across the pond giving this race the credit and coverage it deserves. Thank you, Robbie, so much. That means a lot. We love the 500. We love the Indy 500. We love the entire IndyCar process. We're here all the time covering the races. So if you want to tune in, you know where we are. But yeah, I love the 500. And every practice, qualifying and lap, we are going to be here. Coverage anyway, because we have got Formula 1 as well. But yeah, I love the 500. And there's Marcus Ericsson, the man I predicted to win back in 2022. He's down with Georgia.
Is your baby board today?
Yeah, it's. I didn't see my little baby face on the Borg Warner Trophy. I might have to go down there and look at it. I didn't know it was sort of rolled out there in pit lane. So, it's always a bit of a boost to go and see your face there. That's gets your day to a very good place.
How was today for you? What were you really trying to pinpoint? It seemed like Andretti's did a little bit of quali, a little bit of race running, everything.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mix. We focused more on quali running this morning, and we got a few really good runs in that we will work on for tomorrow. Then we switched to some race running this afternoon, which was a bit up and down. We decided to call it early to just make sure we prepare everything for tomorrow. So now it's just fully qualifying focus, and then we sort of take on race running again on Monday. But yeah, we're excited about Fast Friday. I think we had some solid runs from myself, but also my teammates here, and quality trim.
Thanks, Marcus. Kevin.
Walking with Pato Award, we're just talking about this. We're walking the other way. Where we're at right now, I think, is one of my favorite parts of race morning, when you're walking the other way out to the grid to perform in front of 300,000 people. You've done it. What's it like?
It's phenomenal, man. It's the best feeling in the world. They make us feel like, absolute rock stars, and you can just really feel the vibes, You feel the vibes going through that tunnel, and it's always super cool.
So we were, during the rain delay on Tuesday, watching you sit on hold for 45 minutes. We heard the helmets have been delivered. When are we going to unveil them? Can we make this a Fox Sports exclusive?
So tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow morning, they're here now. They're a couple of garages behind the camera. But
we'll show them up right now.
Well, the right stickers aren't quite on it yet. So that's what we're waiting on. So hopefully we can get that on in a little bit and shoot some pics and show it off tomorrow.
For the gram?
For the gram, for the TikTok, for the X, for everything.
How's the race car?
Race car's good, feeling a lot better than what it did yesterday. We just went out there to do a COP check right now for quali runs tomorrow. Boosts are up, and yeah, it's time to hammer down. Turn 1 is going to be a pain. I can guarantee you that.
Thanks, Pato.
Pato Award, 4th fastest for the day, 224.4 miles an hour. 4th fastest also on the 4-lap averages.
So we're 8 minutes to go, and Pato goes out signing. A few other cars coming out on the circuit. Timing scoring is coming in and going out every now and then. It's having a bit of a paddy with a couple to go. But then again, I think their systems are going wrong as well. This is Christian Rasmussen earlier on, spinning out of turn 2, clipping the rear wall and doing a 360. Just slight damage to the suspension. It's right in front of Kyle Larson, who immediately backed out of it. But Rasmussen is going to leave the pits once more, do some couple more runs as well. Just a broken toe link at the rear they've had to fix. Not long at all. He's
minimal
done for the
damage
day.
for an accident at Indianapolis, let's be honest.
Of course, we're going for an ad break with 7 minutes to go. That's typical Fox.
Yeah.
There we go. Knew that was coming. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Yeah. I now get an hour to do voiceovers and finish the script off, and then all good. Streams are set as well.
Nice.
I'm in danger. Ah! I don't know how much sleep I'm going to get.
JB.
I really don't. What?
It could be worse. The way it was looking, we wouldn't have had TV picks for the whole hour.
That is true. What is going on? Do we know yet? I heard cyber attack because of Eurovision. Yeah.
Did you?
I heard it was a cyber attack. Oh, and Australia didn't qualify. Australia didn't qualify.
Neither did Ireland, and everyone's fuming.
And due to unforeseen circumstances, Shooty Gatwa is no longer going to be the spokesperson for the grand final this weekend. Sophie Alex Baxter's presenting. Yeah, that's because Shooty Gatwa's regenerating. The Doctor is regenerating in a few weeks' time as well. That's the rumour anyway, that he's left and he's regenerating. So we've got 6 minutes to go. Cars back out on the circuit. Yeah, so we've got no idea what's happening at the moment, to be perfectly honest with you.
Basically, what's happened is that if you thought previous years Eurovision politics was crazy, well, this is level 1000 politics Eurovision. It's all kicked off, and I am staying out of it. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Be right back.
We have 5 minutes to go, and we just mentioned it. We've lost TV pictures again. I don't believe it. For people who think we're kidding here, this is what we get. This is the message that we have up here in the commentary box. So it's a Sky problem. We're with Sky, and we keep losing it. We've literally got a few minutes left, Omi. It's insane. They hate us.
Just basically wraps up the day. So, how are you today, JB?
Stressed. If this happens tomorrow, we're screwed. Right. Formula E starts tomorrow at 7:55 a.m. I have no idea how much sleep I'm actually going to get as well. So this is going to be fun. Do you reckon I could convince JT Omi to take some of the FE broadcasts on that one really early?
No, considering he has to go to school, you clever guy.
No, on Saturday. Friday night, Saturday morning. Because we've got if JT can take the 11, the midnight, the half an hour till 12:30 a.m., the practice 2. That means I can go to bed from 11 till 2. 3 blessed hours of sleep, followed by another 90 minutes blessed sleep as well. Yes, we really are counting sleep here. It's going to be one of those types of days that we close up with. Yeah, problem finding the Skybox network.
Well, you're going to have fun with sleep. Oh god, I'm not looking forward to working with you in the Formula 3 sprint race then. You're just gonna be completely zoned out of absolutely everything in the world.
Is that Saturday morning?
Yeah.
Ah, that's fine. Saturday's fine.
Oh yeah, that's fine. It's Sunday. Oh, actually, yeah, Sunday. F2 feature then. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I'm gonna be having to do.
Saturday's alright. Actually, I might be a little bit tired, but not too bad. Sunday will be the worst one. I'm also not looking forward to the we finish at 4 a.m. Pray for me.
Well, have you decided? Have you decided to back out of NASCAR All-Star yet? Or?
Maybe. I'm going to see how I feel. If I back out, I'll back out. There's an entire possibility you might do it. Takuma Sato has just set a new personal best time of the day. JT is saying 2 minutes. We've got 3 minutes to go. It might not really point at this rate. Sato's gone to 29th fastest, 220.659 mile an hour. So in the Rahal Lemon Lanigan Racing, he's just improving.
Is my cam off stream?
Yes, it is.
Awesome, thank you.
It is Graham Rahal, by the way, who is further down on the overall position as well. He's down there. See you at day 4, part 4 of Indy practice. Yep. Tomorrow, another 6 hours. We're going to be here. I may have a nap in between and hand the broadcast over to JT. Otherwise, I might die, but that might be an option to have a little bit of a nap. But yeah, 2 minutes and 30 minutes. 2 minutes 30 to go then here until the checker flag comes out. It's just basically, and Schwartzman coming in. Yeah, Omi, all we've got left now basically is the test runs.
Yep, typical test day stuff basically. That's all left, and then we're into the weekend. We're properly into the weekend with Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And let's not forget that Fast Friday, Honda get a boost, as we heard them talk about. That's going to be a lot more exciting. So, boost time, action time. It's going to be good. So much action coming through. Right, we have no TV pictures for the end of the session. No worries at all, mate. JT has tried, but we're going to run out of pictures. So, for now, let's check in quickly with INDYCAR Radio, and we'll be here to wrap out the day as well. It's just blame Sky Sports F1. That's how it goes at the moment. Let's check in with the radio team.
Worth the conversation for sure, Jake. That'll be a lot to keep an eye on, and it may result in a very sleepless night for a couple of crews.
Yep. I mean, listen, I can only imagine the drama, the stress, and the pressure that goes into, because you want to find every aspect where you can find an advantage here. That's why, as we just learned, I mean, Arrow McLaren, an experienced team, a team with a ton of laps here. They're going to take advantage of the 15 minutes. They're going to practice pit stops. They're going to do live pit stops here, it looks like. So any opportunity to try to get better, to learn, Mark, is what it's all about.
Preview of Beyond the Bricks with Mike Thompson, and where folks can hear it.
That will be at 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you so much, Mark, as it runs on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan this evening. And then, of course, in podcast form as well. It will do so tomorrow night. In addition to that, and it is a look back at the audio highlights, the audio history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Everything from old commercials to musical jingles to pop culture references, and then, of course, great radio calls as well.
So Joseph Newgarden, the fastest on the day at 226.632. Give you the full field rundown. Scott Dixon, Connor Daly, Pato Award, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. The top 5. Alex Palou, 6th fastest. Colton Herta, 7th fastest. 8th, Christian Rasmussen. 9th, David Malukas. 10th, Scott McLaughlin. 11th, Alexander Rossi. 12th, Stingray Robb. 13th, Renus VK. 14th, Marcus Armstrong. Castro Evans was 15th. Kirkwood, 16th. 17th, Larson. 18th, Lundgaard. 19th, DeFrancesco. 20th, Jacob Abel. 21st, Simpson. 22nd, Andretti. 23rd, Siegel. 24th, Will.
Checker flag is out then to wrap up the day here for the run. JT, you are all good. Oh, and mine's come back at the same time, which is a little bit handy to get audio track as well. And that's it. Checker flag is out. The session is over. Oh, well. Yeah. There's another 14 minutes as well. That's going to be the pit stop practice. But timing and scoring is done. And it ends with Joseph Newgarden fastest from Scott Dixon, Connor Daly, Pato Award, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Alex Palou, Colton Herta, Christian Rasmussen, David Malukas, Scott McLaughlin, Alexander Rossi, Stingray Robb, Venus VK, Marcus Armstrong, Helio Castroneves, Carl Kirker, Carl Larson, Christian Lundgaard, Dylan DeFrancesco, Jacob Abel, Kiffin Simpson, Marco Andretti, Nolan Seeger, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Louis Foster, Marcus Ericsson, Jack Harvey, Kim Masato, Felix Rosenquist, Callum Marlowe, Robert Schwartzman, Santino Ferrucci, and Graham Rahal. JT, what do you make of that day?
Chaotic final hour running around everywhere, but we actually got to see the checkered flag being thrown, which was a bonus, but it's time for bed, and it's time for another day tomorrow. Clean day, good clean day, and, well, for the number 21 car, of Rasmussen.
Yeah.
He finished 8th with a 222.816, but a very, very good run and very lucky to keep out the wall as much as you did. Anyway, I'll shut up so you can wrap up and continue with your Grid Network prep, which you can join in around an hour, I think it is.
Yeah, right about that. Omi?
An interesting day, as JT mentioned. It was a good day for the teams and drivers in terms of getting running in, and they'll look to try and continue that tomorrow as well. But yes, quite a scrappy couple of hours with Sky having absolute nightmares. But other than that, it's been decent, and looking forward to seeing what the rest of the 500 build-up has to hold.
Thanks, guys. Well, we will be back for all of the action tomorrow. Yep, we're going to go all over again here for more of the same action and adventure and mystery that we're going to have. Be sure to check in on USRN and JB Motorsports for all of the action. My thanks to the guys. We'll see you